a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-Bet.
And so the last day of groups here, Cole. We've got to eliminate 4 more teams today to take down half the field and drag the rest of ourselves into playoffs. It is going to be brutal. There are going to be teams fuming, some joyous, as they're going to be fighting for the lion's share of $100,000. I'm joined by Cole Extra McHenry as we're back on the grind here in the RES EU series. What's good?
So on the line right now here, a lot of exciting matches, a lot of exciting teams, and like you said, a lot of ups and a lot of downs is going to be the big story of today here for teams. You want to make it into playoffs, you want to lock yourself in a position, and honestly, a lot on the line is static. Of course, to kick us off versus Monty here, both teams that have shown some really exciting matchups so far, but I mean, sad to say, we'll only see one of these two teams make it forward. Fnatic versus Preezy, same case. Then you've got Sengal versus Rebels. Rebels obviously off the back of a massive Katowice, but Sengal looking on their rebuild looking very strong. And then the Young Ninjas, who have been able to do some really impressive work out of the gates versus MCal, looking to challenge big for that final spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the big surprise out of Group A is the fact that that upset over Young Ninjas kind of tossed a little upset down into that lower end, and AmCal found themselves eliminated. So a huge chance to make themselves into playoffs, but they have to take down big. That'll be an awesome match for the end of the day, Cole. But as we're leading into our current matchup, Monty, started off their tournament with a hiccup. They had their lineup poached again, Cole. It almost looked like they were going to come from the ashes, but, well, yesterday was not a good look.
Yeah, it wasn't a great look there. Obviously, tough game for them taking on 3D Max and kind of getting leveled out by a squad who, I mean, both you and I think are really impressive. I mean, look at their bracket run here. No easy teams that we have to say they got to play, right? I think this is one of the toughest groups to make it out of here. I know Vision did not show up in this group, but you still have like the three very strong teams. So, I mean, again, the fact that only one of Monty and Ecstatic are going to be making it is a bit of a sad story there. But of course, like you said, Monty coming through with hours before their first matchup, getting some changes to their roster done. And they still look strong. It's just, again, when they play these more legit teams, these tougher rosters, I feel like that strength does kind of fade away, and the individuals gets relied on too much.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Monty style. I mean, we can dive a bit deeper and see really what this team is all about, because I think this team is coming through with 2 quote unquote stand-ins, Cole, but this might have to be a long-term solution as we see it. But the overall result, at least versus Vision, was not bad. But I think the big asterisk going out of this is that Monty is a team that can shoot their way out of every situation. Can they actually strat their way out of it is the question.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, like again, they can get themselves out of some tough spots here by the firepower and the individuals. There's no question about it. The only issue is, like you said, the strategy part of it. Losing a very clearly defined IGL in some Young is really difficult to bounce back from quickly. And I expect with time that this roster will still get back to it. I mean, we were kind of saying it when we were watching this team, but they feel like they're a little bit unkillable. When you think that you've taken their core piece, you've taken their key player, they always manage to bounce back and still deliver such a high floor for their squad. So obviously, I think, just fresh off the back of that change with Bro as well, I think it's going to be tough to quickly bounce back here. And it wouldn't be like the biggest shame if they weren't the team to make it into playoffs, but they're still going to be fighting for it. They're still going to be contending.
Yeah, but yesterday I think they did look very killable though versus 3D Max. We'll hold the discussion for just a little bit later because we got to dive into our second team who definitely impressed yesterday. Ecstatic really showed up and just played again some excellent Counter-Strike. Yes, it was against a Vision team that I think, both Monty and Ecstatic had the chance to kind of style on, but I think we saw, instead of Monty necessarily shooting their way out of situations, Ecstatic completely outpositioned and outstratted their opponents.
Yeah, 100%. That's the perfect way to put it right here. Just very strong positioning, really strong coordination from this squad here. And, on top of that, they did have the individuals showing up there. We kind of said it, but Salazar was kind of the only player that I felt like was maybe standing a little bit behind, but then he showed up on map too, and then just developed for the squad as well. So it wasn't really much of a contest from Paravision. That's kind of been their theme so far, unfortunately for them. But as for a static, I think the team play, the coordination is still going to go a long way, and we're going to see them in a good spot here for this rematch from those RMRs.
Yeah, I know it's having to have a little bit of a run back, but Monty are more in pieces, and this Ecstatic team at least has something rolling for them as well. As I mean, shoot, they qualified for the major. Monty didn't. I kind of want to jump into the vetoes here, Cole, because this is going to get really interesting really early. We're gonna have some standard bans coming through. Mirage out of the map pool for Monty. And then Monty lock in an ancient pick, Ecstatic Nuke, and these are just the two maps that Ecstatic floored yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this is a definitely a strong and exciting start here for Ecstatic. There's no question. They just looked lights out on Nuke. As for the most part, this team does. And then Ancient, my biggest concern for Monty here is, yeah, you did have a really strong Ecstatic, but also the T-side start that they're going to kick things off on. Because, again, if you remember, Paravision, they had that 11-1 score line. They had an incredibly dominant defense, but the T side, you could tell there was a slight breakdown in the calling. They were getting worked by Jerry and Cave, whereas you saw how Ecstatic handled Jerry and Cave, and it was just, he couldn't get away with anything. It definitely is like a worrying pick to start off this series. And then, of course, Anubis as that decider, which was one of the maps that they played in that best of one with Gizmy and the RMRs. And that still went in Ecstatic's way as well.
Yeah, I think everything kind of painted the picture. I will say that my memory did just jog me a bit. It was Vertigo that they did end up playing versus Paravision. But I want to say that the nuke from Monty was exceptionally weak. That is what I will say. Watching back that game versus 3D Max, there were some rounds where Kavem just shows up with a triple kill, and even then they're still struggling to lock it down. And even then, it's just a one-off round. 3D Max were able to work perfect outside control every round. It felt like they were just so efficient with their T side, and like a 9-3 T side, there's just nothing to really work with there for Monty. So that's the real scare that I have, is that they just haven't been able to maximize the efficiency of their players. Where 3D Max, it only took 2 players to take secret every single round, and you talk about how that's the goal of that map.
Yeah, I mean, it's my biggest like win condition for that map, and again, Static, I think would agree with that as well. When you watch their T sides kind of play out, but yeah, I mean, again, looking at Monty here, I don't think there's a lot of expectations for them coming into this. They're just going to be probably playing that fast and loose style. We're going to see them come through, still relying on those individuals as they probably just haven't had time. They haven't had a lot of time to really change things up, to build that strategy just yet, to build that identity. I think they'll get there at some point here, but maybe not for this event. We'll see, though. We'll see if they can buy some time, try and lock themselves into a position at playoffs, because I still have a lot of faith that, again, Gizmy, he's actually really impressed for what he's been able to bring to the table so far. He's had some great CT sides, and then you look at Kvem, and I think maybe even a more exciting quantity for this Monty squad. They build back strong here, but we'll see if they can build back strong enough to take down this Ecstatic squad.
Let's lead off. We got the mid-site smoke going through already, and a bold position being taken by the CTs. Kragan gonna play though. First yeah, he will drop eventually. However, 3 versus 4 continues. Monty A little hesitant, and oh, that smoke. Oh, that's disastrous. That just smokes off the entire CT side. War 2K will take advantage of it. And I think Nodios also starts this round disconnected as well. Oh, it's all messy across the board as Monty get handed this one. It's an easy pistol.
Yeah, that smoke is actually brutal right there. That clipping does not work out well in his favor. And Nadius, you're exactly right, was kind of staring at the ground there. And it wasn't because he has bad crosshair placement. He's quite good at that, but
Yeah.
actually might have disconnected. So, a bit unfortunate there for Static in a couple different departments here, but not the start, not the kickoff. Actually, a pretty cool game plan here. Flash just doesn't connect though somehow.
Yeah.
Vim able to get a big trade right here, and of course this fight a big deal as well.
Yeah, I'll have to say that probably that flash millimeters away because his other teammates got wrecked by it. But not enough to full blind up Kavem. But a great idea. Like, Ecstatic actually had the proper setup there. If, say, Nodios didn't disconnect, maybe he could have swung through as well and started to have some impact on the round. But some unfortunate scenes very early on. But yeah, that is something to talk about. You were leading off into the pregame. Is that Monty's a team that have the pieces. They just need to get the experience together. And you know, also the loss of Bro, like they lost their IGL. They lost Sun Young, who really felt like the heart and soul of this team. But alongside that fact, Bro is probably one of the like really positionally smart players on this team. I will say, like I never really saw his fragging as unbelievable. Like it's not a Demka or a Waro out there in the server.
Mm-hmm.
But his positioning was really clean, just a really disciplined player, and that's another piece that you're gonna have a really tough time trying to replace.
Yeah, I think like the signature for him was just really well timed smart aggression. Whereas sometimes
Right.
some of his teammates here, I think they love to get aggressive, and not to say that it isn't like smart or anything like that, but bro, just so well placed with his timings, and you know the way that he was able to get the work in that department. That I think it was like it's an asset for any team, and so smart aggression, it might be perfect for Astralis. As you think about it, but unfortunately for Monty, it does leave them without a crucial piece of the puzzle that I think a lot of people really liked, and even Monty, I'm sure, appreciated.
Yeah, I think now there's nothing wrong with the loose cannon here, Cole, because those are the type of players that just completely dominate games. But it kind of introduces more variance, more potential inconsistencies in your team, where you get higher peaks, but you also definitely get lower lows. Here for Monty, and I mean, they certainly felt that yesterday versus 3D Max. Let's see if we can keep it up. Right now, it's going to be Monty just going for a little mid-crunch, and we have a little stack, literally. Ooh. This is going to be some loot for Gizmy. Just a moment. Here comes the pistols. They're all like trying to boost up and stuff. But yeah, I think Monty has seen enough. Time to head off to the other site, guys, and festivities are over.
The real loot for Gizmy was that gun that was just dropped. Go pick it up.
Baiting his teammate here, Cole. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, clinical. That's a clinical move right there.
Man after your own heart, huh?
Drops to the ground. You can pick up a Galil and farm the ecos. I mean, even the fact that he's held onto the Mac 10 until now, in case the ecos come his way. Although, in my opinion, it's like he's not trying hard enough to take those ecos down. You just let Kavim feast right there, you know what I mean? So.
Oh, this is funny. Patty. Now imagine if he had a kit. Just imagine.
we buying kits on every eco now
You know,
to try
you
and
should.
get these
Yeah,
crazy
yeah,
plays?
we gotta do that. We gotta do it all
Let's-
every round.
Instead of buying like a Deagle or a P250, let's just start rocking some kits.
I think the odds-
Every round, we buy 5 kits. And always like try and go for the late defuse.
Yeah, if all 5 players try to go for the late defuse, strength in numbers. You know, did you know that if you put more numbers on the bomb, Cole, you actually defuse faster? Fun fact.
Whoa.
Fast up B here for Monty, though. Jokes aside, gives me the walks into the crossfire. Nodio's really back in the server. He's running out of ammo, though. Only 5 bullets remain, but has support from Salazar and Kragan. And the full weight of Ecstatic is brought to bear.
Yeah, that's just a great collapse coming through right there. A whole squad rotates in time. They don't get the extra fight that they're looking for. They don't get the sight control. Instead, what they get is a disgusting crossfire to deal with for Ecstatic. They just break that thing apart. Not a bad idea for Monty to try and pick up the pace. I said this with Perivision. It actually should be more influential with Monty. But if you don't have a great default here because you don't have any IGL, or you don't have like a current IGL that can define your team, it might be good to get a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more pacey, and just skip the whole defaulting part of the T side. So I think that could be a magic formula here in this best of 3, specifically versus a static.
We'll have to see how that fares for Monty. For now, though, we have to creep out middle. And Patty, does he want to reswing that? Tempted forward, and
yeah.
Kvem's gonna punish. Instant headshot.
Yeah, he does want to reswing. How could you not? It's fun to take a good old fashion aim duel. But Nadios does equalize there quickly and clears out a lot of control towards this B side. It feels like they've got a good grasp on the situation right now with this setup, but we'll see if Kvem can crack it open.
Oh, but Queenix is just too good on the angle. And now 2 players in from Donut, and there's no Donut smoke. This has to be raw frags, and Demka no good. Kragan better. Double, triple here for Kragan. Continuing this lights out performance on this map from yesterday, it's 2-2.
Yeah, it just looks really sharp right now. Kragan definitely stepping up to the plate here. Massive multi-kill, deleting that B side or A side presence and making it look a little bit easy as well. I think for me, like when you talk about a static, sometimes you say like they're a team full of riflers that can all step up, can all have impact at any given moment. But Kragan for me is definitely like that leading player here that can kind of show the most exciting form, I think, for this squad. He puts that on full display. He did it yesterday a lot as well. I was very excited to see what he was getting away with. Well, this HG is going to be nice.
Oh, yeah, just Glocks. Here we go. Into the A site and an easy mow down for Queenix. That's what you like to see. I'm looking forward. I mean, you know, Ecstatic not a team that necessarily, like, screams, wow, I have really strong individuals. To be honest, but they're a team that can hold their own in head-to-head gunfights, and you know, that's a really strong asset going into the major. Like, mechanically, this team is very sound, and some nice positioning. I really do think this is a team that, yes, a general threat in the tier 2 space, but we've already seen them make progress into international tournaments. I think it's only a matter of time where we see them make a deep run.
Yeah, I mean, the proof is in just the consistency in which this team makes it back. They're another team that's kind of been plucked for parts every once in a while. Again, they lost their IGL. They know what that feels like. And they were still able to qualify for the major. Take this step forward. Look at this utility damage here. There's no safe place for Hugh to stand. Everyone falls, and it wasn't even close.
It's just straight magnificence there, Cole. It really is just utter perfection from Ecstatic. I mean, we're going to get it on the replay there, but, like...
3 players went down to 30 HP or below.
That was unstoppable.
See the utility exchange right there. I mean, 2 mollies thrown, and then the HGs are thrown in between the mollies. Where you're gonna stand? The only safe spot here. Look at them all grouped up. There's nowhere safe to lay in, and as soon as you try and take some mid control, sure, maybe lost duel here or there, back turned, it doesn't even matter. Salazar has it covered for the ending stages. That's brutal.
Yeah, there's a lot that says that this could be a one-sided matchup. Obviously, I think against Perivision, Monty just able to shoot their way out of a lot of situations. Just generally outfragged everyone. Kavem went nuclear. But...
also had a CT side start.
yeah, that is true as well. Perivision. Pick the map, and remember, it was 11-1, only allowing a single T-side round. Like, Monty's T-sides have been almost like the bane of their existence.
They're definitely feeling the weight of having to play that looser style. You definitely see the direction that Sub Young gave this squad here. There's a lot of question about it when you see the kind of drop off in the T-side performance of this squad once they do lose out on that crucial piece. A lot of map movement though here, shaking up the setups. They're taking some good space right now at the very least here with these pistols.
Yeah, but Salazar posted up first. Queenix handled his fight, and then Salazar not missing that. And just a triangulated setup, right? 3-player defense. Kavem, again, he's just going to be good for 1, but how much more? Salazar, you know, he's not missing on this map today. I'll say that. 9-2.
Yeah, warmed up today. He's hitting the tripwire shots. I think that was my biggest concern yesterday, was he was actually just missing those consistently. When they were peeking into his crosshair, he was right on the line. His positioning was great, but the shots weren't connecting. But today, I'd say quite the opposite. Positioning is still good, but this time he has the shots to back it up as well. That's a really good sign. That's just going to be an extra bonus because it wasn't even super necessary. Now he's leading the pack here, and he's again in the right spot for what seems to be a quicker A play.
Seems to be. Them, though, and Waro continually spam that smoke. However, Salazar is just going to get pre-fired. Oh, but he's going to nail the shot. Demka only got to fire a single bullet and missed his only chance. Salazar even gets to reposition. An exceptional molly and a flick to back it up. Salazar on lock now.
There you go, looking clean as ever. Again, in the right space to fire away. And now he is hitting, and he's hitting everything. 11-2 right now. You want to dive back over towards this mid setup as the reroute here, but it might just be a little bit too late. It's being evacuated, and you still have to deal with some tough fights. There's a flashbang to go forward, or smoke rather. But it draws the attention of the CT side instead.
Oh, look at this. And the angle from Patty is just disgusting. He gets a second kill, followed up with Kragan, and round over again. Ecstatic just dominating the map.
Always able to double peek. They're always in a position to trade. Is a brutal setup there. Static find themselves a 6th round. It's off the back of a man advantage as well there for Monty. Can't quite get much else after that one. They find the first pick. They find some great work over towards that mid side, but that's all that they find. See again, maybe a little bit of a change of pace here. I want to go a little bit more aggressive. Dimka's like, I don't want to mess with that molly. I don't want to even turn that corner. And I understand why he feels that way.
Oh, we're going even further. aggressive here for Ecstatic. Not satisfied. Oh, Kvem's also going to give up his position. And he's going to walk forward, swinging at Nodios. Nodios on the off angle. A little awkward, though. Multiple pistols will get the better of him. But still the advantage for Ecstatic. There needs to be an amazing 1D to break things open here. And an op at long range makes things very difficult, but a missed shot for once. Out of Salazar.
It's a relief you get away with one peek there. But again, still very telegraphed as to where these players are. Dragon has a cutoff of middle. So the double up is still strong here. The op needs to strike again, though, on this shot.
And a great molly as well. The two pieces of utility that Monty had will allow them to get back into the site. And a great headshot from Waro. And Demka as well, picking up the kills. Dragon, though, he wants to push through. He wants to. Smoke fades. He knows where these remaining players are. Arrow spotted now. Demka doubles. Waro as well picks up the op and puts it to work. Monty do what they do best.
Impressive right there, fighting their way out of that one. Man deficit situation. But the little bit of utility, like you said, a smoke and a Molotov, they get their way into things there. And this big kill coming through from Waro 2K. Then could have closed strong. Some small timings missed there from Static, but finally a little bit of relief here for Monty. And you know what? If they can give us a little bit of something on this T side, even if it's just enough to bring him into that defense that was actually just so cohesive, very similar to what Static are doing. It's just kind of this living, breathing defense that is constantly pressing on the extremity. I mean, they could find themselves in a decent enough spot here, no matter what the deficit could be. Still think they need a little bit more than 3, so we'll see if they can get rounds consecutive.
We'll see. The Monty able to shoot their way out of a situation, but historically, it wasn't a consistent win con versus 3D Max. What's next?
Also, even more work to be done with the AWP. He gets pressured on that A side. You know, a little bit of the heat. The utility looks a bit strong as well to try and reclaim this control. Oh, but Kragan has a little gap in the smoke.
Oh, them though, jiggle peaks, but Kragan will survive. You're thinking the pre-fires there get the better of them, but not today. And shot through. I'm not sure. Is that like through the floor, through the wall? Kragan, unfortunate to be alive right now. $30 though, Cole. I gotta make a move.
A little utility on this B side. There's just a lot of players. It's a big problem here. Patty swinging for cave control though, and now one less player to deal with.
Yeah, but Nodio's looking good from the back of the site for a double. Just before he goes down. Gizme gonna go in for the plant. Kragan trying to have the coverage, but Gizme will be able to slink away into cave. And Waro, he's so far away. That's the problem here, Cole. The retake's already beginning, and it's not really planted for them. And going for wall bangs. Waro, though, gets on the angle. Salazar, though, faster on the draw. Defuse needs to start, though. No kits. And it will be started in time. Retake for Ecstatic.
No kits is crazy. Look how much money they have left over. Okay, no, it's actually Salazar. He picked up a kit. No, he picked up a kit, I think.
No, he just picked one up. Just picked one up. There were two. Patty and Nodios had kits. Everyone else with over $3,000 decided not to buy kits.
Wild. That is absurd. Yeah, you're right. Nodios has a kit, and then you saw Patty drop one in that round. Wow.
I think the solution, Cole, is if you don't have kits, you just retake faster. Kits are a crutch.
True. It's like playing weights on the bat.
Yeah.
Just makes you move a little bit quicker. Hit a little bit stronger. Krasnal taking a big hit there up Cat. Sacrificing a lot of HP. At least is able to be an influence in this round here in some fashion, and it's so worth it because they open up mid.
3 versus 4, and the map blasted open. It's the move here for Patty. Smoke fades. Then replenish, but oh man, like it just doesn't feel right. In a 3 versus 4, the calls to double walk through a smoke. Sure, I guess. Long range though, Patty lines up 2, keeping him in the round. He spins and almost gets a 3rd. Oh boy, it's devastation for Monty. This was looking to be an easy one. Now it's a 2v2.
Fast flank coming through as well. This off angle is what you hope to get done. Will he be cleared, Salazar? It's a big question. Certainly.
He is. And Kevem plays his hand. Position known. Now it is planted in the open. And there is no smoke. They have to fight for the frags here. Kevem with a very winnable situation at the moment. He swings forward and drags the kill away. Defuse needs to start here for Nodios. He's just going to go for the full-on stick. Kevem, wide swings, and well, he does nearly run out of bullets. The body shots will do. Monty will get 4 rounds.
That just looks beautiful from Kevem. Oh my god. Look at the way that he holds his nerve for that first little fight, little breath. Then, I mean, only peaks when he has information on where these players are coming from. So well placed. That first kill that he finds, he hears just a footstep. And that's his cue to give it a fight right there. Just had to call their bluff, and he was incredibly right. That's 1 extra round for Monty. Again, that's a little bit of extra grace. A little more runway.
Off the wall bangs. Oh, they nearly finished off Waro. The flashes into the site. Nodios playing the back lanes, but the MAC-10 almost gets him out of it. Gives me will eventually trade, but looking for extras here on the back end. Queenix trying to shut those down. 3 versus 3, and Queenix is doing exactly that. More headshots on the board. Waro, though, will answer on a Salazar, and it puts it down to Patty inside of Cave. Molly touches down, and starting to spread. Very little places to run at the moment here in the last round of the half. Held by Waro's off. But what if he wallbanged that corner? What if he went back, did him dirty? Patty swings wide, but won't check both sides before he crosses the street. Monty with 2 in a row and a 7-5 half.
That's fantastic work right there. Monty giving themselves a lot more than what we're used to. 5 rounds on this T side. I mean, it's good. It's a good effort from them if they deliver the same sort of cohesive defense that we have been able to see out of them. Either that or we'll, you know, continue to question Perry Vision's T sides as well. It's either one or the other here, and I think Static will give us a good kind of example of that. Queenix, though, doing his best to try and pull that round back. It's just not enough in the end. Static, they still walk into the second half with the lead. We'll see if they can take it the extra mile, though. It's a pair of dualies, I'd imagine, on this B-side defense. I don't even have to see it. Dimka, he's got it ready, prepared. Let's see what he delivers.
Top end sees the shadows and has a lot of players lining up. There's the double. It's exactly what he wanted. Just get that man advantage rolling. Now, Waro trying to tuck away in towards the temple, but gets spotted out and promptly taken out. 3 versus 3. The chase is on. It's a straight head-to-head. Every player is fighting in temple right now. Kraken is just going to say, screw this. Let's get that bomb planted. And he does. I guess mission accomplished there for Kragan, but Monty get the pistol.
Brett secured. That was his goal right there. As they meet in an absolute head-on collision in cave. Monty will claim the pistol. Strong stuff from them. Starting off the CT side with success. Of course, though, that does bring the question of the second round force. Bomb plant. T-side goal. And those numbers punched in. At the very least, you know, that's kind of step number one, but once they get that done, not able to get much else behind it.
I mean, some 6 shooting as per usual from Monty, but they're going to have to keep it up. And look at this. They brought out the firepower in this round. But on the flip side, they've also hardly bought any head armor. So effectively AKs for Ecstatic. Making no secret of this bottom B control right now. On notice as Gizmy walks up and, well, somehow doesn't get popped immediately. Oh, this is nasty. I like this. A little A fake. Here on the force buy. It's drawn 3 players over. And here we go. Slingshot up the B ramp. There's only one defender here. Krasnell needs to hold on, and he's traded. Success here for Ecstatic, but the rotates are beginning to arrive. But Gizmy doesn't want to wait. He gets taken out quickly at that as well.
Bomb's going back to A.
It is going back to A. Patty putting in work, tying down these defenders, and gets another kill. 7 HP doesn't matter to him. And he's just stalling for time. What a demon here, Patty. And it puts Demka into the clutch. First kill's through. Bomb gonna get planted. And hey, deep control here for Queenix could potentially be his undoing. We'll have to see. Demka begins the advance. And it's just planted for everything. Demka with no smoke, no kit. And little chance makes his way up onto the site. Spotted out by Kragan. And now the backstab begins here from Queenix. And I think it's just time to call it. Oh, Queenix also just has this man dead to rights, surely. As he walks forward. 4 bullets. Demka's not going to make it out of this one. And it's Ecstatic with the force buy.
Brutal stuff right there from Patty. Securing the round in a big way. Finding so much more output than you would ever ask anybody. He's already selling all these rotates right there. He's already clapping his hands saying, look at me. And he was left to dry right there. He was left, honestly, to die on that B side. Just kind of as a sacrifice for that fake right there, that Ecstatic. They're a little triple fake. As they start off with an A execute, they go towards B and then the bomb and transition to B, but then says, hey, I mean, you can only imagine the full-on rotate that Monty's going for right now. Excellent round for Patty. Gonna put that one back into favor for Ecstatic.
I mean, we're just seeing some solid individuals show up for Ecstatic, but also just some good game plans, some good calling around those individuals. And no, Krasnell could be in some hot water. He'll stick around for the moment. I mean, this is a real force buy that I feel like Monty kind of put the map on. Just a couple of pistols. And lose this, and you're down financially. So smokes roll in, so do the rest of Ecstatic. Monty are locked out.
Easy place to avoid right now is cave and a force buy round. You're up against the pistols. Hey, don't take close range duels. Smart idea here, Nodios. Keeping his distance just the same.
Uh-oh.
And, good coverage coming through from Patty, but actually Dimka just straight wins this duel, so. Nice fight it for him. Queenix looking to farm those ecos.
Ah!
Oh, 2 AKs, though. Go ahead and grab yourself a little prize.
They're up for grabs. Look at that. The smoke to kind of escort it in.
Ooh.
but he completed the mission. He tossed the package down below.
Give him. Wow. What a hero. Love that. I love that. Team play right there. Gets the big gun, right? Give him and an AK-47. It could be enough. It has been enough for Monty in the past. But it is a definite trial here coming up.
Yeah, the 1x bet odds. Understand that fact. I mean, it really does come down to this upcoming. And it's been Ecstatic who have objectively been playing the more solid Counter-Strike. Remember, Monty have both pistols in this map as well. Again, when you look at this Ecstatic team, it just doesn't feel like there's a weak link. I mean, that's honestly Danish Counter-Strike in a nutshell.
At least where you'd like it to be. Maybe. I mean, for the story here of, like, Danish Counter-Strike. Obviously, part of the reason why Monty are feeling a little bit of the heat right now, in terms of the, like, repositions of players, new additions, is because Danish Counter-Strike is trying to get back on track a little bit. And they decided to pluck a Monty player for that. Not a bad exit there from War 2K, though.
You won't survive, however. And the AK. Oh, you gotta complete the mission.
He tried to.
Demka tried.
He almost goes. He goes down for the cause right there. Nice attempt. Dude, I love it. Demka just so eager to get the AK.
How about the whole Astralis situation there, though? I'm just saying. Ecstatic are at the major. Astralis aren't. So
Copenhagen major, might you add?
Yeah, that as well. Mid control here for Monty. Triple swing. Sees nothing, though. How long do they want to stick around for it? Well, maybe a bit longer now. They've gotten some extra damage. But a kill right back. 4-on-4. Look at the progress that Nodios is making right now. He's already up, and I think he's seen Gizmy, but Gizmy has not seen him.
He's playing loose.
Yeah, right. He's just moving between the lines right now.
Really trying to show some presence right now here. And Nodios, like you said, he has such a great bit of timing here. More re-aggression from War 2K. Takes a good route, though. If you can beat this timing, it could be good. But no, Kragen's still diligent enough to cover these bases. And they've got a free sight.
Just dribble in. Yeah, it gives me just all smoke spam. The only thing that they can do to stop it. Ooh. A little panicked on the plant. Phoenix will get it through. Oh, but now he's feeling quite trapped. He might feel the need to swing shortly. But a great re-smoke. It's going to buy him some valuable space here on the site. Nodios as well. Lobbing grenades. Touchdown onto Gizmy. Oh my goodness. It's like 100 damage. Nodios will drop for his crimes there, but there's no time. Oh boy. 11 rounds for Ecstatic.
Wow. Heat Seeker right there coming through. Beautiful utility from Ecstatic. They just so systematically pull that round back, and I think that is really the value of that direction coming through. Everyone part of that game plan. Everyone so effective. Nadios with the space creation in Cave. Finding some great real estate there systematically. You've got Kragen holding for any sort of re-aggression so that they don't get flanked. Those simple smokes. We'll break that down for Monty. Defense is still struggling here. They don't have a lot of runway left.
They gotta get it started and here for Monty, and that's a good one. Gizmy down the ramp. Does secure the kill, but, you know, this control costs players. And now there's only one here. Demka, he's so good. This is like his element. Back to this site. And he'll continue with it. There's a double. And he'll slink away through the smoke. Landing a 2 versus 4. But Waro falls next, and we're not done.
Not at all here. Kraken looking for more. He needs more, but is shut down by Arsenal. And just going to be left to Salazar in the clutch. Can't find anything gives me to close as he started it off with the opener. Like you said, Dimka doing what he does best right there. Multi-killing, solo on a site. Did actually have a little help in Donut, but just so sharp at playing his angles and playing smart CS.
I need some sick stuff. Gives me, and yeah, I mean, this is like his natural element. Like, this is the angle like Demka's played like nearly thousands of times, I'd almost have to say.
Oh yeah, no question. You can see how comfortable he is getting away with these angles. A little bit of life, and Monty re-inspired off the back of that round.
It's a chance to get back into the game. I mean, shoot, Ecstatic, their money is starting to run low. Again, Monty have the ability to shoot their way out of another situation, right? To get themselves back into it with another big swing round. They were able to collect. Yeah, go on.
I think one of the strongest parts of this team, I think it's why that we're kind of excited about the CT side. If they can, get the consistency going out of Monty, is you got 2 of the most exciting anchor pieces coming through with Dimka and Krasnal. I mean, Krasnal had a massive rise over the later part of 2023 into CS2. Completely elevated his game. And it elevated Monty. And Dimka, obviously, another one of those anchoring pieces.
So many pieces there for Monty. And just a few of them need to show up in this round. They had a swing round in that opening half. They kind of got them back rolling again. From a freaking 2 versus 4 between Waro and Demka. It's Demka again to do it for him here. See if they can at least replicate that. They need this round. But just having to go through the good old ringer. Tech issues back to back. And honestly, it just creates more suspense for the moment.
Yeah, big round. I mean, maybe the swing round. Close all swing rounds here for the set of Monty. You stay alive here. Again, you'll be able to kind of pull that comeback a little bit closer. But you kind of fall short, and it could be curtains on this map for you. You don't have a lot of money left over. 2,400 on that loss bonus, as you can see. So it really does come down to this round delivering on the CT side.
And Monty with 3 AKs is probably one of the most terrifying teams to do it with. I also am interested to see what kind of pace Ecstatic bring in this kind of round. They have the op with Salazar, but they've been also liking to lay back and stay passive on the defense, or rather on the attack, and let the defense do the work. We've seen them allow Monty more so the deep control of the B ramp in the early rounds. I'm looking to clap back late. Maybe after the back of a pause. Will there be a switch up? It's looking likely. Ecstatic want to blast through the smoke, and they will. Tons of spam, but a trade there from Patty will keep it into a 4v4.
Had to go up against the firing squad right there, and Patty able to walk away the better. Again, Dimka, with all this emphasis on mid control here, has left Queenix out on A. He's past the gap on CT right now. This is massive positioning. It's round winning positioning right now coming through. from Queenix that he has just hit.
It's such a cool call because out middle, Kragan sees and hears 2 players spamming the smoke, but it didn't matter. Demka comes through in CT spawn and deletes Queenix.
Oh my god. Hard clears him right there. It's hard to catch Dimka off guard, and the collapse comes through. Krasnal will reclaim control of middle after Patty gets another. He's going to go clear out Donut. He's going to get even more info. It's going to prepare Gizmy on this B side.
Has to be prepared now. After clearing out everything. Nodios hesitant for the walk up. Gonna dribble in a smoke. And a molly in towards alongside that misses, by the way. And there's also a molly for the plant. Salazar just gonna stick it. He'll eat the flames. And he'll think about the reposition. He wants the fight. He wants to get the advantage for his team. And he gets on the line and nails the shot. Demka down. Heavy hitter hits the floor. And Salazar even continues pushing forward. This guy's a madman! He quickscopes Krasnal! It's just Gizmy. Salazar's posted up on the angle once again. And all you need to do is just play the bomb here. This is just fiendish right now from Monty. Nodios also works his way up the ramp. And this round's done. Oh my goodness, Salazar just hauls it for Ecstatic. And Gizmy will not escape. 12-7.
No relief at all there. You let Salazar work in a post plant, he's just going to break you down piece by piece. I mean, he knew the position he was in right there. 2v3. You're a man down in the post plant here. You probably want to get a little bit active, see what you can do. Has so much faith in his teammate there to pull through on the clutch as well. And, I mean, again, Nadios is one of those incredibly clutch players that Salazar, if he goes down here, you kind of trust that Nadios can deliver in the 2v1. Brutal breakdown here. Kavem, blinded up by his own flash, still recovers his aim in time. Patty, not the same success in mid as the last round. And it's a big start because Monty, not the best weaponry to stay alive here, but they're doing so much damage.
It's an absolute grind of a battle there from Kavem. There's going to be a collapse on this cave position. These 2 players, this crossfire has got to hold. And Krasnal. Oh. Combines with the MP9 for a 2-for-1. And the bomb on the floor. This should be curtains on this round as Monty hold on for just a bit longer. Might be granted it.
Perfect timeout. Kavem resurfacing out Donut. And again, they'll be able to hang in there for a little while longer there. Monty not ready to let go. You're on Ancient. Smart save coming through from Salazar if you can get away with it. Cave setup works wonders for them. This is a surprising, I would say, extension there because I was looking at the utility there from a static. You could tell they just wanted to win the duel. They didn't really want to use the utility to give it up. But, you know, one molly, you break that setup down pretty effectively.
Yeah, so just like one little piece, you know, if Krasnal gets forced off the angle, boom. Oro's in a tough spot with the MP9. But not all the boxes checked there from Ecstatic. For once I can say that. And they are put into a financially awkward position. I mean, Monty in this kind of round are looking good to close down the deficit, but Ecstatic will take some time to think about it.
A little breather here. Shouldn't be like too massively concerned, but you know it's kind of it's an easy call to make on the eco here. Get a gun round in the next for everybody. Only 4 rounds now. 4 chances left to close this one, unless Salazar can get up to some wild antics. Probably not going to be one to do it on, so.
You know, Cole, he is top of the server. Like, this is the round you could believe in Salazar. And I shoot. He has the best spawn for middle, so I think we know where he's off to. At least he's thinking about it. Eight to the smoke. Oh, it doesn't get any vision. That just makes him want to move past it, though, and he takes care of Kvem.
Wow. What a shot right there.
Look at this angle. He's going to push forward. Demka. Oh, he will pass the test. Unfortunately, for Ecstatic, it just glocks. So, quick multi-kill there will stop the uprising. And even Waro2K makes his way into spawn. To make things even worse.
Yeah, this one has a bit of a timer on it, doesn't it? As the mid flank pulls through, or just take the shot. It puts them on notice. Shouldn't matter too much, though. They're also getting crunched in on middle from Catwalk as well.
This team is just so relentless at the moment. Leading a back turn, and Salazar caught switching, gives me with an instant headshot. And so the little opening pick is just a flash in the pan there. So 3 rounds of difference now for Monty.
I think what's key here is that first time we saw Salazar play on Ancient, it looked like maybe he wasn't super warmed up, ready to go. He was missing a lot of shots, but he was placing himself in the right spots. It's always step number 1 for opping. This time today, he is hitting everything. I haven't seen him really miss too much. Being able to turn that around here so quickly is incredible here. But Kvem hits the jump, and he gets a quick lineup already. Dropping Nadios here, hitting the deck, and wanting more. They continue to collapse here. Kragan out towards middle needs to save the day, and he tries to, but only for so long.
Critically here, Ecstatic are just down. Waro does eat a dink, though. And as the only defender, here comes the airstrike.
Uh-oh.
Waro will fall. Keeping it in a possible situation. Look at this. I mean, Kvem is playing so far forward. Smoke between the angles once that smoke fades. Both sides. Krasnov also begins some aggression. Salazar not fast on the draw, though. But Queenix is just going to let a few run past. Oh, my goodness, Cole. Oh, my goodness. Queenix just has a massive backstab right now, Kvem. He'll turn around. Queenix should know that there's one more defender here, or does he? He's going to go for the plant. Gives me he's going to walk up on him, though, and just headshot him. Not expecting the third defender. And so Monty will walk away, but it got risky.
Got it dead. Here we go. Very well. We'll be going the distance. We're going to see an eco come through and one more gun round for Static. It's Monty. Hold the line. Quite some time. I'm stuck in at 11 or 12 rather. 5 rounds in a row would be required, but they've already got 3 of those. Vim hits that jump again. Another big kill there. Makes his job a lot more easier, a lot quicker. When he's hitting movement like this, but he does hit the deck. Nadio sends him packing.
Waro as well kind of wants to retake the angle as well. Krasno going for swings the same. Look at this. Okay, Patty's just walked up onto the B side. Gives me realizes this threat. Doesn't matter. He gets plastered. And the A side's open, Cole. The A side is completely open.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
My goodness.
Seeing Waro look at the ground right now.
No.
Oh, that could be painful. That could be a bitter end. Krasnel's recovered the B-bomb site, but fortunately, it won't really matter too much in the end. It looks like it's going to be an A-side play. Patty spots one. Looking at the ground, Divka protects Waro for now. Maybe gives him enough time to stabilize. And there's only 2 Glocks left.
I mean, that's the best opportunity here. And Demka gets spotted out. So Waro's confirmed out of this round. But Demka could make it a reality. He sees a shadow as well. He knows. He knows Salazar's playing Ring Around the Rosie with him. And so Demka will just delete him. Now time is ticking on this bomb. And the defuse has got to start soon. Queenix. A chance. Smoke on the bomb. Demka gonna start the defuse up. And Krasnow's got the coverage. The Glocks will not be getting this one today, despite Waro being out of this server.
What a relief right there. I mean, incredible stuff. That very well could have been curtains for you. Instead, Monty hang in there. Demka delivers. And protects this comeback here. Monty gonna hang in. I mean, that's just incredible resilience. It very well could have been over. We're going the distance. All the rounds here required. So not so straightforward on the closing stages of this game.
You know, and that round says one thing, is that this team is still very much tactically aware and still in it in every single situation. Just imagine if they had guns, is all you can say for that. Well, here's the reality, but a double upset last round of regulation for Monty. And the gambit here for Ecstatic was to try and hit the Jets. But it's not going to pay off just yet. Look at the rotate here from Monty. 4 players over at the A site.
Even the new gun gives me to try and defend on this B side. He spots it out early, but again, he's going to have to concede.
He's going to have to concede. And Patty, though, with the full belt of utility, doesn't matter. It's the kills that are coming through from Queenix. Get these smokes and get this utility and establish control of the site. And Krasnov, he has hardly anywhere to stand. Look at this, just getting barraged with utility. But Kraken falls eventually. It's still a 4-on-4. It is still a possible post plant right now. Just don't overcook it here for Ecstatic, and they've got the map. But look at this. In bottom middle. Jumping up right now. Kavem! He gets right past him! He gets right past him! Cole Queenix will go down! Wrapping in through cave as well. Kavem, he's starting to establish that control. Patty, though, with the double. And it's back into the 2 versus 2. The backstab completes itself from Nodios. And now it's just Wara 1 versus 2. And no time, Cole. It will be Ecstatic who just hold on.
They just hang in there. Salazar to close. And it's just about enough. I mean, unbelievable finish. That's the depth that Ecstatic can really bring, because that's not the first time we've seen those sort of faking antics come through out of them. They've been able to throw such efficient fake, such efficient calling coming through. And finally, in the last round of regulation, they do close it out.
Yeah, it comes down to the wire, though. But Ecstatic objectively played the better Counter-Strike throughout this map. And that's something that they can really hold on to going into this. Credit to Monty. Again, they're doing Monty things. They're shooting their way out of situations. They're making things, that weren't possible. And that's why we love watching this team, but they weren't able to toe the line here and complete the comeback. Well, that comes now down to map number 2. Nuke. It's the pick of Ecstatic as well. Monty, they didn't look great yesterday, but hey, this team can always make you find a way to believe. We'll be back in just a bit.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
chance, one dream, one match, one energy, one fight, one aim, one action, one hope, one expert.
And so map number 1, an absolute nail biter. Monty again are staying competitive in these maps, despite them being a battered and bruised team, just absolutely being picked apart, poached, and, going through roster changes. They're still able to stay competitive against some of the best in tier 2. Now, Cole, we go into map number 2. Can we keep that same hope is the problem?
Uh, I'll be kind of brutally honest on Nuke. I don't think so. I don't think they'll be able to deliver. I mean, it's just been a really tough run. And again, when you're talking about a team that does struggle and bring through a little bit of direction, it's not going to be easy. This isn't going to be the map that Monty are going to prove themselves on, I don't think. And if they do, again, it's going to be riding on some big individual moments. And I'm talking like monumental individual moments here because, again, dealing with the static on this this first half, they struggled with 3D Max yesterday. And, I mean, without an IGL, or at least without like IGL like long term, it's not going to be easy to like have some of these tougher maps where you need that strategy, you need that depth, especially when you're dealing with, again, 2 stand-ins.
Yeah, they looked lost yesterday versus 3D Max. And 3D Max were just able to, again, they just played a really good game. And there's only, to so many degrees that you can frag your way out of situations here. And I can see why Ecstatic want to pick into this. I mean, you could see the result yesterday. You can just take a quick skim through the demo and say, this team is just not as coordinated. If we have our playbook, if we, do as all the pro players say and, play their own game, they should be able to get them play their own game, Cole. I think they should be able to push this one across the line. But there could be a small chance, that a team just can overcook it. And I think in these like simplified situations, that's where Monty thrives.
Yeah. I mean, as you said there, it really is going to be like kind of monumental individual moments that I think are going to put them in any sort of contention here. Maybe a good CT side as well. But that all requires, like, I would say more than anything, like a static breakdown, which I can't really foresee coming through. We saw a little bit of a comeback effort there, all to be shut down by like a quick little static timeout and kind of taking a breather, and then look what they come through in like the 24th round. It's a really great double fake that had worked out for them. Just a little variation on it as well. I mean, that last round of Ancient, it really shows what this squad does best, and that's again, a very effective calling alongside some great rifle work, and I feel like that very well could continue. The 1xbet odds agree. We'll see what this T side has here out of the gates. So it looks like they're kind of routing towards the ramp room. Nadio's gonna awesome utility over towards the A side though to keep attention.
Try to keep them locked into place, and it works. It makes Kvem leave the line so that he has to swing into the pistols, and he has to let all the T's drop in. But Gizmy, no headshot connected at range. Kvem will be able to shave one off, but it's far from stopping the bomb from getting planted, at least just yet, because Nodios will pick up the squeaky lurk here, and the bomb does get planted, but a crossfire awaits these players, but Demka does pass the first test. Phoenix, though, has to answer one right back, and he does. Nearly finds the next, but Demka will prevail. 1 versus 2 for Salazar. He gets himself inside of the squeaky door. He's going to get a bit conniving about this one. It's planted in a very weird position. Defuse going to be starting up. Demka here to toy with the doors. Swings open, and Kvem does not go down. 1 HP for the Defuser.
How does he live? He tanks it. Just enough health right there to get it done. Oh my god. What an incredible recovery right there from Monty. Not an easy round to pull through right there. Thought that one was kind of over. But they hang in there just in time. Great coverage coming through for the diffuser, and start off with a little bit of success here. Adios. Not making it easy, but... Man, I wonder if we'll get the replay. This last little duel. There it is. Oh my gosh. Wow. You gotta be joking right there. But look who's already down secret right now. There are some little bits to be concerned about. And ramp room taken. Oh, they're gonna have a pretty deadly crunch unless Kvim can say anything about it. Doesn't want to overcommit though. Into the B site they go.
Look at this. Kraken can also start a bit of a backstab. Walking forward, Waro is gonna get ran down. Kraken eventually completes the flank here and makes things very awkward. Krasnell searching for targets. Bomb's gonna get planted, and Monty are so out of position. This is just to say Krasnell not making it up the vents either. Not today. This round is so one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, we said it in the beginning of the veto process here, in the beginning of the map. This outer yard control, the secret control specifically, is going to be key. And I think one of the toughest things to do for new teams is master the CT side of Nuke and have really good rotations, good communication. And if you're dealing with two new pieces, sometimes your protocols are going to be missing, and sometimes your rotations are going to be a little bit off. And Kraken flies down at record speed all the way outside through secret. You can see the ramp control is left vacant. They're so easily able to overwhelm that side of the map as Kvim gets caught in a rotation, and out of the gates right there for the first T-side round. A static. They really look to take the advantages that they know that they have in this head-to-head.
I mean, that's going to really be the name of the game here for Ecstatic. Just keep the strong fundamentals and understanding the weak points of the map. And that was the case all of yesterday. It was just 3D Max able to get down secret and poke and prod whatever part of the map they wanted to. And the only couple rounds is a Kvem multi-kill. And we might have one here outside, but quickly traded and shut down. A win condition out the window for Monty. And the secret cross will be allowed.
And handled. Again, wanted to sacrifice his life for the cause of this control. And again, there's a player down the vents. Dimka is able to offer up some resistance. There's a lot more around that corner, and Salazar is able to answer the call. This B side is going to be tested here. I mean, it's definitely recoverable for the side of Monty. We'll see what they can do to save this one. HG can help big time.
Salazar not spotted. Unbelievable. Salazar will get himself down to the dark and even get to play some headshot angles on 9 HP. And look what's activating over on the A site. Nodios is about to make his way down the vents on yet another big flank. Queenix is going to play from the boxes. Nodios will be called in, but a perfect flashbang. But surely Krasnell gets traded immediately here. And Salazar on 9 HP will get his. Now the 1 versus 1. And, oh, Waro without a kit. They'll drop a smoke onto the bomb, but, you know, at what cost, realistically? There's just no time. All the kills, but Ecstatic with the round.
Got any day of the week right there. Still be able to just close out the round. Because, again, that's a force by handled. You want to do damage in your force by, there's no question about that, but, you know, you go for the investment, you want to win as well, and Monty not afforded that opportunity. Going to be an eco to respond upon here. Got 2 Zeuses in the mix, though. 2. What are you going to do with that? One straight towards Hut. Mind it. Krasnell actually goes towards Squeaky. Maybe in the vents. No. See, the Zeus angle's nice here, but yeah, just go for the old classic. Oh no, okay, down the vents he goes.
Wait, this is the proper position, but I think he's made footsteps on the way.
Oh, it's close.
Have you ever seen
There's
a
chance.
Zeus flick, Cole? Would have needed it there.
Imagine like a Kinney-esque Kenny S-esque flick shot right there with the Zeus. That'd be sick.
Oh no! It ain't pretty. I didn't see anything. Don't worry, Gizmy.
I was tapped out. Missed it.
My monitor froze.
Wait. The Zeus skin. This has to work.
Oh! Not today. No fun. Again, I swear the Zeus. It's like the Krieg update. I've said this before on a broadcast. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Nice shot from them. But the fact that the Zeus update, it's like the Krieg, just made people buy the Zeus more often. I don't think it got buffed. Like
It was such a like nothing changed.
You're right.
But they added the skin to it, and they're like, let's sell some cosmetics, and then all they had to do was just give it a little like extra uniqueness to it. It's like, what if you got 2 Zeus kills in one round? That'd be pretty cool.
I think I'd rather pay the extra $100 for the P250. I'm not gonna lie, Cole. Anyways, gonna be looking to be a fast play, or at least threatening it there from Nodios. Now, in the minds of Monty, anyone could be down the vents.
Yeah, that's gonna always be a little kind of poison in your defense, right? Always a pressure. Having to fear that.
It's a
Fim,
reaction.
rushing forward. And,
Wow. Oh, boy.
jeez.
It's just destruction. Ecstatic just hold positions. The entire map hit all the kills, all the headshots. It is just so wonderful. They throw an opening play and then just wait. It's as simple as that.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's beautiful. CS right there. Queenix delivers on the execution all the way through. The follow-through is there. Re-aggression falls right into his hands. Just a beautiful keyside round coming through there. Gives me just left scratching his head, wondering what on earth just happened. The fear struck into the hearts early of Monty, knowing that they need to recover a little bit of space, and just taking late as well here. Gives me not safe by any means. Nadios on the turnaround is dealt with, but that just cues up the rest of the roster to run away into CT spawn, actually.
The hunt will not begin.
Yeah. Fair enough. Keep your A1S, gives me. You can have it. We don't want it anyways.
So Ecstatic march to 4 rounds. Monty, if it continues this way, elimination could be swift. Right now. The do or die game Ecstatic are certainly doing right now. Just some calm takes across the map and just utter patience. They're just winning rounds, and they don't really even need to play a card, basically. Now, faster play, and this is going to be just the full commit. And out in the open, everyone blind, or are they? The pistols get a bit icy. More than that, they get all the kills. How did that happen?
All right, walk right into the collapse. Monty able to claim a quick and easy force spy round by shutting down that pace right there from Ecstatic. Having everyone close by, everyone available for rotations, everyone prepared for Static's A-pop right there. Maybe it's for the best they didn't go as aggressive on that hunt because they get swiped aside, and Monty get a little bit of life left in him. That is a lesson learned here maybe for Ecstatic to go back to these more patient defaults, or is it? No, they're just gonna run it back. Give it a second try here.
Oh, Krasnodar up top. The molly did not spread to his location. Demka won't be able to readjust though, but Krasnodar comes away with the third. That's plenty enough here, surely. Kragan, though, has his own multi-kill. And giving Salazar a chance. Gizme's gonna walk through the smoke as well. And spot it out, down to 3. But no idea where Kavem is. He knows this is the ramp player, though. And so Salazar around the edge of the smoke. Oh, there was a chance. There was a chance. He had the chance to hit the headshot, fire the first bullet. And Kvem knows how close that was.
Wow. Just closing it out right there, just barely. I had a feeling Static were gonna try that again. They saw something maybe that they could get away with. But it's just Krasnell on the top ropes right there. Top of hut, like you said, just so little room to work with. Couple pixels on the top of the hut that he can play off of. And he gets so much done. 3K in the round. Again, you get to see another prime example of the anchoring that this guy brings to the table, man. So much impact here. His rise has been a lovely one to watch in CS2. As a NA player, I think I call it the kind of JT effect of some new kind of new rises in CS2 for the most part. And Krasnell definitely one of those players who I think has just got a distinct upgrade.
That's 100%. But I think save there by Molly failing to spread. Like, I know for a fact that it is supposed to cover all the aspects of top hut. Krasnell decided to commit to the bit, and it pays off. Buy back in at least for Ecstatic. 4 rounds in a row will do that to you.
4 kind of dominant rounds as well. And finally, you know, again, they do learn their lesson. Hey, plays aren't really working here, especially when you have to deal with these incredible individuals like Dimka and Krasnell. Really want to take those duels. Not. Oof. Dragon taking a lot of damage trying to take the secret space here.
4 outside.
Being pulled. Yeah, everyone keeping eyes on it, trying to keep Kragan away from this position, and eventually does go down. There you go. There's the relief. You've taken down the outer yard lurk. That's so much information provided right there. So much ease off the shoulders of Monty.
Monty had 4 players outside. That is just wild to me. Demka almost goes down through a smoke right there. Gizmy outside doing some good work. Pulls off a bit of a dink. And wow. Well, that's it. A dink is enough to cause Ecstatic to pack their bags and save on that front goal. Well, that was a bit of an anticlimactic round, may I say so.
Definitely. It's very understandable. As, I mean, again, nothing is given. You lose Kragan. Take a little bit of damage. You gotta call it a day. Static. Falling and down 3 in a row. Monty building up a bit of a defense here at the moment. They are constantly being given investment opportunities, though, with another gun round coming through. Only Kragan missing those pieces. But Monty dealing with what I think is difficult, right? You have to figure out a way to stop the secret crawl from Kragan and hold on to that space, and they made that look really good. It required 4 people, maybe, but crucially, they deny Kragan that space. And that is a massive goal accomplished here for Monty, and they're looking to keep that consistent.
Yeah, we have a bit of a force buyback, and Kvem, it is such a deadly position that he lies in right now. And the nade spam combination, Kvem with the double. And that basically sinks this round immediately. Like, look at this, just relentless outside presence. Nodio's gonna walk up. Oh, but an overflick there from Waro. That's ramp room available.
Some spreading of the defense as well. It's me feeling uncomfortable for this outer yard. They're gonna start to answer some of those questions though soon. It feels like. This A side, definitely the most vulnerable. I don't think they're going to route that way. Instead, grouping up in the ramp room, ready to take that lower control. Nautilus will be able to work some ground here. Meanwhile, Phoenix upgrades off the op, and look at this. Nautilus doesn't have to break the glass to take more space. He can just walk right through it instead. We'll see if Dimka gets caught off guard.
He takes the double doors with Queenix. Gonna go in for the fake plant. Demka gonna swing open the doors, though. The coverage just wasn't there. If it was, there's a round potential here, but no, it's gonna get a bit awkward. Nodio's gonna get in those digits just barely, but Gizmi won't let him escape. So Monty, you're gonna take the lead there, but it could have been so much more there for Ecstatic.
Yeah, just barely getting away with that timing. Dimka saving that round pretty much, I would say. Denying that bomb plan initially. Makes it near impossible to lose for Monty, and they sure will win it. 4 in a row now. Picked up, and Ecstatic again kind of running into some problems here. Max loss in a bomb plant, though, is definitely going to help out. Get him a nice little half by going. But again, out of yard control. Dominated by Monty. This is tough to talk about here, because you're talking about a team who has to adjust on the fly with 2 stand-in situations, and again, a recent change in the IGLing.
Oh my!
Oh, that's sharp, though.
It's gonna be a change of pace here. Demka put on the chopping block right now, and it's just madness. A massacre across the site. It's a 2v2 and a double op retake.
Oh, flop on the ace side. Down the vents they go to make matters even more difficult here. Queenix sneaks his way down. Silent drop. Salazar will join him. So maybe they can, you know, get away from the AWPs and get onto some rifles at least for this retake. They start to clear some control here. They spot nothing. They hear the door swing open as well. So that's their cue. That's the info that they need. It's up to a Mac 10 and a Tech 9 on the other side of things here to delete this retake opportunity. Kavim being heard running it in towards ramp.
And the reposition from Salazar is good, but Kavem has a full belt. And Queenix is only 50 HP. Like, look at that. Molly dropped in. Queenix is going to be forced into an op. Easy does it. Just a Tech 9 here for Salazar to make this post plant happen, and smoke defuse going down, and there's just no connections. Tech 9 not the weapon for the job, and even Waro starting to hit some shots. Monty with a 2-round lead now.
Absolutely blasted right there. Monty take 5 in a row. They catch fire and deal with another A-side play. Demka again with the big multi-kill. Again, you run into pretty devastating anchor. They're storming forward here in this map. CT rounds consecutively here. Switching things up again. Gizmi now sent a little bit more aggressive and already an opening duel.
Queenix, though, does come through with the trade. And once again, ramp room control for Ecstatic very early on. But it's still the outside brawl that we have here. Waro almost drops. Kragan can't transfer the spray, but more info here for Ecstatic. How will they use it?
Adios. In a nasty position right now. As they pressure that lower side. Probably going to catch some rotates here, but we'll see if he's prepared. No, he's not. I mean, again, Krasnell so aware of the possibilities here.
Plant going through. Demka is going to swing wide. Not what Queenix wanted, but feels just yet as he pulls pins. Queenix just wide swings him. And he's even going to get him established in towards ramp. He gets another kill, gets more information, makes this winnable for Salazar. But he's in such an awkward position now towards the control steps. Waro on 5. Gonna think about the swing. Waro's gonna hit the shot. And there we go. Monty continue passing every test. Ecstatic throw at them. That is now gonna make it 6 rounds in a row.
Do it again right there. Another post plan, another retake opportunity shut down. Again, given the space that Ecstatic had out of the gate, you expect a whole lot, but struggling to find answers in the late round. Monty are showing up clutch today. Phoenix having a pretty devastating half. 13 and 8 right now, delivering so much. Finding that space and ramp control consistently, but being able to deliver much on this T side, still a bit of a scary sign. They're gonna try it for one last A play. They're gonna test it again.
It's empty. It's an actual empty site, Cole. That's the problem. It's all from heaven right now for Monty, and Krasnov will fall early on. Ollie's trying to delay the plant. Demka is gonna go forward for the multi. Gives me as well. Again, Monty just trying to frag their way out of awful situations, and they're doing it. 2v2. Kabam also gonna push forward, but Queenix has just been better all day. Waro needs to hit this shot. Uppercut handed out by Nodios. Monty almost get away with it again, but Ecstatic will finally put an end to the streak.
Wow. Able to close it down and throw a little bit of a momentum stopper right there in Monty's defense. Which is a great way to cap things off if you're Ecstatic. Get yourself one round. Shut down some of the excellent individual play that we've seen out of Monty. And honestly, call their bluff a little bit as well. I feel like if you're Monty, you think you can get away with not having as much A presence right there because of the fact that they've already failed so many A executes. They have walked into stacks, they've walked into great defensive setups over and over again. And in the half, they try it one more time and they get away with it, finally. But here's where Monty, I think, need to dig deep right now. This is not going to be an easy task here. Closing out on their T side.
No flashbangs to knock Queenix off the angle. This is a devastating spot for the Doolies to be in. Put him only to top hut to make things weird on the inbound, but Nodios to okay, he just pops 2 heads immediately. Demka will at least get some damage in, but now the Doolies rev up with Patty, and as quick as it started, the missile round is over. The fighter jet peak from Queenix.
I don't know if you noticed, but that top hut molly actually, I think, covered the start of like the hut exit as well. It wouldn't have done the most damage, but I wonder if it'll, yeah, you can see like on the right side right there, it's kind of covering hut, and so Static had to kind of choose their timings. One went outdoor as the hut players were kind of mollied off and not really pushing forward either. Monty have like an idea of an execute, but not really able to execute accordingly. On the pistol, we got 1 Deagle and 4 Glocks, and everyone standing behind the Deagle trying to take charge. This is a classic nuke round.
Who will inherit the Deagle once Krasnov falls?
Or will the Deagle just take care of them all?
It's like a pack of crows that are following around the...
There's Waro.
There we
Waro
go.
gets his chance.
Oh.
Ouch!
Ow.
Line up.
Nade. Oh, it's
What?
not good enough.
Oh, it landed on top of red.
Oh,
There you go.
alright.
Waro gets his. Unfortunately, Krasnov did not get his. So, there's no way to win this round if everyone gets theirs.
Guys, like, are we gonna keep swinging? The whopping
Keep swinging.
20, the 29
There's
damage.
Eco's outside.
Oof, and rifle even gets picked up there as well. Okay, Waro drops the Deagle. Who will pick it up next? It's Demka.
Demka's turn.
Come on. I know 3 HP is not a lot to work with, but I'm sure he's got some...
Kavim needs to stop peeking right now. So he can get his turn with the Deagle.
Yeah. Hold on. Oh, there you go. Kavem.
Pick it up.
No, he's gonna go for the Glock shots instead.
Oh.
Oh,
Nice.
clean
Nice.
transfer of the
Look at
M4. That's a 10 out of 10 right there.
We love that. We love that. We love a little bit of min-maxing. Like they did with that Deagle. Got the most use. Everyone got their mitts on it. But, again, only a singular kill there. And it was recovered. So they only lose really an MP9, which is really nice. All things considered. Scoreline ties up very quickly here. For Monty, again, they're going to need to show some T-side depth that we haven't really seen. I would say, again, since Young has kind of exited the squad. Is me? He's gonna be able to lurk into our secret, maybe. But he's got low HP, he's just down.
Dragon's got his number as well. Monty gonna try a ramp side pop. Patty will be able to escape. What will Monty do with the control, though? They have no nades, basically.
Yeah, this ramp control is very easily nullified when the biggest problem is you don't have that secret presence to kind of collapse in on a defense there. It becomes a whole lot easier to deal with. Solutions become simpler. And so they wisely kind of readjust to reroute this play. Maybe a little bit of a mini split. This could catch them.
Ooh, what a running gun there from Grass. Oh, and, well, the trades are rolling in until Quainix and Kragan arrive on the scene. There's a second layer to the defense that Monty can't break through.
Yeah, there's a whole lot more behind that corner, unfortunately, for Monty. They have a great idea to start things off. That out-of-yard pressure starts to be applied, but again, nice attempt there from Gizmy to take that space. Just couldn't quite get it done. And it really is like Woro and Krasnal almost doing enough there, but still more around that corner. Static will take the lead back.
And it puts Monty in a weird spot. You know, for Monty, it's always going to be the T side problem across these games. I think on Ancient they got a little bit more liberty than they were expecting to. Even in some of those later situations, I think they had that 2 versus 4 madness between Demka and Waro to get them started. It could have been a much worse half than just 7-5. And they even almost stomached the comeback, but this is a whole nother test, especially on Nuke. Yesterday it was not a lot of fun versus 3D Max. 13-4, one-way street. This one is much more competitive. There's some improvement day by day, but it needs to change. Maybe a Tech 9 round could help them out, as they will try to stomp down the vents, and they do get in. Patty has already made his way down to Dark, and that is a monster angle to have to deal with. Tech 9's not the weapon for that.
Yeah, you don't want to take that long-range duel here. Tech 9s maybe can work towards Naudios is a little too sharp for that. Not gonna let that slide. Dimka, though.
Okay.
Patty down. Bomb. He planted. A1S first, though. Why not? See what he can do here. See if he can maybe make a round happen instead of just a little bit of damage in a bomb plant. There you go. Securing the bag, though. Numbers punched in. We'll start a post plant here. But onto the line of sight of that AWP as he goes for the swing. Waro. You're always careful of Waro. Queenix not going to be surprised.
Yeah, so the Tech 9s at least get the bag there, as you're alluding to. Overall, just a really fun fragging fiesta here for most of Ecstatic. Besides, Patty's little corner tucked position. Again, Demka is always going to be a threat. If he's alive in a mid-round, that is a piece of magic that Monty can always rely on. Now just give him some guns. Give him some leeway. Give him a chance to make something happen for this Monty team. They need it now. 4 rounds, and they're eliminated from the tournament.
Absolutely. Need something to lift off here. Trying to fight forward against this static squad. Monty coming into this one. Have a lot of great options here. How do you flush Kragan out of this position? They're trying to give him a little bit more resources. Fight forward.
They should know that he's in this left corner. They should know. They saw him cross into secret. Oh, this is gonna get weird. Ollie deployed, and just a smoke spam. The question is, it gives me see Kragan. I don't think he did. Here's the uppercut as Kragan gives Kvem a surprise. 3 versus 5 immediately.
That's the best possible outcome right there, although Oro does trade things out. Dragon goes for one more. He goes for a little bit extra there. Again, you kind of deal with the out of yard lurk. You think maybe you can recover here. Dimka's just mastered this timing right here. Here's the drop.
Fiendish timing right now from Demka. I think Queenix is just going to accept the fact that that could happen. And Molly to be deployed. However, Patty also begins his rotate to the upper side. The stack begins, but the first headshot is brutal.
Oh.
Demka also gets another. Nodios in some massive trouble right now. He does get the kill, though. Switches to Tech 9 and outside the corner at the vents. Back against the wall for 4.
You gotta be kidding me. Nadios just deletes them all. Starts that round by spamming the smoke. He puts his team in a 5v3, but he doesn't just stop there. When things start to go sour, he saves it all. Kraken had full faith that Nadios could help out. And he sure does. Doesn't just help, man. Again, shuts it all down. What a play coming through from Nadios. And Monty, I mean, again, it's like the perfect round for Monty to win right there, right? But guess who also has firepower on their squad? Guess who also has some excellent riflers looking to close things down? And especially like Queenix stepping up to the plate here in a brilliant way. It is looking just too strong on the side of a staff.
Monty in a 3 versus 5, almost, you know, squeezing water from stone. Right there, just making something out of nothing. But unable to do so. At least they're back on the guns. They're going to give themselves another whirl at it. And this time, perhaps down to the ramp to test Patty. You'd have to think. 8 of the smoke. Here we go. Leaping on through. A perfect entry from Krasnow. And Salazar, he's going to try and pick up the reins here. But a missed shot. And Ecstatic have to fall back further. Nodios has already made his way down to the site. There's a lineup. And there's no trade. Krasnow's just searching and searching. And Queenix is also there on rotation. Ecstatic just so fast on the play. It's over. The round's just over. Kragan even stacks another one to the tally. And as soon as the clean entry comes through, all of Ecstatic rev up their engines. And Gizmy goes down. Unbelievable scenes. Ecstatic with a flawless CT side.
Adios just deletes it. I mean, the reactions are just way too quick right there. The static flood the Monty side quicker than Monty can get activated. Quicker than Monty, of all teams, can rush into a bomb site here. Because you can see the quickness in that headshot, but guess who's already waiting around this corner? You wouldn't believe it. Nadios is there, posted up. And you're just scratching your head as to how he's ready for this, how he's prepared, and how's he sitting here. You're wondering what went wrong here. Not a lot, but you find the entry. You just can't account for some of these positions. What a surprise it is for Monty to run into a brick wall of Nadios round after round. And again, it could just be flawless on this defense.
It could be right here. Monty have to take the timeout. And, I mean, a couple of hero rifles. And a handful of utility. Not much to work with here for Monty, but, you know, it's Monty we're talking about. They can do it in these kind of rounds.
Preparing for a bit of an AXEC here. Mini split as well. There's some good utility to get in.
He's gone through, but the comms are not quite clear. Queenix and Nodios combined for 2. Kragan outside, deals with another. But Krasnow is trying to keep his team in it. But Patty, from up top, it's coming down to Kvem, and the stand-in can't stand any longer. 12-7, and many series points here for Ecstatic.
It just broke it down right now. Static Shut another play down. Again, Krasnov trying to deliver a little bit of something in these late rounds. But they just have too strong of a defense right now. You can see what works out so well for a Static. They have a good execute rolling. They have a great game plan. I like the mini split that they have, the late smoke that comes through, but the Molotov that gets tossed in towards hut as soon as your exit comes through, again, splits up where you can actually enter into this bomb site at, and it floods into a crossfire, in fact. They broke it down by here. Not a lot of runway left here. 5 opportunities for a Static to finish the job here and make their way into playoffs.
The smoke dribbles in, but it falls short. It falls very short. Kvem makes his way down into secret, but at what cost? He's gonna drop down. Salazar nails the shot, no problem. It's messy here from Monty. You can see the signs of a team that just needs more time.
100%. Taking this out of yard control here, but Kragan is still there to delete it. Not the man you want to run into right now. Trying to bail this round out here. Again, Krasnov trying to work with the Galil, but nothing is given right now.
I mean, where do you go? If you're Monty, you have 3 players outside, but like hardly any control anywhere else. There has to be some miraculous entry, and I mean, that's something. But on the grand scheme of things, that feels like a meaningless kill. It's Demka who needs to do everything. He starts to walk out from Squeaky. His back is turned to Queenix, and this is the tournament for Monty. They have been eliminated. Ecstatic will march their way off into playoffs. Monty, they can try as hard as they might to get themselves back up from the roster changes, but Ecstatic are off to the major for a reason.
Off to the major and off to the playoffs here in RES Europe Series 1. That's an incredible accomplishment, again, for the side of Ecstatic. Looking really good, looking very strong, and I think one of the teams that had to make it out of this group, again, given, like, looking at the rosters in this group, seeing who's going to make it here, with Monty making these big changes heading into this event, it just had to be Ecstatic closing this series out and showing what they're capable of here, especially up against, like, a big opportunity for this squad heading into a major in their own country. It's such a big deal for them, and leading into this major with a little bit of success, especially in the online format here, is going to be a big deal, because we want to see them not only do some damage in this major, but if you want to, get a chance, I mean, again, it's a big if here for this young squad, but it would be like their biggest dream to make it to playoffs and just get a stage game in front of the home crowd. So like building momentum into this is going to be key, and making it into playoffs is a big deal. It'll give them that chance.
Absolutely. Here for the guys over at Ecstatic, I think the team continues to show that they don't have any weak links, that this team is extremely solid. And if they can at least build upon these foundations to continually push themselves maybe even further into a potential major, shoot, they're in their home country for it. We'll see. But they're off the playoffs. They joined 3D Max out of Group D, a very tough group overall here. Monty proving a decent opposition, at least versus Paravision, a chance here versus Ecstatic. They could have pushed that first map to overtime, just missing the mark. But at the end of the day, it's the solid teams that do make it through.
Yeah, the most exciting rosters for sure. Monty, again, it might feel like it's back to the drawing board for these guys, but they showed up and I think beat a team that they needed to beat in Paravision, who just haven't won anything at all underneath this banner right now. And they beat them pretty dominantly, which is actually impressive. But obviously, once you go up against more established squads here, more dominant teams in the scene, you're going to struggle. It's just going to be tough for some of these individuals here, and especially for them to like join forces with the newness and nature of this squad. So it's good to see Ecstatic succeed again. You want to see this roster. I mean, Amcal, if you want to talk about them, is kind of in quite the opposite. Qualified for the major, they get the big job done here, but of course they got bounced out early. And just talking about like the trajectories of those two teams here, it's good to see that Ecstatic aren't kind of feeling those blues off the post lane.
Yeah, we'll say good points that you do make. But coming up next, However, on the screen right now is Fnatic taking on Preezy, a rematch there in Group B. Probably one of the most brutal groups we have right now. It is incredible that only one of those teams can only make it into playoffs right now. And I mean, the last time those two teams met up, it was a barn burner over there. But there could be some weakness in the air right now from Preezy. But we'll yap about that in a pregame in the future. For now, we're going to toss this one off to a bit of an extended break as we get prepped and ready for another do or die game here in the RAS EU series. Fnatic versus Preezy up next.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just made his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And so, Decider Day continues over here in the RES EU series as we moved on through one of them. We had to say goodbye to Monty, a team that trying to patch themselves together, and maybe we have some similar teams in our second BO3. We'll dive into the drama a little bit here as we're going to be moving on through. We can take a look at the grand scheme of things as we're still moving through our BO3s or Deciders. I'm fine, Joe, my co-ex McHenry. What's good?
Yeah, I mean, of course, as we saw, a team that was veritable changes quite could hold up against a static, and now we get another pretty exciting affair here. Preezy taking on Fnatic up next, and exciting to see the success coming through. Honestly, a bit of a shock for me that Beboom's the team after what we've seen out of them here. Just surprised to see them show so much strength there. Alternate Attacks was a roster that looked a little bit weak, and we saw a lot of struggle from Beboom. It could have been a 2-0. They could have been in that lower bracket from our first match, I think, of the entire event. And then to watch Beboom dominate this group afterwards and close out strongly versus Preezy was a bit of a surprise here. But yeah, I mean, obviously Preezy coming into this one, they've already played a game today. And it didn't go all that well. They got Mouse NXT'd as a lot of strong Tier 2 teams have fallen victim to.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit when we dive into Preezy. But yeah, Beboom, the team to make it through Group B, they played some clean Counter-Strike, to be honest. Watching back on the game, and Preezy kind of fell victim to a really strong Chiron performance. And so they find themselves here in the Decider, a rematch versus Fnatic. In which what was a barn burner as well. That sent Fnatic down to lowers. So I kind of want to dive a little bit into this Fnatic team. I think they have shown some really caliber Counter-Strike. Like, they're not going to get upset by a team like Alternate Attacks, and they absolutely dominated them the other day.
Yeah, they just looked like they had that floor to keep up versus a team like Alternate Attacks. They didn't let like the strong individuals on that squad get away with anything. In fact, we saw quite the opposite. We saw great form coming through from a lot of these players, right? And that's obviously going to be really exciting heading into this matchup, this rematch, because again, you can walk into this one with a little bit of confidence, with a little bit of heat on your play style, and especially when you're talking about a team that has just taken you down here in Preezy. You want to be walking into this one with the confidence.
And I think they should be. And I think the complete reverse is true for Preezy. They have had a tough day today. I think it's, summed up in a single tweet coming through from Altex, and that is whatever. A 2-1 loss to Mao's NXT just earlier on today as part of the online grind. And I mean, they fell victim to a team whose average age is 17 years old. Like, Mao's NXT, don't get me wrong, it's an awesome project, but it does show some worry here for this Preezy team who have high expectations to be one of the top teams in Denmark.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, walking into this this matchup with two dominant lost maps to Mouse NXT as well. I believe both losses were 13-5, so you're kind of getting blown out of the water on some of these maps, and it's kind of a shock to see Preezy again with such like veteran talent for a couple of these players, and see like the struggles, because again, the project that they built here is very exciting. A lot of veterans here on this squad. When you talk about Roy, Dupree, and Refresh, and then you bring some of the newer talent. I would say Altex. TMB has been around the scene for quite some time. So, again, talking about the rosters and success, you should be able to put this team down full of young and up and comers every day of the week, and that wasn't the case there. And it might be a bit of a wake up call, but again, if anything is going in their favor, it's this head to head success versus Fnatic in particular.
Yeah, that is something to really bring together. So as we move on into the veto, I mean, you get an overwhelmingly strong map pick of Inferno here for Preezy. Like, it almost feels like a guaranteed win every time they pick into it. But everything else kind of feels a bit shaky here as we move deeper and deeper into the map pool, perhaps.
Yeah, a slight change as well here. Fnatic, what went well for them was Overpass last time they played out up against the squad, but instead picking into Ancient, which is an interesting switch up here. Didn't really expect that, to be honest with you. Expected them to maybe go back to what was working, but no, right back into Ancient, which as we've said before, that saying, it's tough to beat a team twice. So maybe trying to do that sort of adjustment here, but then Vertigo to decide upon, and that will be the map again that I feel like was the closest affair that could have been anyone's map, and it turned out Preezy in that last matchup.
Yeah, it's really interesting that Fnatic continually try to veto down to this Vertigo, considering it's not one of the strongest maps in their pool. They could have, elected to play, I guess, a nuke, but it's generally said there's not a lot of maps played across the board here for Fnatic, so you're kind of left with like the pick the best of two evils, right? And it's Nuke and Vertigo. I guess we'll go there again here, but Inferno almost feels like a guaranteed lock-in. Just how strong Preezy are on this map.
This is again like kind of a interesting veto here. Like you said, Fnatic willing to lean in and try and develop this map pool here a little bit more, switching things up a little bit as well, which is again pretty interesting considering Overpass went so well individually, right? This was a great map for them last time they played out against Preezy, but they go against it. So I feel like off the back of some confidence here, I'll be interested to see Preezy and what they can bring to the table here on Inferno. I expect some good things. Like you had mentioned, this is a map that Preezy have never let go of, right? They talk of like Inferno in CS2 and like the frequency in which we see it banned out is like, I mean, it's wildly consistent, but Preezy, they never let go of this map. They kept it active heading into CS2, didn't slow down at all, and it has been one of their like just strong suit maps, and it always helps these tier 2 teams to have something that you can just lean on every time to kind of build up foundations, and definitely the case here that Preezy love to get this Inferno pick active.
Yeah, but there have been some other problems. Like, yes, you have a great Inferno, but there have been some missing pieces, and that is an AWP presence for this Preezy team. It's something that Fnatic certainly have. Afro can be a really deadly threat when he gets rolling, but he needs to get rolling in the first place. Preezy going to kick off on the T side as we begin our elimination game between Fnatic and Preezy. Only one team can make it into playoffs, and another will have to face elimination. And honestly, it could be a bit embarrassing for both teams to head out of this tournament.
I mean, you would expect big things. Again, this is an incredibly difficult group. Alternate attacks were like the only weak point. They even showed up a little bit here and there. Double up on the aggression here. Altex could start things off well, but instead, it's just more frustration for this guy. It's a tough kickoff here on the pistol.
Yeah, I had a really rough series early today versus Mao's NXT. Again, I'll say it. The tweet says it all. Just says whatever. Needs to focus on the prize here, though. And Preezy going into this B-side execute. It is a triple stack, though, and flashes through. Afro blinded up, but now recovers vision. And there's a double. They're not looking his way. And Roy will eventually trade it out, but he needs to get that bomb planted to make this round worthwhile. He'll pick up the bomb, but the plant doesn't actually seem that likely. He's going to try and juke things out a little.
He's got time to work with here. It's not a bad idea. The issue is Fnatic aren't going to budge here. Wisely, though. like this. So he's going to set his sights over towards that A side. He's going to beat him to the punch. Roy definitely putting this one in a good position right now for himself. Best opportunity I would say he has. He has so much time. They've just now cleared this B site out. He's going to have all the time in the world to get into a very comfortable post plant. But this bomb plant position, he's definitely going to be trialing here. There's not a lot of places you can play off this bomb.
Yeah, you see, he doesn't actually want to reposition completely here, but for the side of Fnatic, they do just have to thunder something. They have to full sprint. And now Roy can position himself perfectly. He knows where both his targets are. Just need to connect the headshots and a jumping QB. That's going to be tough to nail down. That's going to be the pistol for Fnatic.
Nicely done. I mean, strength in numbers right there for Fnatic. 2 players charging on in. Not a lot of time to dilly-dally. So they get active right there. At the very least, Roy able to secure some cash flow for a second round purchase. But we are talking about Fnatic closing out the pistol. Starting off the CT side with a little bit of success. No question, though. As you can see out of the gates, instant investment called out by Preezy. We'll take a look at these 1xbet odds. And even though Preezy got that head-to-head recently, they still favor Fnatic at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I will say form for Fnatic. I mean, you can take things day by day, right? Considering how frequent the online play is. And I think the surprise upset is certainly playing in those favor today. You know, Counter-Strike is the online grind, right? You're playing Counter-Strike every single day. You've got to be consistent every single day. And Preezy got burnt earlier, so we'll see. But Body going in. Fnatic love their top banana aggression and their swings, and Matisse will go ahead and equalize that back. A play through middle. Smoke to arch. Swing forward and a perfect entry from Roy. Nade will strike true though. QB. There's a triple. And there's the advantage. Going here for Preezy. Altex needs a clutch. He picks up the rifle and takes a couple chip damage on the way into the site, but another post plant available.
2v1. Again, super winnable for Altex. It's all depending on how he isolates up these duels here. This time the bomb is planted for Pit, so he gets into a strong pose plant as well.
There are smokes, though, but no kits again. Here for Fnatic, they actually do need to move. Only Crim's now making his way out of library. He needs to get activated on the play. Thing is, they have no idea where he truly is. Opens up for the first fight. Crims has got a sprint. I'm not sure about this one here from Crims. You're shift walking still, and without a kit, this round's over. Surely, right? Yep, no kits on the ground, and that's the round. It's a force buy from Preezy.
Yeah, the way that Crims was playing that, I was with you. I thought maybe there'd be a kit on the site or something. Maybe QB had one, but just a little too slow on the uptick there for Crims playing in the post plant. That's the fear that the A side strikes into your heart, though. You never want to be the one to walk into an A side post plant. It just kind of fizzles out there for Fnatic in the 2v1. Nicely done from Altex, though, who wants to start off like that. He wants to start off with a little bit of success here. Because like you said, he has to bounce back from a really tough series. And probably a lot of frustration for a young individual playing on a team with some big names.
It's certainly something nice to have. A little bit of confidence to back up the tough day.
Answer back with the force buy.
5-7.
Well, that's a start, though. Crims looking to redeem that last round with some success, and just a little bit spotted right there. Afro can't land the connection, though. A side is just way too weak, but QB's been able to stand from this position before with the Deagle in hand. He needs another massive multi-kill if he wants a chance in this round. He hasn't even shown face just yet.
He's going to get hard cleared, though, by Refresh. Jumping Mac 10 will be good enough, but lots of tags as TMB gets into the site. Low HP bars wherever you look. And interestingly enough here from Fnatic, They're going to stay inquisitive for just a moment. Sadly, yes, it's correct to save, but welcome to Inferno, folks. As Preezy will pick up from the force buy, and this A site continues to be under threat. This time, much more clean, though.
Yeah, no massive multi-kills from QB. Exits are good, though. So not empty-handed. Walking away. A whole lot of prizes in this round here for side of Fnatic. We'll see Preezy up to a nice 2-1 start, though. This is going to be very tricky for Fnatic to work through here. Preezy, this is definitely their identity. When you talk about a team, you know, coming through with a strong map pool, Preezy have this map to lean on 100%. They'd be able to bring that same success to, say, Ancient or Vertigo. That might be a different question, but this is where we expect the best. This matchup. If you're Fnatic, you're probably going to rely on some of these individuals here, like Maddie's, you mentioned it. Loves to get aggressive on that B side. So capable of it. Wadi this time. Going to be in charge. Also dangerous.
Outside, but a perfect flashbang. 3 players blinded up. That could have been massive. A TMB will save the day here for Preezy and just keep it a 4-on-4.
I mean, that's just the game of time, and you play some Counter-Strike right there. It's just perfectly flashed everybody. But a second earlier, and that could have been disaster for Preezy. But it's still going to be a bit of a trial at hand here. Smoke has just been recycled. There's 40 seconds left. So you are talking about a pretty late execute here. Reinforcements being called over towards this A side as well, just about in time if it is going to be the commitment, and they don't really have another option. There's not really a plan B. It has to be this B bomb site.
So Crims rattles off a couple shots, but it's Afro who picks up Dupree, and that bomb, it's going to run back to the A site. The 2 shots from Afro are incredible, but they're off to A at the moment here, Cole. There's another retake on the cards for Fnatic.
Well, I said there wasn't really a plan B, but they got a plan A at least. They do plant. They'll start the bomb ticking against them here. And again, these pose plants are so deadly. They know that they need to be a little bit proactive. So Refresh is going on a bit of a hunt right now.
He can start the backstab as well, but realize it's not planted for him, so we just have to play it from the apartments. Altex inside of pit. Needs to start delivering. Refresh as well, plays his hand. And the kills are just coming through. Altex with 3, and welcome to the A side of Inferno. Pack your bags again. Preezy with 3 in a row.
Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do on a pose plant right there. It's just so trialing, so difficult to break through. Altex in the pit looking like an absolute stud. Again, another confidence building round for this guy. Just lacked a little bit of it, but yeah, you can see, I mean, TMB catching that timing perfectly right there to deliver some success, and Afro's turning to connect some beautiful shots there. Bang.
Hello there.
Just nothing but reactions, but yeah, I mean, again, look at all these angles you gotta clear out in a post plant. It is just so difficult.
Altex starting off this map very well. Fnatic left feeling a bit of the heat, but Afro found 2. They walked through the mid smoke there for Preezy. Trying to call a bit of a bluff, but Afro's not playing with nothing. 3-on-4.
It's a lovely kickoff right there, at least to keep a man advantage. Afro doesn't need the op to strike down the mid peak. Do it with the rifles as well. And he has. Still placing all their faith in body to defend this B bomb site though with no utility. That might be a tough task, even if they have the man advantage. There's the utility. They missed their CT smoke. It's a little bit concerning. It's concerning enough for them to fall off, but they think A is clear. There's an equalizer, but Roy will quickly go down, wrapping in towards this A side. Crims is going to be there to stand and resist.
Yeah, he makes his way towards Graveyard too. Massive off angle on the inbound, but you have to be watching, and Refresh has got the flick. And the long range angle from Matisse is not able to stop the cross. Plant's going to go through, and I mean, do you save?
No, I don't think you give this one a go, but you've seen how these A-side post plants have gone in the past. There's no kit, there's no utility to smoke the bomb off or anything like that. At least have a couple flashes, but we'll see if that even matters.
It might not. The apartment's position is just so powerful right now. His body slinks forward. Dupree will find him. And Dupree with another headshot. Doesn't even wait for him to get to the bomb. 4-1 here for Preezy.
Oh man, Preezy in the post plant, just breaking them down. Doesn't matter if there's a man advantage, doesn't matter what the case is here. Preezy, you're not giving them anything to work off of here on the side of Fnatic. They get the pistol, they get a good retake there. But every other round on this A side post plant has just been brutal. You let them punch in the digits on that A side, they're gonna win it, it feels like, at this point.
The mid-rounding here from Preezy, even in a 3 versus 4, they just find their way to slice through the map and find the advantages. And now they even got the shots to back it up. Preezy running, again, just incredible calling on this map so far. It's nothing wild in terms of the protocols, but able to use all their pieces to the maximum on this T side, and time to save. If Altex will let you.
It's a big if. Altex will actually go down. Not that bad. Donation to the Department of Crims, but it doesn't last too long. Even after being held for. Would like to hold on to this A1S. Preezy doing what they do best here, bringing in a great T side. You're on Inferno.
Afro on a bit of a wild goose chase, and, well, I mean, he'll somehow survive through 4 Preezy players. That is a small consolation in 5 in a row from this T side, and all of these rounds just feel quite masterful in terms of the reposition, the calling. We're walking into empty or mostly empty sites. That's what you like to see.
Lovely stuff right there. First time out called. You're from Fnatic. I mean, again, it's just such a different story talking about, you know, what Fnatic looked like versus alternate attacks on Inferno. Versus what they're probably going to look like versus a team like Preezy.
I can't really say that they're playing like worse. It's that Preezy are doing some excellent mid-round calling and then getting themselves in these 2v3, 3 versus 3 post plans that either force a save or just feel like a horrible situation. Like they're managing the map so well. But it's about the opening stages here for Fnatic. Can they switch things up? The nade damage is excellent. That could be a double. And there it is. Matisse, the nade chases down 2, and call your way out of this one, Preezy.
Yeah, a little strike down right there. Good luck trying to break past it. 5v3 now. So they just get leveled out by the utility. That'll help out a lot, Fnatic. 4v3s, they weren't quite enough here, but a nice little 5v3, that should be enough to slow down the momentum of the squad. But as you mentioned here, Preezy, they got a whole lot more tools. They've been playing a great game. Calling the shots very well. Finding the weak points here.
This feels possible. by the way, for Freezy, all of a sudden, because they actually have a 1 versus 1 wherever they look. Like, if Roy walks up and clears this corner, but he's not going to do it, surely, right? Roy. Now Diligent. Oh, there it is. Now that's arch side open. There could be a split in towards the B site. This round might be off to the races. Here we go. Double setup awaits. And Amali's going to slow things down. Breezy has to start thinking about this one. They want to give it a whirl. But Altec's on entry. Can't get the job done. And I think it's time to head on out. Refresh just to keep the AWP. And a 3 versus 5, it turns out, in fact, is enough.
It is. Roy goes down too low. I mean, I like the idea from Roy. He wants to cut things off. You just have to rely on some entry work being done right there from these 2 B players that are still left standing, and that is not enough resources right there to try and crack through. But not a bad idea from Preezy. Try their luck. Doesn't come up their way. But at least Panic on the board here once again, being able to reply. And it's a good reply as well. The little nade stack to take some banana control. Again, 3v5s are a whole nother story.
Oh, looking for that opening advantage once again, but maybe they won't get anything for free like that. Just yet. Oh. Like, Afro's just
He's there.
locked in position. Eventually he'll bounce out, but really looking for these opening fights. But Breezy are giving him nothing.
I'll tell you what, I thought that for sure he was disconnected right there, but no, he's just looking for a little no scope. If you want to push the smoke right there, what about a wall bang? TMB eliminated without even seeing anybody right there.
Like that. But hold on, Breezy again gotta find a way to still stay annoying, to give themselves chances, a sneak up lane right now. And hey, a 1 versus 1 versus Matisse. But he will beat Dupree. Even continuing the swing, looking for extras. 30 seconds left on this one, and seems like the opening stage is here for Fnatic is just too good once again. Unable to call themselves out of this 4 versus 5. They'll walk forward. At least Altex will. And then, well, wish he said nah, but there goes the gun, I guess.
Yeah, it's such a like 1 foot in, 1 foot out right there for Breezy. You knew they weren't going to try that round, but they just sit around and arch. I guess they probably didn't even feel comfortable to fall back into brackets, to be fair. You never know what's around that corner. Back-to-back rounds that just get folded at time as TMB in back-to-back rounds gets taken down without even seeing his opposition. 8 cheat and then wallbanged out of the server. Maddie's the last play you want to deal with. If it requires any sort of aim adjustment, his time to kill so quick. Refresh gonna again give himself a chance with this op, but the rest of the squad forced onto an eco, and Fnatic can kind of punch back here after a pretty tough 5-round spree from Breezy.
Yeah, it's really courtesy of these good opening exchanges. Again, the double HE. 2 rounds prior. And Afro keeping it costly at top B. Just make sure that Breezy have to pay for their map control.
B's had to pay a hefty price as well. These last couple rounds, B becoming not much of an option. But again, you have this duo of Maddies and Body working off each other in unison. Sometimes even that third element and Crim's joining up here, but is going to be an A-side finish, and it feels like the A players know this. Oh, it's not the kill, but it's a lot of damage, a lot of fear struck into the hearts of Refresh. 25 seconds.
I mean, it's going to be the Glocks running into the site and the op probably going towards the back of the apartments here. Nothing much to be said on this. QB with the farm. And Refresh is out of there. As we'll see another save.
Inferno's going crazy right now. I can't lie. This is textbook Inferno.
We'll see how many saves there have been. We'll see it pop up at the top. We've got 3 consecutive T-side saves, and we have 4 CT side saves.
Wow.
So in 10 rounds, we have 8 saves.
I mean, I would say, like, I want to see VP versus Preezy play out in Inferno. For the ultimate Inferno match. And then we finally put this map to rest. That's what I want to see.
Well, Preezy don't want to put this map to rest. It's the best in their pool, and I mean, we've kind of seen why.
I mean, both of these teams prioritizing the saves quite a bit, but economy, neither one of them really able to build much. Finally, the CT side is building something good though here. Elevated angle dropping in though. Dupree still manages to crack something open. All this investment in the resources for a 1-for-1 trade is not that bad for Preezy.
But small cost to take back brackets. Perhaps. And again, Preezy find ways to hit these more weakened sites, and Fnatic kind of just playing this tucked away setup. Now, trying to retake Banana though, and body up close, TMB. Bit overzealous there for sure, but the A site, the end target, a good smoke to get them space, wrap around the site here for Roy, and finds an isolated QB. Up top though, it's Crims playing the bait and switch. Can he hold successfully? The answer is no. We have another post plant on the A site for Preezy.
We've seen this once. We've seen it before here. Great post plants. And a very trialing retake at hand here.
Holding up top, excellent crosshair placement from Altex to cover for Refresh, who just nails the shot on the line. All the guns lost here for Fnatic as Preezy start to pick up where they left off.
Nicely done. I mean, excellent closure right there. That A-side defense, though, it looks very discombobulated from Fnatic. I mean, that underhand smoke comes through, but both players are watching, like, the right side smoke push. And the freest kill comes through for Roy as he gets the side of the head turned on a nice angle, but they just weren't watching for that. They just weren't watching for the right side smoke peak right there, which feels like the most straightforward angle you would cover. But again, Fnatic, once they give over this A side, if they lose it, they're not taking it back, as is the case for many teams.
Yeah, right now, these post plans from Preezy on the A site have just been unbelievable. In fact, besides the pistol round, I'm not sure if my memory serves me correct that Preezy have even planted on B. Which is just an absolute obscene statement to say. We have a little push down middle here from QB. He's in towards alt middle. He has a little bit of backup right now in Crims, but it's brittle. Like, this is a very extended angle. You'd think he'd get traded or just go down any day of the week. Opening Gambit doesn't go Fnatic's way, and I mean, that's the only win condition that they've had so far this game. And look at this, Preezy with the perfect reaction. They're already walking up apartments. Crims trying to catch them through the smoke, but my friend, they're already flanking you. The A site is gone. And I think it's time to pack your bags, guys. And save.
Turn around. That is tricky around here to now even save here. Refresh does miss the connection, but it's no big deal. Doesn't even get out there. Breezy walking away with some extra kills and even some extra rounds as well. Back this one up. And if they got to go A all day, they will do it. Because you're right. The only time we saw like a B-side execute, I think, was in the second round, and it put him into a 4v2 because Afro got 2 scout headshots. And they just bailed.
You know, this kind of start, at least, you know, for Praise, the L they took to Mao's NXT, I mean, for one, shocking, embarrassing in its own way, and dominant, but it's fortunate they get to start the series on Inferno. Because it really just feels like comfort at this point. You could just see just the perfect reaction for the play over there in the street position. Now, 2 players walk out apartments, easy, no problem. I think we're set up for a bit more of a brawl towards B side. One of these rounds. A lot more utility damage striking true. Bring TMB and HG away. A Molly as well. Oh, Dupree's gonna burn. He didn't even see his own demise.
Maybe that's why they go A so much. Because that B side is just not much of an option. As you can see. Again, it's Dupree that's sent into the Wolves. Trying to get aggression. And he just gets taken down. TMB trying to pick up the mantle just a little bit. But they will actually still take a charge towards this side of the map. Yop scoped in here. It's going to be Afro versus TMB, and Afro on the line is not going to let that slip.
So finally, Fnatic in a commanding position here in a late round. But once again, there is the option to double back to the A site. Altex, though. There's 20 seconds, guys. Guys! No, this is not going to work, Cole. There's 15 seconds, and the bomb hasn't even made it into top mid brackets. Now, Altex will get this guaranteed kill, but the kill doesn't matter. It's the time on the clock. He needs this kill, and a crit. He gets it, but QB still in pit. Bomb drop. Round over. And we'll see 7-5 at the very end. Is it weird to say, Cole, that Fnatic won 4 rounds via the clock this half? If that says anything to how Inferno's being played right now.
That does show you how Inferno is played out there. We've seen, again, so many save calls come through in those rounds where, you know, you get a couple man advantages. There's just no good options to crack through sometimes. Even though Breezy have actually been able to do good work in that department. They have been very strong in like 4v2 situations in the mid-rounding. Definitely a map where we expected good things from Breezy, and I think they delivered in that first half for the most part. Had a few hiccups, definitely didn't close out as strong as they would have hoped, but tell you what, 7 rounds on the T side now, hopping into the defense that you know they're going to be prepared for. Something exciting here, and this pistol, talk about preparation, it is perfect. At least in the numbers.
With the boost up, though, the numbers might not matter. You got to hit the shots, and Roy couldn't do that. Perfect flashes going both ways. Ooh. And then the dualies can't ring out. TMB needs a massive moment, and he can't get it. Fnatic have broken through to the B site, and the pistol is looking like theirs.
And it is. You're right, the numbers don't mean anything here when you can't execute. Right, he's just too quick on the draw right there. I'm gonna give this one a little look in. But you know what I'm expecting?
No. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Both have armor. It'd be
get
so
some
nice
kill
to just run
reward.
away.
No, it's not. Thank goodness here, Altex and Refresh are going to give us some entertainment. And Refresh is going to actually chase down these kills. All right. You know the
All right.
important part there, Cole? He pockets $1,200. So,
And a molly. And armor. Refresh is walking away. The winner of that round. But, Fnatic, they get 6. You know, so they do technically win it. But nicely done from Refresh. I feel like that's going to encourage a force buy at this point.
there it is.
Yes, he bought the A1S, but he also bought dualies, so it's a give and take. Right there for me.
No, he got to...
dualies in a round where they have head armor.
He kept the dualies from the previous round. So
Oh, did he pick him up?
Yeah, he picked him up.
Nice.
So he's completely invested his rifle to Roy. So Breezy can actually be a threat. Can they win back-to-back force buys this map? Well, Roy tries to give it his best shot. TMB, you got to go for the recovery mission, man.
Yeah, that molly is just not going to give him it. And now they can dispose of that A1S. Get it out of this round. TMB got to prioritize his life over the rifle, which maybe is for the best. You could still do good work with this 5.7. Like you said. Not going to be able to wield the rifle, the most effective tool here. Refresh gave him that opportunity to wield. Smoke comes down. Is that smoke going to be respected? I think so. Interest not too much there and turning that corner just yet. Fnatic going to play things out a little bit slower. He's getting no help is the big problem right now.
Yeah, so he'll take the off angle with the 5.7. And here just comes the CT spawn re-smoke, the open prey swing. DMB is about to come through. How many will he get? Wide swing. Oh, it's almost a double. But QB will get some vision before the team flash comes through. But we're going to have Preezy back away once more. And so the Fnatic will equalize it. A good opportunity. I like the idea with the A1S, but I think it just needed to be recovered there.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. Had a Molotov as well. I wanted to see TMB maybe toss that in to support it, but it really did feel like they sent Roy in with the one rifle, and what I always like about the one rifle being like the most aggressive tool in a like round is that when that rifle goes down, when that player goes down, maybe he gets a kill, maybe he does some extra damage. Someone's there to pick it up, and that wasn't the case, unfortunately. Dupree looking for some exits instead of falling away, though. Good angle. They can't land the shots. Fnatic are all tied up. Altex does get a nice little Mac 10, though.
Surely they disposed of it. That's a Galil.
Couldn't quite.
Fnatic, if they steal this map, this could be ruinous for the series. Like, it's supposed to be the guarantee for Preezy, and then it's like, all right, which one of these other two maps can we pick up? That's like the thought process here. Like, you picked in this Inferno, I got the guaranteed win. Obviously, you still have to work for it, but maximum confidence, and it's shown throughout that T side earlier on for Preezy. But we'll see Fnatic. I mean, with like I'll say like a 97% guarantee advance into the lead.
I just took a nice little headshot. His teammate right there saying, hey, can you go entry for me? You know, run through this smoke. Oh boy. This is getting a little bit risky. They do slow it down. Wisely so. On and play here that I was expecting with the early gambit, but look at this little apartments aggression there. Altex gets away with it big time. Is going to threaten and kind of force their hand towards this B-side stack.
Yeah, but it's armorless pistols. Now, a nice shot comes through from Roy, but body comes through with a triple on that MAC-10. So at least Altex, who was the lone A-site defender, caused a bit of a ruckus, and the bomb is still down in the underpass. But Crims will get it. Eventually, a little freeze frame action. As we'll see Fnatic, yeah, the 97% chance converted. They're going to take the lead.
They will. Showing a little bit of depth here on this T side. I mean, obviously just the pistol and the following conversions, but the gun rounds are going to be where the rubber meets the road here for Fnatic. They got to hit the ground running. This Preezy are sure prepared here to develop some CT side strength. Now they've got all the tools that you could ask for, minus an AWP. But sometimes just not even a big priority for Preezy. Ooh. Take that. There you go. It's up there. Big deal.
That's a decade of Counter-Strike right there, Cole.
Skill jump. Ooh. We got Maddie's down early. That's always a relief there when you're taking him down over towards Banana. Yeah, certainly a necessary start.
That guy always going to be searching for that opening kill for Fnatic, and boy is he good at it as well. See what more you can do. As Fnatic looking for another way in. Altex, he hears the footstep, but Kyubi comes through with the hard clear. Someone's been taking notes.
You're very much so turtled right now. I mean, look at this setup. It's so nice. You'd think it's guaranteed to work here. Body, does he have this entry pathing? No, certainly not. That is a just devastating angle right there from Roy.
Yeah, I'm a tad disappointed there was no new box molly on the inbound, because you can lob one over. Yeah, he had a smoke molly. And Crims will make the epic lurk into... Did we call it library distilled? Did we call this place library?
Yeah, it's like the old, like, people still calling coffin spools, I guess.
Some people call... Well, they still call it Top Banana Car, which is,
Yeah, car.
Video, you played when it was a car, right, Cole?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just gotta make sure you're like a real OG. All these Zoomers don't know what a car is. They call it like barrels or whatever.
Honestly, I don't even play this map at CS2.
I mean,
it's all my permaban. I can't remember the last time I played Inferno.
But like half the teams, it feels like, and Counter-Strike.
Luckily, I only play best of one, so I get a lot of bans. And Inferno is always one of them.
See, it's like every team's quote-unquote third best map or their permaban. So it's either, it either gets vetoed out in the second phase. No one's out there picking Inferno. Like, you kidding me?
That's why I want to see VP versus Freezy, because these teams are like the only ones that are like, yeah, I want to play this map. I want to be stuck in a nice confined angle. And I want to use every second of that clock, please. Give me all of the timer.
Enough of our yapping, Cole. We got a little spam battle, and stakes are going to be placed down on the B side for Preezy. While that happens, Fnatic begin their creep.
At least instead of going over towards that B side to get aggressive, it's now over towards A. But four-man setup because they have full banana control. Just a classic Inferno setup, and nice off-angle from Dupree to just easily win that duel. So there goes, one big play.
Ooh!
Wow, what was that?
Airstrike from apartments.
Was that from apartments?
Yeah, Kyubi. He is being annoying right now. More than that, lethal.
Not a bad equalizer right there. 35 seconds left. Again, time is ticking. Body straight through the smoke. He's going to take that all the way in. He's beelining it towards the B-bomb. So he doesn't have armor, and he has to make the cross, though.
Roy.
Or does he?
But look at this. They're going to country out the A site now. Refresh. He falls to Cribs. It goes back and forth here on Inferno. No one can decide what site they want to hit. And Roy, I mean, is he going to try for the clutch, Cole? Which way does he go? Does he make a left or does he make a right? Looks like we're going up middle. Looks like we're going to give this a go. Did Crims hear a footstep? Well, he's going to go for the swing, and...
Spotted him. He's chasing.
Yeah, I think Crims spotted him out. There's about to be a nasty backstab here as Crims got him. No saving today. No clutch attempt for you. And it is now Fnatic holding the lead.
See, done right there. Closing that one out. Some confidence, just some chaos in the late round situation, but Kyubi to kick it all off right there with a beautiful HE. That's what I think sets in a lot of panic. Then body straight through the smoke. A little bit of just rogue spam. Just develops even further, and Fnatic, they don't stay down for long here. They're really eager to close out a map that we thought maybe it was almost a guarantee for Preezy. From how well they have consistently looked. They're gonna have to do that. He's underhanding a flash, dive through the smoke, develop some of this control towards Banana. That's gonna be a tough Molotov to deal with, though. Good reaction.
Oh, but a grenade works against TMB there. I swear it's always like that. But
okay.
Oh, spam down B, Roy! Oh man, he fishes 2 unbelievable kills through a smoke. And it goes right back.
Oh. There's just no good options now. You lost so much in that. You fought hard for banana control, but you didn't end up winning the end exchange here. Crim's looking for something in apartments, but nothing is given. And Roy has a deadly off angle.
Oh, no way. I mean, small spam, but body. There's no way he really gonna look both ways.
Oh my
Body
god.
found you, Pre!
Oh my god.
Are you kidding me?
What?
But still, 25 seconds, and now these T's are boxed in. I think they're just going to run through the apartment smoke here, Cole. But no one's truly watching it. They're just going to go through. Altex does get his kill, does win his fight. Kyubi having to deal with the crossfire multiple angles, and Altex does extend forward. Preezy going to equalize. This game is getting brutal. It's going back and forth. Into the mud we go.
Smoke spam right there just devastates Fnatic. Given some of the positions, you really feel like Preezy. You're gonna let that slip. Look at the way this all starts off. Afro was such a big kill, but when they run away, Roy says no. A little bit awkward right there, a little bit unfortunate for Dupree. Who else but Altex inside the pit, the position in which he thrived in the first half, won them multiple rounds in. They shut it down here, and a last time out called from Fnatic. They've choked through it all.
They're put at the crossroads. For Fnatic, there was a chance to win. Such an impactful round right there. Roy, I mean, really, if he doesn't find that double kill, Fnatic just crushed the map. And they take a timeout to decide whether or not they want to take the eco or not, and they'll be moving into this round with Glocks. That's it. But a weak mid setup right now. Only 2 players, and even Altex going down low. But without the kill, and Refresh still very much in position. Easy openers, and probably going to settle down with Preezy here.
He's gonna have time to breathe. A little bit. So dust settles. is still such a surprise here. One of these two teams is gonna have to exit. Both of these rosters eager to make it to playoffs. Get some more reps in. This is an important event for them. I mean, again, both teams didn't quite make it to the major here, so you want to get your chance at some officials. Get yourself prepared. Get some more reps in. This is a great opportunity.
It might work out. Oh, Dupree keeping it clean as well. And so double digits. Here we go. The home stretch here for Preezy to dodge what could be a catastrophe on their own map pick. A round win here. Their finances are stable for the rest of the game. Some comfort if they take this one up. It's up to Fnatic if they want to drag us back into the mud.
But question is, what's going to be required here? The defaults, honestly, have worked out pretty well for them. This utility is just so much better. Maddies, it's too late. It's just too late. And there's no relief. HE gonna dunk another one down. No control gathered. They just fall on Banana. Protocol's just too strong here for Preezy in such a crucial state. More damage done. Afro. He chunked at about 20, but still valuable. So valuable to start this thing off. And you got to do it in another 3v5, man. Good luck in trying to recover this one.
So the one thing here for Preezy is that they're split up across the board. Good flash, and they're going to actually start the execute. You got to go through this, though. I feel like there's the hesitation. It's taken too long. But at least one of the site players does fall and smokes into spawn. It allows for a cross. Nade breaks the smoke, though. Crims doesn't respect it. And that leaves Afro and just an impossible clutch. TMB going for no scoping here. Hold on. Afro looking for a chance. He realizes they can be playing around these smokes, but he jumps up top, reveals himself to refresh. And Preezy, such an important round here, could just pave the way to the map victory.
I mean, just deadly swing round right there. And look how it all starts off, man. Engulfed in flames, no safe place to land yourself in. Maddies can't even think to get the utility down. And I mean, even the big question, like the reason Maddies is sitting there with a smoke out instead of running away from that molly, first of all, he's getting flashed up, but second of all, the spam. You know, worried about turning that corner and just getting leveled by Roy. Almost like you gotta pick your battles here on how you die Banana right now when you play up against Preezy. You want to get engulfed by the flames or spammed down or even HE'd. You just
this could get weird.
Get your choice.
This is gonna get weird. These A1Ss are actually running out of ammunition. But then the utility sets come through and no progress to be made. We're looking at map point here for Preezy. We got out of hand for just a moment. It's that double kill from Roy through a smoke. I might as well have decided this map. Fnatic will have to win 3 in a row to force OT.
Really does completely shift tone here. EMB couldn't have asked for better timing, but doesn't take the kill. Uh-oh. One big one from Afro here. And he wrapped up by Crims as well. Shouldn't matter too much. Another kill comes through from Crims. Doing some good work here. Has armor. There's an A1. But needed that as well into TMB. And TMB will keep it safe and sound here. Preezy got 3 opportunities to close this map now.
They've got all the finances in the world as well, so it's not like... I say that. They probably got 2 rounds worth of a buy. But I haven't seen too much from Fnatic that is pointing to me and saying, yeah, they're going to be able to win these next couple. Because Preezy have really dominated map control, and if anything else, there's Roy on that B site. You can see that Fnatic want no part of this B control. Late control going to be established, though, and TMB already around the smokes, though, but he starts to open up and spam. He gets deleted immediately. But then there's Roy.
And they're losing numbers elsewhere on a solo mission up lane. QB gets devastated, and they're executing into A, but there's a crossfire to deal with already.
Altex and Refresh are just a nasty duo as well. You move Roy on the B site, this duo on A, and a great grenade. Fnatic to be cut down, and this first map looking to be locked up by Preezy.
They just have to retreat. But where do you go? Where do you retreat to? You run away, you tuck yourself into safety, but that's not the goal. The goal in this round isn't to stay alive. Your goal has to be to win at this point. You've just tanked so much HP. You've used some of that utility. There's still a little bit left, though, that you can lean in on. This wrap, maybe is the right idea. It's just been opened up for you the taking. Why not? Why not give it a whirl?
$20 seconds. Walking in. Could work out. Smoke onto the site. Refresh actually needs to pass a test here. Playing the off angles, though. All he needed was the one, but he'll get both instead. Preezy close out the map with 5 in a row. And it got a little interesting there towards the very end until Roy found that double through the smoke. And then clean sweep there from then on out.
Yeah, I mean, again, the defaults kind of worked in some rounds there for Fnatic, but also, you know, they fall victim to so many teams. I mean, we even saw that when Fnatic were playing on the CT side. Fnatic controls a real challenge right now. It's tough for every team to actually figure out a single way to live for more than 10 seconds, avoiding the spam, avoiding the utility. And once you saw Preezy get a grasp on that, it was completely closed out. I mean, again, you had consistency from Roy, you had consistency from the utility, and at that point, it becomes very telegraphed what you can do on this map, and Fnatic struggling a little bit to close out there. They still have more to look forward to, though, in the series. This isn't the end of the line. It's just a strong map for Preezy.
Yeah, it's like the guaranteed map for Preezy. It feels like it's like when you pick Inferno, the team starts up 1-0. Basically, it's been the case. But these next two will be the real challenge here for Preezy. These have been the real slugfests that have gone down, where Vertigo heading into double overtime last time these two teams met up. That's a decider if we need it. Next up is Ancient, the pick of Fnatic. They're hoping to lock this one in and move on forward to that potential decider. We're going to toss this one off to a break. Fnatic looking to come back in the series.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
And so a formulaic map victory right there for Preezy. 5 rounds in a row to close. And, you know, it takes a little bit of fortune just to get it started cool, but then it really shows why this is, you know, a 90% win rate map and something that they just pick into every series and get their map win and get out. Almost starting these series off with a default win, but this is going to be a lot more difficult here on Ancient.
Yeah, that's the confidence that they've picked up themselves for on Inferno. But like you said, closing out the series is a whole other story. Now, what's so interesting for me here is that Fnatic, again, kind of elect into Ancient, which is surprising. Overpass went really well for them last time. They were super strong on it. Kind of closed out 13-6. Didn't look like they were too worried about that map, and then had a chance to pick into it again, and they avoid it. They don't quite go for it in the same fashion, which is a big surprise for me, at least. I was expecting them to go back into it, but we'll see how Ancient pans out, if it's going to be any different, if they show that same strength, because I mean, I imagine they're coming through with a clear game plan here as to why they picked into that as opposed to the map that they closed out so confidently last time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to find the reasoning here, and I mean, I don't really think that like teams. I mean, sometimes yes, teams make decisions based on just, let's say, vibes right now, and I mean, Preezy did just get devastated on that map, 13-5, like about 4 hours ago. So it's like, I'm not sure if like Fnatic are looking too much into it. Are they just going to do the same thing? Or maybe they're just going to try and catch Preezy on a map that they are certainly uncomfortable with and maybe weren't preparing to play today. Like, I'm sure Preezy are more focused on their Fnatic match than the Mao's NXT match. And, well, they got burnt for that. And let's see if they're going to get burnt again on this Ancient pick. But again, it's Preezy who are up a map in the series. The ball's in Fnatic's court to try and bring this one back. Preezy can maybe take it a bit easy.
Yeah. I mean, again, at least you don't have to, worry about that coming through again. That overpass, like, kind of anti-strats. If you're, Fnatic, you're probably thinking, okay, well, we just beat them on overpass. We could pick it again. But then Preezy obviously are the ones that need to land the adjustments on that map here, especially if you are coming through and you're kind of expecting this to be a rematch between these two teams. And if your alternate attacks is the last team in that group, you're expecting this to be a rematch here again, given the history and the changes that roster has undergone. So, yeah, maybe this is Fnatic here reading into too much of that earlier matchup and picking into this weakness of Preezy as opposed to maybe their own strengths. But we'll have to wait and see as it formulates in the server. They will start on that CT side. There's 1xBet odds given Preezy the favorites as they close out their map pick, and they do it with some confidence. Excited to see what Ancient has in store.
Yeah, not the best map here for Preezy. I guess the same goes for Fnatic, but opting to pick it in. Oh, but it could be punishing early on. Altex and refresh. Breakthrough 3. Quickly traded back. A double from Crims. But TMB is still present on the site. Still tucked away in the corner right now. And the question is, Matisse, is he going to clear it out? The barrel gets spotted. The plant spot as well. Dealt with. Matisse will get the digits in. No. Oh, that's going to make life a lot more difficult.
Unlucky. You could see how bad he wanted to deny that. And I like the idea. He prioritizes the actual, like, potential threat right there. It makes sense. But it ends up kind of, at least, I mean, just giving Fnatic a better chance in the second round. TMB. It's like, shoot.
I'm not that's probably a bit tilting, to be honest, for a couple of other... I mean, I just saw Dupree, like, spam defuse the bomb as if, like, hey, this bomb is not supposed to be here right now. Like, that round was won no matter what. Like, I don't think TMB... I think he should have just focused on denying the plant there. Yeah, and I think his teammates on Preezy agree with that. Obviously, there's a reasoning there. But not all reasonings are good. Dupree, though, even against the tougher purchase, will still get that opening kill. And Roy even slinks forward on the line, but Matisse able to find TMB. He goes for the jump up instead. I thought he was going to try and peek off his teammate's contact, but there's a 3v4, and it gets worse. Roy gets traded out.
So, opening opportunities here, 3v3. But Dupree so low on health. These last 3 remaining players. A little bit uncomfortable right now. We have a fully cleared out A site right now. Grims is calling it. Refreshes back turn. He recovers just in time to bail himself out, but it's more damage done. They're both going to slide in through Donut. Refresh isn't going to be able to put up a great fight here.
There's just so many dinked up players right now. But Body is going to win his individual fight. But Refresh knows. Refresh knows. QB the same. QB expects the push forward. And that leaves Dupree on 10 HP to save. You know, Cole, if there wasn't a bomb plant there, there would be no purchase for Fnatic. But instead, the T's are going to pick up this round.
They do. And again, Refresh had the information that that bomb was going down alone. He does the same thing that TMB does. It's just a little too late on denying the bomb plant. And again, you're kind of left scratching your head here for Preezy. Missed opportunities are costing them dearly, and Fnatic will quickly be able to respond. Of course, forced by Wars to start us off on Ancient. We'll see those back and forths.
There are some, sometimes you lose a round and there's some tilting things, but it might be the small things that can kind of get to you a little bit. I mean, I'm just looking at the interaction with TMB not denying the bomb plant, Dupree like saying, hey, you probably should have denied it. Why didn't you deny it? Oh, put that aside for just a moment. The force buy back, and Dupree running right through the smoke, giving his teammates a chance. Altex as well, but QB gets his while blind. Give the advantage on over. And that A1S is scooped on up. Roy will advance down, but oh, okay, Crims hits him with a cha-cha slide, and he's out of there.
Easy as here, TMB. Little opportunity. Afro should be clearing this, though. Certainly.
Wow.
Gonna be diligent. Gonna be careful. Refresh off to save here. Or off to have to fight up against the execute, depending. You got one player pushing in towards that B side. It's Body. He's probably gonna call it clear.
He's 6 HP in with a Glock, by the way.
Yeah,
dropped his gun behind him.
He's realized, hey, this is all safe, all clear. And we'll go back and retrieve that gun. Nice idea. I love that, especially when there's like multiple players alive. When you're in like a 4v2 or like 5v2 or something like that, you can send in a player, because what's so common nowadays is teams love to gamble stack when they're down a man or down a couple. So you can send in a bit of a probe, a sacrifice. If you spot multiple players, you know your answer. Body might still be sacrificing this round. A little footstep made, but not registered.
Oh.
Doesn't matter. QB has his back. All is well for Fnatic.
Face in the dirt. I'm just saying, Cole, it's about to be 3-1. We might harp on that little bomb plant in that very first round from Preezy for a while longer, as well. Now the Danes are on USPs. A Desert Eagle for Dupree. I wonder if he's still using that Cobalt Disruption. That's like his classic Deagle. But for now, we'll have the opportunity to maybe see a USB kill come through from Roy. He'll instantly be traded, but maybe another damage, but that's all. Down to Dupree. I want to see if he still uses that Cobalt Disruption. Maybe things have swapped out. Yeah, they have, unfortunately, as he's moved on over. The times have changed. There's a couple of legendary Deagle skins within Counter-Strike. There's Nico's Deagle Blaze. Ooh. And Dupree's Deagle is one that is also famed in some Counter-Strike history. But print stream works well for him.
Yeah. I don't know about the Prince Stream Deagle.
You're wrong about that. That's already wrong. Stop yapping. Stop yapping.
The A1S Prince
You're
Stream with the Deagle?
You're just speaking just to speak, Cole.
No. Listen to me. Kind of looks a little too similar to default Deagle with just a couple X's. Like, I could craft the Prince Stream easy.
Okay, hold on. Stop yapping about pistols here, Cole, because it's just going to be a full-blown A-site run. Dupree has to somehow hold it all down. But just so many players, too much manpower, and the round's over. Bold play from Fnatic. But since they have Mattis on their team, you know, they're willing to run through any and every smoke to get the job done.
Yeah, and this time he doesn't have to run through like 5 HEs, 3 Molotovs, 2 smokes, and spam. You know, he has to run through only 1 smoke this time around, and it is so much more efficient. Get away with a whole lot more here on the side of Fnatic. CT side here for Preezy, still not working out, but the first gun round quickly swiped aside. I mean, just completely dominated by this Fnatic squad, and that's also gonna just like set the tone here early. Say, hey, look what we can do, look what we can get away with, and look what you're gonna have to start really worrying about for the remainder of this half. We can go with a fast A play anytime you want. So are you gonna take those resources away from mid or B? What's the deal there? And that's always the big question, right?
So Preezy off to the rough start right now. Feeling a bit at the mercy of Fnatic right now. It's gonna be this little A-side execute. Molly dropped on top of Dupree. He has to back away, but not really budging incredibly hard on the rotates right now. Oh, but Dupree does go down, and as you start to lose numbers, now you have to commit more players away, and that's when Fnatic start to creep up the B ramp.
Once the fake finds an entry, it's kind of over, isn't it? We'll make it 2. Hey guys, we found ourselves a bomb site all of a sudden. They know where the last 2 players are as well. So a free bomb plant and a free kill for QB. Only a matter of time before Altex joins him. Might be able to fight himself out a little bit more. He's being closed out on here, QB. Oh, that spray not working for either one.
No. Oh, but he
Okay.
picked up the AK. Hold on. Let him cook. Get his way into A main, and I mean, Fnatic do have kind of like infinite money right now, so they could afford to drag this rifle down. But it looks like Altex will keep his AK. The real problem here is, Cole, is that you're having players approaching 10,000, and you're up 5-1 right now. And Preezy need to find a solution, and fast.
That they do. Back on the guns here again. See, maybe if an op is that solution, although, again, not really what we would, you know, kind of talk about when we talk about Preezy. Ops probably aren't the solution, to be honest with you. Gonna have to do it with rifles instead here on the CT side of Ancient. I feel like Afro can just play so much more confidently. He's got a couple of like opening duels. On that first gun round, he got a big opening duel alongside Maddie's. And when you know you're not going up against like a dedicated opper, and money's always in that like awkward state, Afro's confidence just goes up here, knowing that you might not be facing up against an AWP for a little while.
Yeah, and it looks like he might be taking it to the house as well. He's ready to pull the pin on the molly if needed, but instead nade to the smoke, and he targets. There was one.
He's got to sit inside the smoke. The molly's down.
Oh!
He does get caught. You couldn't fade away there. The utility had kept him stuck in between the spam and the Molotov, so.
I wonder how intentional that molly was.
It was deep, deep.
Really interesting concept, though, to keep the T's trapped inside of the smoke. And so, Preezy do find a solution to perhaps win this round with the opening kill.
You do nice find already. Looking for more. Not too happy with just one single opening duel. They want the full map.
Here's the setup for Preezy. Roy on the off angle. Wide swing. He's out of ammo, though. He's out of ammo. And Crims picks up all techs as well. It's all going wrong, Cole. Roy is just going to try and tuck away and hide inside of the smokes. But Body, does he sense something that's amiss? Well, Roy will get the kill on the USB either way. But everyone else drops for Preezy. They got the opening kill, but hardly anything else. They had everything going for them.
They missed the door smoke on the CT side. It landed like awkwardly outside the door. And the setup is just way too strong to fail if that smoke doesn't miss and just separate these two players completely. Oh boy, I mean, you mentioned like some of the small detail frustrations. I don't even know like some of the like in-server stuff coming through right there. But like watching that round breakdown from Preezy is unbelievable because it's a missed bit of utility that's so simple. But doesn't end up landing correctly. And in fact just gets used against them right there. And that is so much more frustrating than like maybe accidentally letting a bomb down. Things like that, because it's just gonna continue to compound here. That's a headache.
And that missed smoke let them go through, basically. It gave them cover to push through the door instead of locking them out. It served the opposite purpose. It made them want to go for the play. You mean... What can you really say? I know, it's rocky, choppy on this map from Preezy so far. Maybe a refresh can do it on the AWP. The flashes are so good, but Matisse... Oh, he'll get knocked off as well. It's just trading flashbangs left and right. Refresh goes back in for the swing, but doesn't get the collateral. Dupree now in charge, but was openly hoping for the one kill. TMB falls next as he walks out Temple, and one by one, Preezy drop. This is looking more and more like a save.
Give him a post plant with donut control here. One of the strongest positions you can find yourself in, but it's not done just yet. We got a flank formulating quickly from Roy, and Altex on the other side of things here. Altex needs to wait or strike for a kill.
Hold on. And Roy, backstab available. As Body makes his way to Temple, he just barely escapes, but not the position that Body wants right now. Crims as well. He makes his way out from Donut, and Body goes down. I'm not so sure about that one, Cole. Preezy will be given a lifeline.
Yeah. Not pretty right there on the post plant. I understand Body getting caught off guard, but Crim's walking out right there. It's just so questionable. Again, it's just the strongest post plant you could ever ask for. Look at the, like, just small little angles that you have to deal with. It's so effective. And you know what? Body didn't even go down. He still lived. He still was alive. So that's not super necessary. It's rare to see, you know, Crims make that sort of mistake right there.
Yeah.
Of all the players.
Perhaps the idea is to, you know, stop him from getting into the 1 versus 2, but it's a much bigger risk than taking the 1 versus 2, all things said. Maybe some miscommunications as well.
Right.
I don't expect Crims to be the player to make that kind of mistake without, you know, a very good reason. I mean, that's online CS as well. The comms get crazy sometimes. We'll have to see. Straight execute coming through from Fnatic, and of course they're going to run through a smoke. Of course it's Maddie's leading the charge, but then Dupree comes through as well. The double setup working wonders here for Preezy. Gonna finally put up a boundary on the CT side. And Afro even just walks right into TMB. UB tossed into an impossible clutch. And Preezy put up the hold.
Off the back of that retake effort right there, they find themselves a dominant round. Strong one. Doesn't require a retake. Oh, they just straight hold on to that bomb site with ease. Excellent defense coming through here. It's for first time out coming through for Fnatic. Finally willing to call that out there. A couple round losses in a row. They don't let things slip too far before they call this timeout, and I really like that idea, right? You already have a great lead. Why don't you keep it rolling? So a quick discussion being held here.
And so setting down stakes on the CT side now for Preezy. That's what we're getting. But I mean, this half is not established just yet. Well, maybe it is. Roy. Oh, he almost gets 2 right through the wall. That's the cave player that I want.
Rory spamming and wallbanging and collecting kills that he can't even see is exactly what lifted off. Oh, sent in return. Get a little revenge for yourself.
And QB, though, is in some trouble, and refresh slides out for 2. Clean shooting out of him. Afro as well. Be able to play behind the flames. But the reposition from Altex should be good enough as Afro walks to his doom. And that leaves Body, who started this round on 6 HP, courtesy of Roy. And kind of all phases of the map here. Fnatic try the reaction over towards A. Now, that's a nice shot.
A cosmetic kill, or is it something more?
No.
Yeah, A side is clear, but he's trying to get a little crafty here. He doesn't want to even give this one a go. If he does want to give it a go, he's going to walk into 3 players here now. And Dupree. All that's required is a single bullet. Preezy really racking these rounds up towards the tail end here. Fnatic, again, not so straightforward. Forced onto a bit of a half-buy, maybe an eco territory. I mean, catching a little bit of fire themselves here soon if they keep this up. Walking into that second half with not only the momentum in their hands, but a little bit of redemption as well.
I mean, yeah, earlier on today, it was a brutal loss to Al's NXT. For Preezy. a 6 all half. That should be something to smile about towards the end. But as we say this, anything can happen on these kind of rounds. A couple of P250s Deagles can always get wild at a moment's notice. Like right now, Altex sticking around for the fight. And Roy, oh, his spray transfer, though, is much better. Molly deployed as well. And sitting pretty in the 3v4. Spam through the smoke there. Kyubi will fall next. Roy is working his way up to an ace. Crims will put him down for the moment. It's still a 2 versus 3, and in a moment. Obama's just been playing. Crims is now putting in work. Afro now in a 1 versus 2. It gets close, but not enough there for Afro. Preezy will get the 5.
You said it gets a little bit wild. A little bit hectic, but again, headed to the last round of the half. It's not the biggest of deals. But they take a lot of damage right there. They lose a lot of guns. Rebuys will still come through. They can include all pieces of the puzzle here. Yeah, there will be a gun surely dropped to Altex here, or already is dropped, but either way, a little bit awkward there, and it's good that they get a bomb play on the side of Fnatic. Roy being saving grace in this round, keeping things safe and sound. Big control again claimed here.
That's the nature of Preezy. They got such a strong rifling core. You have the X factors here in TMB and Altex. Get things done bottom mid. Oh, what a dink right there. Roy's gonna try and answer back though with one. Walk through. Maddie's 3D smokes. Like, you can't fire bullets when Maddie's is in the server. This guy, smokes are not walls.
Posted up like there's a brick wall defending him from Maddie's aggression, and look who has to deal with so many different aspects here. It's Altex, but he's covering all the bases. But even walls won't stop Maddie's as he takes care of Altex.
Yeah, smokes are not walls, and I guess walls are smokes? I don't know what to say here. Maddie's is going in. Still a 3 versus 3 though in TMB.
Another smoke for him to walk through.
Of course, and well, TMB will sideline him, but he will get immediately traded out and refresh. Did he run through the molly? Well, now he's dead. That question can remain unanswered. 1 versus 2 here for Dupree. He's coming through on the flank. Gotta get your gun out. Afro round the corner. Dupree almost gets a chance, but QB trades, and it's 7-5 for Fnatic.
A shot right there. Try and close out the clutch, but playing really strong right now is QB. It's off with double-digit kills right there to finish the job. Maddie, so just deleting him. Altex, once you think he's going to start to heat up and really lock down that defense with the smoke, the perfect bit of utility, it's all nullified by just a wallbang right there. He starts to heat up on his defense, but it's such a frustrating end to his round when it just comes at the hands of something you really can't fend up against. You can't outplay a wallbang like that. Fnatic will at least be able to throw a momentum stopper in Preezy's direction. And now they have to hop into a T side that they historically have not been very good at.
Oh, but I mean, there's a small chance. Never mind. Afro, what has just gone on here? 2 more headshots, and it's a killing ground over on the B ramp right now. Preezy are going to get plastered. And in a pistol round that they would have very much liked here, Fnatic will extend the lead.
For just taking him down right there. That is sick stuff from him. No bomb plant either. Blinded up. Didn't really get the best vision on his opposition, but I tell you what, wasn't super necessary. Fnatic will grab themselves a quick 8th round.
But Roy? Oh, he's been handed over. Hey, Dupree drops Roy of Hero AK. Right now.
Ooh.
He almost gets the kill. Roy's going to continue moving. right now. Afro only has a pair of dual Berettas. He's expecting to only play against Glocks right now. Oh, it didn't matter! The dualies takes down the AK!
That's an AK to upgrade into.
Yeah. And I mean, TMB will get the Glock trade, but that's it. Refresh is on the other side of the map at the moment. Just, you know, start up the defuse if you feel like it. Now they're going to have eyes on the back of their head at the moment. I mean, you think, right? You think? Guys, why are we fake defusing in a 1 versus 4?
No.
Guys, like, we need to get this one together. He picks up the AK. Oh, it could have gotten weird. But QB will spot him out. 9 rounds to Fnatic.
You do is breathe a sigh of relief right there. You see a world where that's a disaster because you think you're covering CT spawn, but you hit the timing perfectly right there on the side of refresh. Nearly, it just would have mentally destroyed them if they lost that. They like lost that to time if he just manages to like get the diffuser off and there's 10 seconds on it. But either way, a bomb plant actually secures them a great purchase here. Hero AK doesn't get the most efficiency, unfortunately, for side of Preezy, but still gets him enough space to take a bomb plant here. And Roy, right back with the AK in hand again, looking for his shot. EMB, though, I mean, just limited. Afro already kicking things off with a great start.
And the stomp up middle. Matisse hears this. QB wants to make a move. Matisse almost doubled up. QB runs through the smoke as well, trying to gather together. A refresh has got the flank coverage. 2v2. But Body also pops up. Bomb's going to get planted here for Altex. He's up into the clutch. And he will be able to cross on over to the triple boxes. A very winnable position here. He's going to slink towards the angle, on towards Temple. Try to make the jump up. Now a flashbang, and I think they know where he is. Now they certainly do, and Afro will be able to convert the fight. No clutch today. Fnatic are establishing a road to victory on Ancient.
Just all able to converge in right there. Great coordination in that retake. Really don't give him a lot to work with right there. Altex has been pretty good. You remember him in Inferno. Obviously, the post plant's a lot different on those two maps, but either way, he showed up clutch. He showed up strong on that last map. But this occasion, just given no room for error here on Fnatic. They're so quick on that retake. They're so efficient with the clearing. It might just be a quick end here if they can't stabilize. Another round where you kind of have some investment. You have some guns here, there. Altex and refresh this round, trusted, and that Macton gets some resources to scale up, but there's a gap in that smoke.
TMB tried to play around with the smoke, but Body says, I'm the master of this area. And now the shadow spotted. Afro on just a towering angle, but doesn't matter. He's going to snipe down a second before he gets traded. This round is over. Refresh, he's well known for a 1v5, but not in this game, not on this map. Not against this team. Fnatic, 11-5 right now.
Those 1xbet odds shift as well. Right in front of your eyes as they continue to stampede their way closer and closer to the finish line here on map number 2. This map has flown by. Just might continue to fly by Breezy's eyes if they don't stabilize here. Out towards middle, though. Finally, a little opening success here. No trade back from Fnatic this time.
Yeah, Crims wanted to fold out towards Donut. Soleil defender and Roy. Close angle, but Body is going to beat him on the duel. Even pushes continually forward. Eventually runs out of ammunition, though. It's a team kill, actually, but then the nade strike's true. Everything works out in the end, I guess. 3 versus 3.
Right. Well, Afro quickly redeems himself for taking down his teammate there with the unfortunate lineup. That lineup, though, right there could have been scary. QB could have heard something. Dupree took a shot right there. Afro, he wants to get aggressive, though. Not happy with the current space and definitely needs to now as that kill comes through. Bomb is still trapped, though. Altex needs to figure out a route out of this one.
There's no way. This is so devastating. Breezy, they have an open A site, but the bomb is locked in place. Dupree's going to walk through a
Oh
smoke
my
right
God.
into QB. I mean, he has to make the play there. That, all I can say, Cole, is that the way that Breezy have won these rounds, again, starting off with the pistol round. It's just tilting. There's some things that shouldn't be happening, and maybe this clutch as well. Refresh now into the 1v1. QB just swings him, though, as he moves forward. 12-5 for Fnatic. Flawless CT side so far.
The respect given by QB. He wins that round for his squad. The re-aggression is so perfect. But like you said, this map has been just full of frustration for Preezy. Think about a couple of really tough losses here taken by this squad, and even again in the round wins, sometimes not even all that gratifying. They gave us a little spree. They gave us something to think about on that CT side. You know, fought for it, but the second half just might be a wash. Without any resistance here. It's body that does go down early. Big pickup.
Oh,
Spam returned.
Not a second. You know, you get what you asked for, I guess. Following rule number 1 of smokes, and that is to always spam them, because the worst that can happen, you get spam back. Now, Matisse is got to clear behind you. Oh, he didn't. Not gonna matter all that much though, as the rotate already has gone over to the A side. Nade strikes true. Afro as well is here. And look who's also starting to flank up as well. They're gonna try and run back.
No way.
Are you kidding me? Deep into spawn, Matisse had his USP out and took down Refresh. And he even's prepared for Dupree. Smoke to the red room. Oh, is Afro just gonna walk through this? Yeah, he is. Dupree's watching him though. And there will be a round towards the tail end here for Preezy at least.
Well, hold on. A little while longer, and probably for a little bit more. QB could go for an investment. I guess it just depends on how bad Fnatic want to close this out, but I think the easiest call here is just to get the save half by rolling for a couple of players here on the side of Fnatic. Not a bad idea. Preezy offered up a little bit of relief on the 5v3. It's still, again, you're watching this round, and you're not thinking there's a lot of ways where it can break down, but then you start to see it formulate, and you're like, oh, they're going back towards the one place where they couldn't afford to. Hesitation kicks in sometimes for these this Preezy squad, and they're finally on the board, though. They could get some extra. They could at least make this scoreline a little bit more respectable before we hop into third map. Or hey, maybe they could fight it all the way back. But we're going to need to see a whole lot more depth in the defaulting.
I mean, there's that. But I'm just going to say, there's just been a lot of individual hesitation from Preezy across the board.
Yeah, mistakes. A lot.
It's just a lot of mistakes. And whether it's like comfort on the map or just the players right now, because all techs clearly after that first series today is not feeling confident right now. You just saw him holding the angle with the bomb, right? Instead of, taking the chance to hop back with his teammate. And just mistakes.
This third map could be just another slugfest as well. Fnatic have very little confidence in that map. They lost it last time in a double overtime affair. Preezy just got sideswiped by Mouse and XT on that map, just the same as this map. I don't know what to think.
Wait a minute. No.
It's not like this.
This is not real. This is not real. Refresh was gonna hold on for it. But he's pinned down. One bullet will do him in. And so he'll try to slink out. So Kyubi's got him locked in place, but he's even prepared for the next player. And oh my god. No, 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 no. Okay. Well, Kyubi did fall in middle. Imagine if Kyubi got Dupree. That would be the map over right there, Cole. You see where things are going wrong.
Yeah. It's the wins that don't feel like big victories here. They feel quite hollow, in fact. That's the duel right there. That very well could have been the duel. To decide what felt like an impossible retake. To a winnable round here. Timeout again. Fnatic have been very diligent with these timeouts. I mean, I would say even they made some like small mistakes. We talked about like just the little bit of awkwardness and like some of like the Crim's post plants there, and that was a big question mark, but that didn't linger. And again, these timeouts have really helped in stabilizing it and keeping them in good fashion.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think they just like Fnatic have kind of started flowing again, even after that small mistake. Breezy are still hitting a lot of speed bumps on the way in, like getting bailed out by Refresh, who finds the double up. Now Kyubi could be in some trouble. Roy's gonna run through it, and Kyubi takes the challenge. Now the thing is, no footsteps have necessarily been heard middle, and Fnatic might have a rude awakening making their way through spawn at the moment. However, so yeah, while TMB does all this battle in middle, it might go down. 3 versus 5. Players making their way in through Temple, but look at this. The boost player spots him out. And Altex will make his way through as well. He needs the double kill here. And helped out by Refresh. An actual post plant to be played. Smoke to spawn, though. We are not respecting this. And we're going to run right through it. Flash in. Altex in the clutch once more. Looking for a bit of redemption to keep Preezy in the map. We'll drop out of Temple. Smoke deployed. Afro sees him. Now it's a 1v1. And Bonnie does not have a kit. Fake on the defuse. To go on through. Altex spamming desperately. Body, though, will fly forward right into Altex. There's a clutch for Preezy.
I mean, he gets his redemption right there. Got a 1v2 at the start of this half. He wasn't able to pull through, but that one looks a whole lot easier. That one looks clean. Altex able to do so much by playing his life, playing off a refresh here. And my god. Breezy able to hang in there. Stay alive for a little while longer. And it's scrappy. You know, they're getting some smoke pushes. They're getting away with some crazy plays right there, but it might just be enough. As if they close out this, they'll only need 3 more.
That donut smoke is awkward. Zeus is going to play around the edge of it. And Bonnie will try to take his place, and will fall right in the very same place. Challengers Crims. And Altex will just go ahead and best him quickly. Fnatic fall fast on the eco. How many more from Preezy? Well, guys, every victory, it feels like there's just like, it's not clean, Cole. It's just not.
Yeah, it's just like poor TMB's just like, man, shoot. Why do we not have coverage for me? I just want to plant the bomb. Just let me plant the bomb, man. Breezy calling in a timeout here. I mean, that was the cleanest round, though, that they have seen. Outside of that little frustrating little closure there from Kyubi, it's kind of harmless in the end. They dominate on the eco, whereas some of these other ecos have been a little bit scary. Breezy realized the situation that they're in. I think now they got to continue to take it round by round, but I tell you what, they're piecing it together.
Just gotta dodge some of these mistakes. Make sure that these mistakes are meaningless instead of round defining.
We'll switch up here. On the ramp again. Great control being taken. Roy gonna get flashed through that smoke. Blinded up. Oh, but body blinded as well. Still finds one, and Kyubi will keep that man advantage rolling. Great position here to find yourself in if you're Fnatic, with a man advantage and so much control on the map.
Smoke
The
fades
only
bottom
weakness is
middle.
A right now. That's all that they really have to work for. And he's trying to hold the line, but he has to roll off. And yeah, QB just playing too strong right now to let this slide.
QB playing a hell of a map here out towards the cave position. And yep, TMB looks at the ground as he knows it's the end of the line. Finally here for Preezy. Just left to walk forward into his doom. Takes a little bit there. Preezy with 4 in a row at the very tail end, but that is going to be Fnatic walking away with map number 2, and it sets us up for a real banger of a decider over there on Vertigo.
Yeah, I'm excited for it because even though these teams don't have the best track record, it was absolute barn burner last time that these two rosters have played it out. So I'm expecting the same thing to come through here again. But as for Ancient, definitely, I think, like you had mentioned here, sometimes the hesitation really cost this Preezy squad. Some small mistakes just haunted them pretty early on, I think. And from that point, it just got off on the wrong foot.
Yeah, it's, you know, some just I felt uncomfortable from a lot of the individuals there on Preezy. Just never really tossed into situations that they wanted to truly be in. And that was where Fnatic took advantage of it, as well as I think Fnatic felt comfortable. They're running through smokes like half the time on that T side and having a blast. 13-9 is the scoreline at the end of it, but a decider is on the way. Last time these two teams met up here, it was a double overtime affair in the decider back in the group stage. We're almost having a mirror rematch right here. Let's see if it stays the same after a break.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
A decider and a decider here, Cole. Preezy and Fnatic are going at it again, going deep now into map number 3. Vertigo has delivered in the past, but the big question is, will it deliver again? As Preezy do fall dominantly on Ancient, and maybe a little bit of tilt could set in.
Yeah, I mean, again, it feels like the exact replica, just minus Overpass and plus Ancient and the vetoes there, but it's kind of the same exact result. Pretty dominant affair for both teams' map picks. We hop into this decider here, in which Fnatic don't have a lot of confidence on this map. They've just been losing out on it as of recent, but they sure did come close to taking down Preezy there last time. So it's not like we expect this to be a blowout, even though the kind of scorelines or the percentages are so bleak and looking a little bit stark for Fnatic. I think that they can still put up a fight, and they've got the backup of coming into this one looking strong and playing confident off the back of that last map.
Yeah, that is going in it as well. QB played a really exceptional game and really started to flex his individual muscles. Just able to win his head-to-head fights. So as we jump into the knife round there, Preezy will have the opportunity to select sides here. I don't think it's necessarily the biggest of deals on a map like this, but it could certainly help out a bit in the confidence department if they get to start, the CTN. Let's see if they can get things rolling. Fnatic taking on Preezy. Waiting see what Preezy can really do. I think the confidence could be at a low, but as long as they're able to correct the small mistakes and maybe even rectify that with the series win over Fnatic, doing that back-to-back could be a huge accomplishment.
See what they can get done. A couple players listening for some footsteps over towards middle, trying to figure out where they want to stack the presence. Where they want to stack the resources here. And right now, the B side is the right answer for Preezy, and they've got some extra support here for Altex. As the execution, there's a lot of utility in these pockets right now. 3 belts of utility. Only 2 players with armor right now on this T side.
And, well, the armor could be a serious issue as Altex actually comes through with the double. And Body goes down extremely low, but Matisse is going to be able to add to the tally. 2 on the entry. Roy flies through the smoke with a flash, but nobody is blind. And that just leaves TMB trying to sift through a smoke for a kill. It's possible. The shots are close to Matisse, but nothing gives.
He's got 1 clip left.
I better use it wisely. He makes his way around the site. Pushing forward, Body on 3. And Crims could go down. It's actually possible. But Matisse is not missing. That's why they got him here on Fnatic. And that'll be the pistol.
Especially when things start to go a little bit wrong there when Altex delivers the multi-kill. I thought that armor was going to cost him dearly, but the lack thereof, I should say, the utility that they invested. It's always a little bit of a risk there. The body shots become a lot more easy, and there's so many members on that site, but Maddie just starts to systematically break through. It finds the first kill of the round, and Altex, try as you might, you nearly had it right there. 3 HP was maybe the difference between them letting that round, or closing out that round and letting it slip, and Altex doing his best work, but tough task at hand, and full eco goes just about the same here, where Altex is the only one able to offer up much of the resistance right now.
Another dink comes through,
Nice.
so Crims down to 2. And hey, there's an AK. Altex will take that, but how long will he hold on to that is the question. Not very. Dude, this guy's reminding me of like a Flusha and a JW right now. He's running through smokes and just airdropping onto players. Is Mattis.
Perfect fit. He gets to play alongside Crims. The final guards here. Yeah, it is very entertaining to watch Maddie's play. That confident style. It's taking him a long way. Roy taking a lot of damage playing behind these smokes, but not scared of the spam. No, not at all. Instead, he sends it right back in return looking for something. But they just walk away, shaking hands here now. Re-aggression towards ramp. They're still clapping their hands, drawing a lot of attention towards this A side here, but Altex spotting that out. I think he's going to prepare them for this B play here, potentially.
But the thing is, I don't think he's actually saw truly anything. He is a sole defender. And just a wave of utility. Crashing forward, QB, instant trade, Body takes down the rotate. If you're Preezy, you probably want to save this. You can find something through a smoke, it's possible, but nothing connecting. Kyubi is just going for extras, but Crims is dropping the flank. He's looking to stop these saving players right now. And Preezy are not safe.
Not safe at all. That's an incredibly explosive B take right there. It's so quick, you don't have any time to prepare yourself. Again, Altex, you can get your one and done, but that's not what you need when you're defending that B bomb site. We talk about like just really strong B side anchors here. And you've got to be able to find and develop chances to multi-kill and buy time. That's the key. That's your goal. In Altex, he has had multi-kills. He's had good opportunities, but right there in the first gun round, you can see that Fnatic just don't give him any space to work. You can't get anything done outside of that singular kill, and then bam, instantly traded, because that's how quick Fnatic are exploding on into this B-bomb site.
Steam protocols there from Fnatic. I mean, as we expect of a team of the tenure and stature, you know, there's something that goes into the name of the organization.
Absolutely. I mean, it's definitely expectations that have been broken down over time, but I'm with you, it still stands, you know? When you hop into this organization, when you talk about pool of players. Gone through a lot of changes since their time dominating the scene. Looking to dominate this map again. Take so much ground here. TMP actually landed some decent wallbang damage. Curtain smoke over towards 51 and some wallbangs, just try and clear it out. TMP just trying to find any way to keep these A players at bay, but it's gonna work. It's still gonna be a B-side finish. They're faking this A play out so effectively, drawing out attention.
Duper is gonna be in position. Great Molly, very well timed. He's gonna slink up to the wood wall here. Well, Altex is going to take it a long-range angle while up close is Dupree. But Altex gets deleted on the swing instead. Refresh out in the open. He gets dropped. There's a 3-man defense and it vaporizes. Afro will eventually fall, but look at this from Crips. He goes down. That was the high HP player in the 1 versus 1. TMB has got it. Madness on the B site as players extend every which way, and it'll be Preezy's first round.
Oh, Crim's got super panicky right there, starts running forward. Could have been locked in right there, but TMB denies with a nice clutch coming through with 21 HP, but just enough tools in the tank to get the job done. Again, the explosiveness on these B-side executes, even if it doesn't go their way on the side of Fnatic, I tell you what, that execute that they have geared up on these T sides, it's just, there's no defense here. Even like the excellent utility and great attempt there from Dupree to buy some time. You would have thought that would have done it right there. Molly disrupts the execute finally. But still, they just waited out. They're able to collapse in. They're gonna take a headshot on his way out of this main exchange. Guess what they're just doing here? They're gonna once again full exec on the B side. I guess really just try this until it fails and just bait out a Molotov here. For no real reason.
That's the only Molly. Here comes the tsunami of utility, and all Texas is going to get ran over again. And a perfect Molly as well up towards the platform, too. It's cutting off the rotates right now. Altex is in some serious trouble. He gets dropped immediately. Smokes obscure the site. And Dupree traded. Everyone drops. QB with the double. I mean, hope and pray to stop the plant. That's all they can really do. I mean, but there's an overextension from QB, and Afro goes down as well. And this round is not supposed to be possible from Preezy. And now it comes up to Body. He started this round off by getting dinked. Now has to finish the job. This just shouldn't have been possible for Preezy, but some extensions from Fnatic. Greed. And a 1v1.
It's the best way to put it here. Greed trying to close out the round, but couldn't figure out a way to hold until the bomb was safe to plant. They now find themselves in a 1v1 Body. Not a lot of time left here. Team B gonna commit to the site. The Body's gotta figure out a way to plant here. 10 seconds.
Oh, TMB jumping down.
So good.
Now it's gonna be the rundown, a fake plant, and he's got it on time.
And after
TMB.
time.
Yep, after time there for Body. 1650 in the bank, walking into the next one.
That's brutal. G&B playing that one to perfection right there. No overextensions. Always baiting out the footsteps of a potential chase there on the body. With 10 seconds, that's exactly how you want to play it. Give him a little taste of what it would feel like if he pushed you. Never give him the full meal. Gonna be one of these kind of half-by situations here. Kiwi, who's been great on the rifle work. Just given the hero AK. A little bit more influence than they're used to on this A side as well. We gotta play our side haul. Being fully discounted.
Full belt to utility dropped in, but Afro. Oh, man, huge chance, but squandered. And Roy will clean up the kill on Maddie's. Double swing. And while there was an AK in the hands of QB, it quickly gets dropped, and Parisi will make themselves at home at 3-all.
That they do. Nicely handled right there. Not the right tools to do the damage, but maybe some sort of identification of what you could possibly get away with. The issue is now I feel like, now that they kind of have threatened that side all position, it's like, oh, okay, I don't know if you'll be able to get away with the same stuff anymore. But I become a whole lot more aware of that possibility as Roy. The ace. Not a bad round. He's gonna push a smoke. No big surprises there. Oh, he's flashed by his teammates though.
Awkward scenes. He was gonna go right over and blind up Roy completely, but that'll have to wait. Oh, but he does find success somewhere. Where did that kill even come from? Well, questions later, I guess.
Could just split in towards mid. They've got so much space right now. They have a smoke for elevator. They do not, but they can at least try and fake some presence here. Another kill from Patty. I mean, he's just single-handedly doing it on his own.
What?
He's cleared out the A side. Refresh is stuck in between two planes of attention. There's just no winning this round. Maddie's just shut it down from one side, and then this mid lurk coming through from Crims shuts it down from another. This is brutal.
Maddie's just took a stroll on the A site and took down the only two defenders. And Altex, position spotted now. Trade out for the AK. You're gonna have to trade for your life potentially. QB though will drop. And the hunt will stop at that, so AK will be transferred over. I just want to see what Maddie's did.
See if we get it. So that was really impressive. It's hard for your mid lurk to fail when your A play with one man is finding multiple entries. Here you go. That's the start. Ooh. Again, I mean, Sidehall kind of being discounted. And then playing very well to find the second. Right around that smoke. That's like one of the biggest keys, I think, of the fundamentals of Vertigo is that if you want your mid lurk to succeed here, I don't think it needs to be the like tip of the spear. It needs to be the end of it. Or it can be like the last little piece. Doing damage. Finding success. And Kid Maddie's really helping out in Crim's success. Like causing those rotates.
Roy, edge of these smokes. It's like Maddie's domain. Jump spots here. Nade, touchdown.
Ouch.
And I don't feel like running through smokes no more. Shots just whizzing by. Think twice on that. They walk through. There's a triple swing There's the refraggers. Just one player out towards the sandbags. He'll play his hand. TMB now in some serious trouble, though. And the HG will get him. But Refresh swings forward, gets the double, and puts Crims in a clutch.
See if he's got a little clutch for us. Right now he's getting wrapped on Sidle. That's the big problem, though. Will he be able to cover this?
He's going to clear it out. Or is he? Smoke forward. But Dupree? Hello? Hello?
Oh, don't go for the knife.
No,
Don't go for the knife.
Oh, and my goodness. Crims, are you kidding me? In the clutch, he pulls out the knife. He knows where his opponent lies. But 10 seconds? Hello? Crims? Gotta get that bomb planted. Fake on the plant. All text. Oh my goodness, it's Crims! Oh, it's vintage! 5-3 for Fnatic. It's Knife Fnatic as well.
My God, Crims. Of course, of all players on this Prezi side, it is Dupree. Just kind of an age-old rivalry. Yes, and I'm sure Dupree's... That might not even be the first time that he's experienced that.
I'm just gonna say he's probably felt that blade before.
Oh, man. What a way to save the day for Crims. Been left into a couple clutch opportunities. Steps up big into map 3. The decider to decide who makes it into playoffs, and he has just broken the economy here of Prezi.
A decade and counting. And yeah, he's still got it. Crims, gotta hold on here. Oh, USP's dropping in. But it's time to bounce out of here. To the other site we go. And QB is even to take away these remaining guns. TMB without a chance. Altex on a recovery mission. He goes down to 8 HP, and it's going to be 6 rounds for Fnatic.
100%. Altex on his mission to maybe just protect Roy on this save and be comfortably closed out. Lovely stuff so far. On the side of Fnatic, this is a good T-side foundation to build upon. Oh, man.
I love that. The bounce grenade. I mean, he just watches the nade blast in his face as well. It's just... He doesn't even move. Defeat accepted. So, 6-3 here for Fnatic. At least, you know, if I want someone with an AK on Prezi, I would like Roy on that bill. See how he uses it over towards that ramp side.
It certainly needs to deliver that department here. Maddie's has been pressuring it. We started off with just non-stop B executes. I feel like Fnatic could have had even more success if they were able to like kind of slow things down a little bit, but then you look at now Maddie's being able to crack open this A side a couple of times and that working out well for them. Then Crims showing up with a big clutch, that working out well for them. But last time these two teams battled it out and they went into that crazy overtime affair, it was at 6s, tied up at the half. Will it replicate itself? Will we get that mirror? Or that theme continuing?
Those nades had Roy's name on it. But not there no more. Fnatic spread out across the map once again. Altex has Dupree next to him. So, little B split at least to be attempted, but this mid presence has split off Dupree from his side anchor, and Altex will fall alone again, and then Dupree falls next. Refresh to try and pick up the slack once more. Nade to the smoke. TMB drops.
Numbers punched in. Timer ticks against Roy, and it's just not going to be much interest in even giving this one a go. Maybe. As a kid, actually. Maddie's is going to be a big point of contact. He's watching this, though. He's kind of careful of this mid flank, so it's not completely unaccounted for. And yeah, no time to dilly-dally. Fnatic going to move themselves up to 7. And it's a quick reminder of how effective that B execute, that play that they've been bringing through early can be. Rotations completely cut off as well. It's the mid presence that makes sure that Altex can never get any help. Dupree can never get any help. Just no saving that B side here.
Altex needs a teammate next to him at all times right now. He is just getting bodied on this site. Like, Fnatic are just throwing the kitchen sink at him, and you just have to take it full force. I mean, it is very difficult. It's not like there's much he can do.
Yeah, if you're dealing with a good team that can execute the B side properly, it becomes a very difficult role to play. You gotta master it. It's one of those sites where you have to master it, but...
Okay.
Roy has been being very effective over towards that A side. He starts it off well. And this time Altex over towards B, he does have the players to stand beside him.
Might be called back. QB also could be in some trouble. Oh no, he handles both.
Jeez.
Both aggressors. QB has been playing lights out this series. Oh, but alright, Dupree. He gets one, but the fallback covered by Afro. There is a punish. And Altex making no secret of his position. Now there's Roy pushing all the way down.
QB, is he really gonna walk right into this? He might. He just might.
But Altex...
Oh, but he wins the duel somehow.
Still, though, the B site's open, and Altex is about to receive an uppercut. There you go. Crims has got him. Now, the thing is, the flank.
Still a good flank, though.
Oh, but now spotted out. And shot misses, though, from Afro. It gets awkward around the site. Calls in for backup, though, with Crims. Does an excellent job at the bait and switch, and I think this map of Vertigo might deliver far less than it did in the previous.
Just might. Fnatic looking a little too strong here. Even in the rounds that they've lost, I mean, one came down to a clutch. Begin, the B-side executes have looked way too strong. And when the B-side executes have given up, they've had individuals like Maddie's and Crims to take them that extra mile. Sorry, that experience. Crims really steps in. This good utility usage could come through there, doing a lot of damage to this T side.
And Roy even collects the kill on a Maddie's again. Who's just not had a fun time towards ramp. Roy has kind of had his number, despite the 8-3 lead right now from Fnatic.
Only one time has Maddie's had been able to get away with a big play. This A side hasn't been the big issue, though. It's been that middle and B side that's been the biggest concern. I think the biggest reason we see this lead. QB.
Yes.
You just hit the timing, and that's a big sound cue. TMB. Just making a lot of them.
Calling for backup, though. Roy also makes his way
just
through
in
and
time.
hands his back over to Elevator. And so a 3 versus 5 just kind of feels unwinnable. Body needs to hit an incredible entry. get his team established into this. And with the perfect flashbang, it might be what he's asking for. But Refresh does swing through with the trade. Crims is following up. Refresh is going to get backstabbed there. Crims needs this second kill. Oh, but his teammate in Afro is disconnected. Goal. Ah, that's the problem. Nice shots here from Crims.
Is it?
No. Oh
Is
my
it?
goodness, Crims!
Oh.
It was so close. Crims almost had another nuclear round. Will just be put down at the end.
My God, nice try from Crims. That's all you can say. A little bit unfortunate with that disconnect. The timing of it, not great. As Crims makes that round possible. TMB will deny and deliver a 4th round. Fnatic really looking comfortable, looking confident to try and close this thing out. They've got a CT side to do it right now.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. But I think on the T side, I mean, what can you even look forward to? Altex had a tough CT end. The hope is that he picks it back up on the T side here, but I don't know. What do you think can change?
Good question. I mean, kind of feels like they do need to lean in on some of the effective executes that been thrown out. But I don't know if they have that sort of depth here. Again, this isn't like an Inferno here where Preezy have got their timings well versed. They've got the individuals that are super comfortable. And in fact, it looks like quite the opposite. Fnatic are the ones that are looking strong, ready to close out.
I mean, this is Roy's map. Like, this is the map that he enjoys playing by far the most. And he dropped 39 kills in that double overtime affair. So I think like that could be the real win condition here for Preezy, especially on that T side.
Yeah,
Where
I
mean,
agree. I mean,
yeah,
this performance was good on A, right? I think he did his job for the most part. I think the B side was the clear vulnerability, right?
yeah. I will say that, but moving to the T end, Roy going to be in charge of breaking open that ramp side, and he was so good in the rounds versus Fnatic last time. The thing is, it feels like Fnatic are coming into this one with a plan. Like, I think I mean, obviously, this early game plan at the start of this half was just to take advantage of that B defense over and over again. It's weird to say this about Vertigo, Cole, but I don't think there was like a single true A-site post plan for Fnatic that entire half. It was just on B that whole time.
Yeah, I mean, the one round where they did have some success in taking that A side, it was Maddie's who got 2 kills, and the round was over before the bomb even got down, because they already landed all the frags.
This is a head-on collision.
A play, though.
4 versus 5 here on ramp right now. Body with the opener. Afro to follow up. Tapping at long range. Players dropping low as they're armorless as well. Dupree basically a body shot away. And, well, it doesn't matter. He's on the headshot angle. Back to the 3v3.
It's huge. All 3 of these players got utility as well to work with. Still a Molotov for Dupree. Slow things down big time. Want to try and find a gap here, but in the meantime, Fnatic's just sticking together. Playing as a pack. Playing as a unit.
That Molly
There's a
could
smoke
do
to
number.
scale in.
There's the smoke. Molly could do a number. As it will force back Crims and allow the cross. Altex will be able to get the plant. 3 on 3. And a Molly as well from the CT end, but a tad too late, or is it? Crims catches Altex on the fallback. And TMB, he's armorless on the site right now. Body shots will do. And Dupree, 28 HP. He's going to try and play the headshot angles. He's going to try and toy with the numbers. And he's doing it! Dupree! No, 360 from Crims will be enough to get it in.
Oh my god.
It's the defuse. It's the pistol for Fnatic.
You didn't have to do that. Why did you just style on him like that? Oh my god. And after he does this to his teammates, Scrim just disrespects 360.
What?
That is so sick, man. I'm just having fun with it. He's having fun this game, and as he should. 19-6. An absolute beast in this third map. Hungry for playoffs and hungry to get there in style. He's knifing him. He's 360ing him. He's going crazy.
Bro, he had a knife kill in the 1 versus 2. Like, what is the thought complex that this guy has? Like, what goes on in his brain? Like,
It's just so relaxed.
like, and a great double swing there from Freezy, and that makes for a 2-for-1. And the flashbang doesn't strike 200 onto Dupree. So actually, on this force by Freezy are in with a chance. You know, on land, Crims just looks like so serious, honestly. But then it's the same guy who's knifing people in clutches and 360ing in the 1v1. B-side execute on the play. Crims is not going to pull any pins on this. He wants to actually fight this one out. Good opener there from Kyubi, however. And then Crims with backup. There's a double. And Breezy have been cut down. Refresh at least will scoop up an AK. Try to put it to work. He has time as well on his side. The player's wrapping the site. Was he spotted? Now he certainly has been. Game given up. Swing there. The transfer's not. And Crims will get another multi.
Crims just playing so strong. Not gonna let that slide. Fnatic close it out, but Priest get off to such a good start. I like the idea, I like the game plan. Double swing in A, just use some of the rifles that you have. You don't have a lot of utility. But you have the rifles to work with, and they try and abuse that fact. Again, also credit to QB right there for distracting so well. That's what we love to see out of a B anchor right there. Is just planting his feet, finding a quick kill, but also buying so much time. Look at the distraction that he puts for Crims as well. That combination effort goes a long way.
And, well, it will lead to Preezy going back in for this reinvestment, though. I mean, this is putting the game on the line, and Roy wants a chance to play. He needs to. He was so good at working ramp control in the previous map here. But Fnatic's game plan right now is just so strong compared to the previous.
Yeah, it is just one of those cases where I think they really came through and developed a little bit of a better idea heading into this match, into this decider that they felt was coming on between these two teams. If you run into a big Roy problem on that A side, just keep going B, right? That's what we saw in that first half. The CT side, well, they haven't gotten much out of it here. We already have, like, individual front of Crims just showing up big time.
I mean, it's blessed to have a player like Crims in the server for sure. He keeps it entertaining at all times, and he plays quality CS. You know, how do you maintain this balance? I don't understand. But here we are. Now, what has
So
just
sick.
just happen over towards ramp. And we have a 4-man setup. But the bottom ramp smoke actually missed. That actually might serve to lure them into the setup instead. And it does. Oh my goodness, it is a wash. 3 players drop immediately. Breezy are put in the dirt with 4 players of Fnatic storming down the ramp. What are you supposed to do?
I just read like a book right there. That's more of what we're talking about here. Fnatic have come through with the game plan. They looked at this map and they saw what went wrong. They saw the struggles of the last series in this decider and came prepared and improved. Refresh spotted and eliminated here. It's a quick end to a force buy, and it's likely going to be just force buys for the remainder for Precy unless they get something going, unless they win around. They go all in here. You don't necessarily have to. You can give yourselves the gun rounds, but you will be going up against 8 map points. And they'll go all in. Or just a half buy, rather.
They're gonna half buy. I mean, they just gotta hope that they win this round, and there's a decent chance.
God.
There's a decent chance. Crim's gotta hold on. Good counter flash will keep him in the round, but a lot of damage dealt.
Okay. Lifeline could be granted here. Low HP on Crims. Like you said, able to stay afloat. He's still left alone on B. They just are kind of going on a re-clear towards middle. Gold Amolly is to buy some time here. Oh, smoke is risky. He gets it off, but he needs help. He needs someone to rotate in.
Well, he does not really have it right now. Able to make the full fallback, though. Body does arrive, but it's just the damage. There will be no plant denial here. There is a post plant available right now for Breezy. This round wood could mean everything, but they're losing players through the smoke. Maddie's the master of the fog.
Oh.
But Dupree, master of the Desert Eagle right now. Tech9 up close as well. Refresh needs to do it here, and he's doing it! Round the site, but Crim's on 2 HP. So close there for Breezy, but instead, it's so many series points for Fnatic.
It's so close, but you just can't pull it over the line when you're going up against Crims right now. Not in the clutch, at least. He doesn't lose in the clutch. And I mean, Refresh just doing his best work right there, fighting forward, but... that man just won't give in.
And the funniest part there, Cole, Crims didn't know which body was Refresh's, so he decided to spam them all.
Oh.
Oh, an
I'll have
op
to try and
duel
close.
is inconclusive. So, 8 series points. And Breezy facing elimination. The rematch versus Fnatic is not what they wanted.
Just so much investment in this control of ramp here. Maddie's being spotted and forced to dance. Spot him between the yellow tarp. Ooh, but Refresh. There's a lot of movement being made. I'm just getting loud about his play here, but oh, they just lost a big individual there. Refresh gets his revenge at least.
Oh my goodness, but Maddie's is up to no good while Afro drops. Oh, Maddie's hears the footsteps next to him. It's just so tantalizing right now.
Oh my god.
Surely they gotta expect something, right? They're not clearing it. They're not clearing it. Oh, TMB is! Alright, TMB holds the smoke. Preparation pays. But Body is still in position, and TMB caught jumping up. Kyubi as well takes the AWP, but the bomb's off to the other site.
Refresh securing that much. Ooh, okay. Figure it out in the end. I'm just gonna be punched in. He's gonna leave Refresh kind of on the site right now proper. He does escape and join forces with his teammate at least to help out. And he's just going to call for the flash here, I think, to try and get active.
And, well, he does, and it works well. But Golden QB gets the shot through the smoke. He's going to start to defuse. He is going to start to defuse, and it's not planted proper here for Altex. He gets a dink through the smoke, but it's a ninja defuse to eliminate Breezy. Fnatic winning in Fnatic ways, man. This team, it may be so many different players, but still the same brand.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Lovely way to close out there. A great sequence from Crims as well. Winning multiple clutches, getting knife kills, getting 360s, just having a ball in that third map there. And as we kept on highlighting, but every step of the way there, Vertigo looked like a complete turnaround because Fnatic, I think, came prepared for this.
Yes. I think they absolutely did. Altex had the worst time of his life on the B side of that map, and the T side just felt the CT side felt quite procedural as they just stomped down on that ramp control in multiple different rounds. Fnatic came into this game with a plan and executed it near perfectly as well, and it helps that Crims is having a ball of a game.
Yeah, 100%. I love to see that sort of performance again. That's where you can really draw upon his experience here when it comes to making it to playoffs, when it comes to the most important game here for Fnatic. He's able to close out and really deliver, and that's a great accomplishment here. Obviously, again, Inferno's still a real strong suit for Preezy. They've got that one in the bag to a T, but outside of that map here, you know, they do kind of offer up some struggles, some small disconnects, and there's still some questions on like opping and what that like job is going to do. You definitely see it like lacking in the impact there. You get away with a lot more on Ancient when you don't have to worry about an op. Same with Vertigo, at least when it comes to like the dedication of those roles. But for Preezy, that is going to be their dismissal. Yeah,
that's going to be the end of the line for Preezy. You know, this the online circuit has not been kind to them, especially today. I will say 2 heavy losses. One's elimination from a tournament, another one a big upset as well. And I think the overall mood in the camp is not feeling that good. You know, they've kind of gone through the washing machine and kind of got spat back out. And so they're gonna have to regroup and reassess right now, because I think they have a solid core like Roy, Refresh, and Dupree, an incredible trio and really consistent. They still showed their stuff. They played quality CS today, but on the extremities there, the new blood brought into the lineup still has a lot to prove.
Yeah, and I think there's still a lot of that potential. You've seen like the highlights of Altex and what he has been able to do in the past. It's just he has been going through it, and you can definitely see when he's being targeted there over and over again. I felt like there was just kind of a lack of adaptation in Vertigo. So, you know, still question marks, but you know, Preezy, they've got to wipe this tough day aside and look towards the future.
Yeah, and so we have another set of deciders on the way, so don't miss it. That's it for us, at least. Buy an extra, but don't worry. Dwag and Jay got you covered. 2 more decider BO3s on the way.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Hello and welcome back to the West European Series. We're getting into our last couple matches of the day, which means we're about to close out the group stage. 2 more teams have been eliminated, 2 more teams have made their way into the playoffs, and now 2 more will look to do the exact same in both directions. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne, as per usual, for this evening's entertainment. And I have to say, mate, so far today, it's already been a bit of a riot.
Yeah, I was looking at that last series and thinking, oh yeah, we'll probably have a fairly competitive third map decider. And then Crims just shows up and says, yeah, no chance, Preezy. See you later, you're getting grouped.
Did you see that clip where he did the little 360 on Dupree and everything? Like he went completely mental on Vertigo and all. But yeah, you are right. Of course, Fnatic, one of the winners of today, alongside Ecstatic. Those are the 2 teams that move forward into the playoffs. Monty and Preezy are out now of the group stage, and now big young ninjas, Rebels and Sangul will look to try and put themselves in that those top place positions as the final 4 teams that will look to battle out in the group stage. Dwight, we've seen a number of these squads over the course of the last handful of days, and we've got a decent feeler as to where they stand. Of course, our first match of our shift will be Rebels and Sangul, and 2 very different positions in terms of these 2 teams, because we have already seen a match between them in this tournament.
It feels like a bit of deja vu for just a couple of days ago. I think for Sangul, they knew that this was going to be a likelihood. I think Aurora have shown really good touch in the recent last couple of events that they've played. Havu are just dogging it. They're losing to everyone, so there's no surprise to see them going out in the lower bracket. So I think it was quite realistic for both Sangul and for Rebels that they were going to meet again.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, and certainly that's what we're going to end up getting. So the first question on my mind, Dwayne, is how much of this series is going to be similar to that last series?
I think a fair amount. I think the Rebels proved themselves in that series that they should have closed into. I think when you kind of look at the way it went down, they went out to Ancient, they looked really comfortable. Looked as if Sangul were just lost. LNZ was on, 0-11, 0-12. He was struggling to go and get kills. And then we kind of got into Nuke, and it felt like it was still going to be a 2-0, and then right at the end, it got stolen and got pushed to a third map. So Rebels are probably disappointed in themselves they didn't close in 2 last time around.
Yeah, we definitely looked to the Rebels side with that second map in mind and thinking to ourselves, right, well, this is where it all ends for the Sangul side. Sorry, lads, time to go to that lower bracket and have a bit of a struggle forward, because you are right about how that nuke should have went down. It should not have been a 13-11. It should not have gone the way of the Sangul side. And so there's a little bit of redemption, I guess, in the sense of the Rebels trying to bounce back and get a more comfortable affair on their board. But having that victory in their back pocket, having to eventually push the series over the finish line in that opening match, and already being able to succeed in doing so, the Rebels are, of course, on the front foot by default.
And even for the Rebels, I think they showed quite a lot of class in that matchup against Aurora. I mean, they would have felt as if, again, they probably should have won out Nuke again for the second time. Maybe that is a bit of a concern, because they were in a really good position. Kisarek was just fantastic. I loved his performance in that series against Aurora, and I'm really hoping that we get to see that Kisarek again, because I think we were talking about it in the second half of the final map decider of Nuke, that he was keeping them in the game. He was just creating opening opportunities. He was making multi-frags happen. And when you consider that he's the most unknown player in this roster, he was fiery in that game against Aurora and against Sangul.
And the fact you're doing that against a team that we now establish are certainly threatening to win this tournament right now, like Aurora being such on such a hot level of form, Rebels still able to push them quite the distance and almost take us to an overtime, if not further, on that last map. Like, yeah, they've got a lot about them, and they're just showing up themselves in such a great fashion because of the way that they've conducted themselves in the last handful of months, because of the way that they've been able to make those decent runs and of course, take it towards that Katowice success and springboard they're hearing back into the online scene. They've just been doing so well, and that's why I think we're rating them as favourites above the Sangul side, who, look, no disrespect to them, I really don't think that they've shown us a massive amount, even with that series in the back of our mind against the Rebels.
Yeah, I think, again, for Sangul, we're yet to see that one event and that one tournament run where they've really caught our eye. I think we're seeing a lot of average performances from them, a lot of average series. Even that one against Havu, like, I'm not rating Havu whatsoever. I think the fact that they're in the top 25 on HLTV is honestly a bit of a piss take at the moment. Like, they shouldn't be there, right? Because they aren't a top-end tier 2 team. Their ranking is heavily overinflated. And for Sangul, you can look at that result and say, oh, we got away with a clean 2-0. Havu's losing to a lot lot of teams right now. So that one performance for me doesn't have that same caveat as maybe taking on against an Aurora, maybe taking on against a Fnatic or a Breezy, or teams that we would consider towards that higher end of tier 2.
And that's not to say Sangul won't be able to reach that level, because I do think that some of the elements in this roster have already been proven. Obviously, LNZ we've seen in multiple iterations of the Swedish scene. Xcloud, of course, former Eternal Fire lad. And I don't know if it was in the Sangul Turkish squad, but he's got that backing of playing with those high-level tier 2 players and within that sort of like environment. So you've got some potential in just those two, and that's not even counting into the likes of Youngster and him proving what he's been able to do in the last handful of months. Like, again, I can see where this roster can come together. Just right now, it's not showing it up. And in terms of this matchup here, therefore, and in terms of this group stage, I'd imagine that they're going out in this matchup.
Yeah, you'd think so. I mean, another uncomfortable thing for Sangul is a lot of their pieces just keep getting poached. I mean, we saw it earlier on with some of their players maybe 6 to 9 months ago, and then we saw it most recently with QB, a standout player, one of the most consistent riflers on Sangul, getting poached again. And it does put a lot of pressure on LNZ, considering that he's not even been a part of the organization for an entire year, and he keeps losing pieces. He keeps having to almost rebuild this roster and kind of make it a project of his own.
And credit for him for taking that captaincy, because it's not an easy situation to try and deal with time and time again. I mean, we've just seen how Monty have capitulated because of their own roster moves, and for that to happen to Sangul on a relatively consistent basis, it doesn't put LNZ in the best of positions. So maintaining this Sangul has quite a fair amount of credit to him, and also to their credit as well. Sangul have had time to look back on that last best of 3 and try and make adjustments. So in terms of improvements in this match, how do you sort of see Sangul working an angle in this match?
Maybe don't play Ancient again. I mean, they picked it last time, and it was a mistake, right? I think that you need to curve the veto differently. You don't want to be going into Ancient. We saw Ancient for Rebels be very comfortable against Sangul. We also saw them pick it against Aurora, and yet again, it was comfortable. You do not want to be playing the polls on Ancient right now.
We touched on Nuke a little bit as well earlier. We obviously saw it yesterday against Aurora, and we saw it in that earlier matchup where we thought it was a bit of a choke from the Rebels side. And from their perspective, in terms of map picks in this series, I mean, do you want to sort of risk it? Now we've seen a couple of very, very shaky maps. I mean, look, at a similar time, Aurora's still a fantastic team, but it's like 2 back-to-back 13-11 losses. Do you want to risk that in a decider game?
It's true. You probably do go a different direction. I mean, 13-11 for Sangul's 2 results on Nuke and 2 11-13s for Rebels in the exact same group stage on Nuke. I think, yeah. I mean, we'll know for Sangul, they're going to be getting rid of Inferno. They don't like that map whatsoever. We know that Rebels don't like their overpass. For Sangul, I think you need to go a different direction. We might even see Rebels pick Ancient. I mean, that actually could be a likelihood.
I mean, considering how confident they were, it wouldn't shock me at all. But those standard bans do come in Inferno and Overpass removed first and foremost. And Sangul actually do go back towards Ancient. You said it was a mistake. I can't disagree with you. Vertigo will be the Rebels' pick instead. So they will avoid Nuke, gets banned out. Anubis the decider. How do we feel about the maps?
Well, I think it's a mistake here from Sangul. I think that Anubis could have actually been a map pick for them. I actually think their Anubis is okay. I think it's better than their Ancient. Not in the grand scale of things, but against a team like Rebels, I think it's certainly a mistake to go back into that map again. They were competitive to an extent in the first half, but it's just, I mean, maybe not even. Maybe that's even a stretch. I don't even think they showed a lot in that entire game of Ancient. So I think this is a mistake once again to go in for it. And I think Rebels will look at what didn't happen last time and what can be achieved this time and say, yeah, we can take this series in 2.
And again, you know, Sangul probably would be trying to rectify the mistakes, and they probably would have gone back and thought about how that map went so wrong. So maybe if they've got some counter players and things to adjust against. But the reality is that we can't judge them based on what they might have done. We can only do what we've seen in server, what we know about in terms of statistics and previous performances. And the previous performances just don't look that good on this map up. I agree. I do think it's a mistake. I think that they should have at least thrown a risk into the into this, because they are playing on the back foot again, just by rankings and in terms of where they stand by comparison to Rebels, by what they've been doing in the last 3 months in terms of pound-for-pound performance. Like, yeah, I just don't know about this one. It was a 9-3 first half, if memory serves me correctly as well. So it really was a dominant affair. And I don't want to say I think we can see similar things, but it wouldn't shock me if we did.
I mean, just take Aurora as a prime example. Their Ancient, I would say, is pretty good. It's one of their stronger maps in the pool, and they struggled to keep it tight against Rebels. It was fairly competitive in the first half. What was it? 5-2, went 6-6. They got into the second half, and they just got smoked. They just got absolutely spammed. And this is against a team like Aurora, who's seriously threatening this entire competition. So for Sangul, this is going to be tough for them to hold their way. I think Rebels are going to take this in 2.
Yeah, I'm with you there, honestly. Like, no choke of Nuke available to them this time, so take it in 2-0, go towards those playoffs in the confident fashion that you expect out of this team. Sangal will look to try and throw a spanner or two into the works. Let's find out whether or not they can try and do that here. Pistols going live, USP set for the CTs of the Rebels camp. Sangal quickly making their way up and into red.
SNX can try and spot off at the back of this, but gets caught straight away. Olymp retreating and going back in towards Temple will have to take contact.
Footsteps being heard. He's waiting for the Temple individual. His shadow. I don't know if it was seen there. It has been seen now by Sasul. Forced to take a fight. The USP wins it out, turns right back into the site entrance and lands on X-Cloud. So advantage taken by the CTs in this one-man worth of effort. They are continuing to take 1v1 fights. Youngster caught off by the firing squad as they wrap their way in towards CT. Olymp's caught a 3K in the meantime, and LNZ surely no chance.
Well, I'm not really sure how Olymp's got 3 there when he's the only A player. I mean, we have to break that round down that Sangal get full mid territory. They look to split in from CT. They deal with one of those rotating players that's just spotting of the in-game lead of S&X. Olymp is the only A player. And okay, there was a lot of sort of T presence coming in from the CT line rather than in from Temple. But as soon as they know that Olymp is in Temple, this is where they should pack. This is where they should put pressure on him. And look at what's happening. Just individual picks are being granted for Olymp. He makes it look easy.
Certainly felt easy for his own perspective. He unbelievably comfortable in that position. So, pistol taken. Of course, bomb plant bonus came in for Sangal, so not shocking that they forced the issue back. They cannot afford to let Rebels get off to a stellar start here, because this is the kind of streak that can easily spiral out of control. We've already seen it once in this tournament.
And this is now the 9th time in best of 3 history in the last 3 months that Sangal have picked into Ancient. It is their go-to map, but is it a mistake? Kisserect, very defensive with that M4. X-Cloud jiggling out, gonna get caught straight away. The trade is there for the 1-for-1.
Smokes do Bloom, but Olymp takes the kill against Gangina before he's covered off. Double up found to LNZ. He is the king of the A-site defense, and Sasul and Youngster may be about to feel his wrath, particularly Sasul, who is trying to attack here. The bomb's been dropped at his feet, needs to pick that up and try and plant it, and his teammate is so far away.
Yeah, Olymp has had a very good start to this campaign, and just knowing that Sasul and Youngster don't even have util between them, it's going to be very difficult to break open these fights. Oh, man. I don't even know how you can even think about a bomb plant. I feel like it's just completely unlikely that that's even a possibility.
Well, Sasul does isolate one player, but trade back from SNX as he shuts down that only avenue into the round. Youngster now left alone, hearing footsteps, fades the smoke and does get Casey next, trying to make it expensive for the CT side. He's isolating the 1v1s. He's made this round winnable again, especially as he sees Flay trying to take the range fight. Galil versus SMG. Flay gets tagged, so does Youngster, and Flay just about holds it together. A little bit more dicey, but the force bite doesn't work out for Sangal.
Yeah, there was a little bit of trolling there from Rebel towards the end of that round. I mean, for SNX, it's just such an unnecessary fight. You've got a teammate out there from CT. Yeah. It almost gets out of hand, and good thing it is getting recovered, and here there's not going to be a huge amount of pressure on the next round, or at least so you would expect. I mean, LNZ, this is a risky call to go in for another buy, but I suppose, look, they know that only one stayed alive. There is reset opportunity, but it's risky to buy up here.
Trying to find that reset still. MP5 versus Mac 10s, and MP5 wins against them both, including jumping sprays. Oh, the Rebels are feeling it already.
And we saw SNX just powering the Aurora side out there in Cave, making Kenzie just drop almost every single round, whether it was the first half or the second. Flay and Olymp could all peek together. And SNX, I mean, he's a powerful position. Oh, he's a powerful player in a powerful position, right? We saw it in that Aurora game. He was always looking for opening man advantages. He was getting multi-frags. And Sangal have got to try and work out, in the majority of lane takes, how they can deal with SNX. Because if they can't, that's going to be something that hurts them in rounds, for sure.
Such a key position for the T side as well to have control of. And if these are going to be a constant pawn on their side, then, well, need I say any more? 3-0 to the start for the Rebels, and you mentioned the force buy of the Sangal side being risky. Now they're going to have not much to work with. Still trying to get as much firepower out of this as possible. A hero Galil was part of the half invest. Deagle's in for the others, and Tech 9 as well for Gangino. Nothing much by compared to the CT setup. Should be Rebels on paper.
Now, this is for Sangal, where you're hoping to try and see if you can cut off just even a couple of kills. Try and make it quite expensive. Flay out here from red. playing quite defensively, getting a deeper incendiary, but just kind of prodding up from the stairs, trying to see what info he can spot. I see that bomb, probably call out. He heard 2, 3 individuals towards mid. LNZ might be able to catch off Kisarek if he gets aggressive into A main.
Flash in, keeps him blinded. Does check that corner
it.
in the end. Kisarek doesn't quite get the kill, though. Now second player's going to come in. So in case this Deagle might get a pick, there's a trade available. In the end, no need to trade. Kill found, no casualties taken. Youngster also trying to strike out towards that B site. Flashes are sent into the CT forces. Casey might get caught off guard. He looks the wrong way. Flay, that backstab closes in against him. His teammates got it marked, though. 2 kills on the Yak bomb site itself. And Gangino left alone in the 1-on-3. Maybe a plant could be secure, but surely from that, no much more.
They're not even prioritizing the plant, looking in for the fight. Rebels will be very happy with maybe not so much how the rounds have gone down, but the position in which you're 4-0 and you only gave them a bomb plant in the pistol in which there was 1 A player. When you just look at the success of the rounds, it's very positive. And from Sangul, we know that they got off to a little bit of a slow start last time around on Ancient. I mean, Rebels were actually up 11-3 on that T side. You mentioned the 9-3. They won pistol. They won anti-eco. When you go 11-3 up, mate, there's just no way you're not winning the map.
Yeah, the overwhelming scoreline streak, and I mean, this time they haven't even been allowed around from the T sidelines. They're still going to try to force it out, but Olymp has other ideas himself. One trade found alongside SNX is also out here at lane. Casey in for the strike, does get caught back. The nade's doing so much damage as Olymp falls, and SNX is undetected as of yet, but AHP in the 1-on-3. He won't last long, and finally Sangul will get there first. Stalling out the Rebels for the time being, ending that streak. And the buys can still be afforded by the CT side.
I think that's a decent effort of a recovery from Rebels, because that was a very clean double entry out there from Elbow. You could just see the way that as soon as those 2 players drop, almost immediately, it puts a lot of emphasis out towards Shelf of trying to make a play and trying to obviously recover some of those frags in mid, but also looking down at the rest of the lane default. So when you lose 2 players that early on, you basically know that it's almost impossible to recover the round. You can try and keep it as chaotic as possible. You can try and get in there with the trades quickly, but it's going to be tough. And look at this from Sparrow, taking an instant tactical timeout as soon as they lose their first round.
Yeah, I like it a lot. As for Sangul, this is their window back to nearly, if not an even scoreline stance. And with the buys being where it is for the Rebels, it means they are going to be limited by a little bit. Yes, they can afford the guns, but no, they can't afford all the guns. SMG for Casey and SNX on a pistol. Not ideal. Sangul, be aware of the fact that Rebels are still dangerous in these positions, and they are going to take advanced angles to take map control away from the T's. This main walk over at A might end up becoming a bit concerning. Sworn Expert have it covered. Casey has seen the last bullet of that spray. Gets the pick. Olymp also drops, and the round should fall from there.
It looks like SNX missed up that smoke towards Cave as well, so he's pretty much a goner from this point onwards. Break that smoke, work around on the edge of it. Now, last time around, I actually remember Olymp going for quite a lot of aggressive maneuvers in there from A main. Well watched, and once again, we're seeing X-Flams create chances.
And Kisarek still trying to make it expensive. Almost been dropped outside of B doors here, so Flay, a little bit of fighting to do. Youngster's caught, so Saw wraps that corner! Oh, the no-scopes landed the head short. Surely 2 bullets don't turn a clutch possible here. X-Floud, he's moving in the back, and Flay, does he know the bomb's there?
What he's got to think about is the reposition from X-Flound. He knows that he was out there towards Elbow, knows that he was outside of A. He probably won't expect him to come from the B sides.
Or posted. X-Floud better check all of his corners here. He has no idea, no info as to the reposition of Flay. AK Spray is going to give up the information, going to give up his position. Orb still holding. There's the shot. There's the full-on 1v3 for the Orb. Just when Sangul had the chance to get back to evens, it's shut down by 1 man.
And you could just see there from Flay, as soon as that AK fires, as soon as there's a little bit of spam, he just knows that round is his. He just knows exactly where he is, coming from ramp and not coming out from the doors. 2 players coming in from lane. you have to say the spacing's good. You have to say the spacing's very tight there for the trade, but Flay just hits a no-scope at that kind of range because he's got to get that shot off so quickly.
What a round from him. Zangle, of course, right back on the buy as the Orpa Gangino does not quite find as much success. Ready for the main peak, and he did receive one, but he didn't receive the kill with it.
A youngster trying to see if he can push back SNX, who's quite defensive on the B site rather than out here at Cheetah. Rebels will feel as if they shouldn't have lost that last round, but now they've got opportunity to kind of rectify and push the scoreline even more one-sided into their favor. Youngster, could he be the one to get an opening pick? I mean, it's very defensive. You got the orb out from Donut trying to take a contact.
Vertical flick not as fantastic for Flay. Gangino waits for him to peek back. The Orpa of the T side can finally strike, get the opening. Now Olim's got quite a fair amount of pressure towards him. Does it with LNZ, but not able to get Gangino to respond. So advantage back for Sangle. Rebels locked out of the A site. Still trying to look for another trade frag and maybe isolate Youngster in mid, but doesn't feel like a viable round.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a save. Maybe if they get this kill onto Youngster, they might prod themselves into it and clear out this cubby position, get that one kill. AWP out towards Donut, doesn't even get baited. And yes, it has to be a save call now.
Will they be allowed to, though? Kisarek forced to fight on the sword. Just about winning that spray. And escapes back to that B-bomb site alongside SNX, also tagged up in that exchange. Orb stays in for the T's meanwhile, just making sure that those guns do not fall into the CT side. They haven't got any cheeky recoveries of those T-side weapons. The second goes on the board of Sangle. Trying to mount up this T-side still.
I think the concern right now is, are the numbers going to be posted? Now, LNZ finished the first half last time around in the head-to-head on Ancient at 0 and 11. He's now 0 and 7. So very similar to how it went last time around. I think when you look at all of those numbers, the T-side half of Ancient last time featured Gangino on 9, Xfland on 6, Sasor on 4, and Youngster on 5 kills. Very low numbers. Now, it's been a little bit of back and forth because of these last couple of rounds, and it does push the CT economy in a bit of an awkward state. So there is leverage for a moment here of Sangle to try and get a couple of rounds in a row and at least contest this sort of late position of the first half. So they are in a decent position, but round 8's going to be pivotal for them.
Again, looking to springboard foundation and turn this into almost an even scoreline. Buy is heavy for Rebels. They do get an extra automatic on Casey, the SMG. Upgrades pistols for Flay and Olymp. Again, they are going to struggle to bring this money together. And it does speak volumes as to the damage that Sangle did in the early couple of rounds and the investment that wasn't allowed to stay for the Rebels, that they're down to this position off the back of a couple of good wins. Nade set, utility, and fire, of course, extinguished by the smoke. Gangino's AWP. Hoping for an angle to Saul. Just seen the edge of one over at elbow. Kisarek is going to fall to the kill. Look at how close Casey's going to get here, though. Is he going to be seen? Is anyone going to spot him? Is he going to see anybody himself? No, he backs away.
It's turning into a heavy stack out towards B. You've got 2 on B, double up at red. They're kind of leaving A for the moment. They're even rotating Flay over, so they can leave Olymp as a single spotter in from mid. Everybody else is going to stack up on this site. And for a moment, if SNX can get involved, this could look very promising for Rebels.
Smoke's being sent, and Olimp's going to see that with flashes also received. He's going to be holding on to that donut control and the entrance in from mid as much as he can. Xcloud's got a spam kill onto Casey. Gangino walks in with the AWP cut down by the M4. SNX playing the cheater position so well, but only for the one frag, not for the second or the third. Now the Deagle Flay does get away with a kill onto Xcloud. The Galil back on LNZ can remove him, and now it's all onto Olymp. Cannot get past even Youngster. The Sangle make a relatively confident third happen.
Well, I think it shows there that that mid-walk was everything. I'd say it was very risky. I mean, you smoked off elbow. There's a walkout for Xcloud. If he's not winning that first fight, that's a free rifle. That's a free opening man advantage. There was certainly risk in it. But across the board, trading was fairly good out towards Cheetah. Made sure that nothing got out of hand. And now Rebels are down to an insanely light eco going into round 9. So Sang will at least have some breathing room for now.
I'll get close to evens. Certainly must be encouraged that by this point, they've already matched the same number of rounds they got at the T side of that last map they played against Rebels. That last H and that infamous 9-3 scoreline we brought up earlier won't be replicable here. One man already down on that B aggressions, only USPs, and that one Zeus for Olymp, hoping for the best. But Sangor should take control of this round, especially as B's been completely vacated. There's nothing left in it for the CT side.
And this is where, again, just getting your individuals a little bit more comfortable for the international squad, feeling like you can actually put a threat up not only on your map, but just in the series overall. Would have felt like last time around they didn't get to show a massive amount, that they probably should have got 2-0'd. And I think just a little bit of confidence as well from that Harvu series. Again, you go 10-2 up in the half in map 1 and 10-2 half in the second. It feels very, very good. It feels like you've put a pretty good result up on the board there to be so convincing. But you have to almost taint the expectation ever so slightly when you're facing off against a team like Rebels. And I am wondering as well, Jay, now that these are sort of the decider games, that we're looking at the last few teams to make it into the playoffs, who's kind of shown us the most so far that's threatening the entire position of winning the event? Is there a team in your mind that has already kind of put expectations in that they could win it all?
I mean, Aurora certainly. I mean, we've talked about that in terms of their recent run of form.
Yeah.
If you want to look just exclusively at the tournament run thus far, I mean, BetBoom at a decent time against Preezy.
They did. I would say, I mean, 3D Max, right? Not
3D
even
Max,
dropping a
yeah.
map. Ecstatic as well. To come back and to absolutely pump the likes of Monty this morning.
A couple of teams. Don't think Sangler one of them just yet. Probably won't be, again, trying to fight off elimination here in the decider game of the group. The Rebels, exact same situation. They're ahead on the scoreline, only by a margin of 1, and they have their guns back. The M4 of Olymp, seeing shadows, seeing flashbang, seeing utility pour out, can do so much. The transfer, he's tagged up and taken down 4 players. And now it's set to the rest of the Rebels to try and hold this round. The plant will be secured. A late lurk's coming in from Shelf. It's a 4-on-4.
That late lurk from LNZ could do some damage, try and at least pull some attention away from Donut, but it's being watched from Flay.
LNZ caught. Now down to 3 on the Sangle side. All of them in the backside. The smoke's coming in to cut off that main control where Sasol is holding from his AWP. Now to extend out even further. Is he going to get caught? Yes, he will, but he does take SNX with him. Now to CT storm the bomb site. They catch off Youngster. They check Gangino. Very well coordinated by Rebels. They hit minimum 6.
Yeah, Olymp is the GOAT. Like, look at that round. He knows, obviously, that's one thing that we're seeing a lot more in CS2 is working with the shadow advantage. Now, we saw it quite awkwardly yesterday on Vertigo, but especially on Ancient, if you know your angles correctly, Tree is one of them, you can get a lot of early info. And having that widened angle almost on the back right corner of Tree, as soon as you see that shadow and you see it that early into the round, it normally gives you a tell that it's going to be an A exec or an A contact. So just rather than falling off and playing defensively and repositioning towards Donut, he gets up close and personal, and my oh my, does he put up so much damage in that entire sequence.
Difference maker even with only 1 kill to his name in that round. Got many more in the other ones to still pad his stats, and he's going to move in to try to get some on the board alongside SNX in from lane. LNZ caught dead to right. Another player is forced out of there. That's Youngster behind the B doors, re-smoked as well. The main T side four is going to make their way back towards main, and Kisarek is hearing all of this.
They start doubling up towards Donut. Might even have 3 towards Donut. 1 late kill out there from lane. At least brings something back. Olymp's going to try and get into the side.
Flashed in, sees one out of main. It's away from the AWPer, but Gangino gets him. Kisarek responds all the same. 3-on-2 maintained by the Rebels, but they are separated from each other for the time being. They will quickly back away and regroup.
And this is where you have no map territory, but at least you've got time and you can work together off of this. Rebels are in a position where Flay's holding down mid. You've got Kisarek kind of holding his cross. And the backline individual of SNX can be a rotator. He can work out B, he can work out to A. I mean, one smoke. Got to get it down to either CT or to Donut.
Footsteps and utility being thrown and heard. AWP seen one player making his way into Temple. We'll call that out to SNX. But he's going to ignore it for now. Bomb tapped once. They'll charge their way in. Try get Youngster to drop. He doesn't last long. And Gangino separated by a smoke. 20 seconds to try clutch this 1 versus 3. Pretty much impossible. Be lightning fast now with information given up. It certainly is. They'll adjust. They'll counter. Get that shot in. And take the half.
And unfortunately, right there for the international squad, not getting a bomb plant hurts massively. You go into the last round of the half, and what are you working with? X-Clown down to maybe a pistol or a MAC-10 or a Galil with light util. You're not going to have a solid buy. There are going to be huge limitations right now. And for Rebels, they'll look at this and say, we should go 8-4, which would be a very successful half.
It's not quite 9-3, but I mean, still like pretty much the exact same assessment with that last scoreline from that last map. It's just that Sangal have not really shown us much. A couple of those rounds coming off of Eco, trying to play much faster and try and overwhelm with pace. Flay, however, is locked onto the kill of Youngster and of X-Cloud. Swing onto Saul, doesn't quite drop him, but he's got info on where that bomb is. 2 players at Cave will now hold the defense as backup starts to rotate in. A plant can be secured.
They try and get it down. Those spam attempts from Casey don't quite find the connections. The backstab in from Rab's not going to be one individual. It's basically going to be the entirety of the team.
They're so focused on back lanes and checking out that CT entrance. They have just prodded forward to Ellen's got the info that they're not coming from the CT spawn. Casey gets a saw now, revealing himself. Smoke off against the orb. Gangino forced to wrap in and try and join his captain, who's also smoked off at shore. Onto the bomb they'll look to go. Deep incendiary sprays awkward. Gets Olin, but he's not the diffuser. Rebels have this round. It's an 8-4 CT half.
And we were talking about it in the video, Jay. We thought this was a mistake. We thought that there was definite room to go another direction. Maybe to pick into Anubis was one option. You've come here to Ancient, and to be fair to them, it is better, not only from a scoreline perspective, but the way the rounds are going down. It is a better performance from them, and maybe if they won that 3v1 against the Orpa Flay and he didn't hit that no-scope, they would have a little bit more to work with. But as an overall picture, 4 rounds on a T-side on your map pick is not good enough.
The only silver lining is that it's CT side in the next, but is it enough for Sangal? Have they made the necessary adjustments to avoid the Stomper? Rebels got the pistol win in the last CT on T-side half that they were taking against this Sangal camp. They only got 4 rounds on their CT side before they eventually bit the dust. Rebels have already proven they can close from this position, but Gangino trying to prove something of his own. Kisarek caught first and foremost. Molotovs will drive the man back.
It's a Saul trying to see what he can spot out from Donut, but it's a walk up towards Long. Olimp just gets caught on a timing. At least they can get that bomb down.
Late lurking from mid, 2 players on the side defensive. SNX gets checked on by Sasul. Now Sangal have the positional advantage. They have the man advantage. Dink down against Gangino might cause some problems, but X-Cloud has caught that casualty. Casey with the 1 frag, and the 2nd, and the 3rd, and they're on the diffuser. Julie's a scene. He's going to swing for it. Casey still holding his own. They're off the diffuse itself. He's stalling for time, caught on the reload. Now they caught him into the corner. But finally, Sasul gets that frag. He's doing everything he can to win that pistol, but ultimately it does go the way of the CT side.
That 1v5 was seriously on, and it's probably not a good sign that every time it feels like Sangal are winning a round, I'm nervous. Like every time it feels like there may just be a way forward. We saw it with the 1v3 from Flay. We're now seeing it here from Casey. Yes, they double up and they fight together as the 3 towards Long and the final couple of players on the side directly, but it's too close. It's way too close for comfort.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Even when you should count out Rebels, don't count them out because they can do silly stuff like that. Sangal have not got to rest on their laurels. They cannot afford to do so. They can afford to get the buy, but so can the T-side. Bomb plant bonus in effect once again. SMG up at tree. Youngster sees the shadows, but Kisarek is ready for it, as is Casey ready for Gangino. Smoke off onto Saul, separates him from the bomb site, as does his teammate over at CT spawn. This plant's going down.
Yeah, that may have just cost them the entire best of 3, Jay. That 1 round right there. Force buy comes through, yeah, it's done. It's just completely done. And for the A players, it's just another one of those situations where you need to be going 1-for-1 each. A youngster out there at tree, he even pre-fires. He's kind of spraying before they've actually committed out. He just gets domed, and then his backside player out there in big box also falls. And it's just one of those situations when you're going up against a team that's a lot stronger than you. You need to be making sure that you're getting your protocols in place, that you're at least individually backing yourself up. And in that round right there, they were just destroyed. They were just overwhelmed completely.
Up to 9 on the T side. Might even get xFloud as well. Keep us far away from Spawn Sun because they're all over there. And Rebels, of course, are right back on track. Pistol may have been won by Sangle, but they have not got the conversion with it. They haven't got the boost up to the rifle round. That one rifle that xFloud had saved is the only gun that they're going to have outside of the pistols. Forced back in because they have to, because Rebels are closing in on the W.
Now, Rebels know, win this round and take the entire best of 3. Put pressure back on your opposition. We don't have to go towards Nuke. We've at least got Vertigo. Olimp charging up here towards Donut, and Youngstar is actually not even fighting as a Jiggler for this. This is all distraction for Olimp, as the rest of the guys are just walking A main.
Molly sent, smokes at the ready. Nades come up, Deagle tries to fire, and Casey is going to win that fight, as you would expect. No headshots for the hand cannons. The M4 of xFloud revealing himself, hoping that you can find an individual. There is Youngster on that backstab, and better hope that they don't start checking it. Flay can get caught. 5-7 headshot does come in, but he's all alone back here. Either needs backup or needs to just grab that gun and get out of there. Doesn't get either of them. All CTs back away. Hold for the save. Keep that Kevlar and those upgrade pistols into the next as an extra bonus. A chance now to again try steal away from the Rebels side. Olymp does get caught off for an exit, so they're going to try and extend that damage count and try and really hurt the economy state of the Rebels. Firing squad in mid, picking up xFloud, Gangino, and Youngster do get those next couple of frags, so a couple of guns that can get maintained by them. Only one seems to hold. Actually, both the M4 stay in, so successful overall for Sangle. Will they go for the force buy around it?
Probably not. You shouldn't do, really. I mean, you're going to be desperate at this scoreline. There's no denying that, but you haven't been able to weaken the economy flow massively because, yes, it's an expensive round here, but it wasn't an expensive round in the last. That was just when you got overwhelmed completely. So I think play it safe. Don't look to force buy. Buy up in a proper rifle round come that next round.
And did see Youngster pass off his upgrade to Gangino, so he's on the 5-7 for this round. I think the same of the story for LNZ as he passed that off to his Deagle off to Sasol. The two rifles in this exchange. Hero weapons in this kind of what is mostly otherwise an eco round. Maybe more damage to sustain. Maybe try and set them up for the reset in the next true rifle round. That probably is the smarter call to make. The steal is very unrealistic, although would be a welcome addition to Sangle's board. Lots for LNZ to think about in terms of his team's lineup and in terms of his own position in terms of this, in this matchup. I mean, you mentioned before how he was a significant underfragger in the last head-to-head, and, well, 2-11, like, rings true again.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I think sandbagging the IGL is sometimes quite easy in games like this when you're low performing. But at the same time, where are your star players? Where are the players that are meant to pull their weight? And I think for Sangle as an organization, just think they could have had the success of what Eternal Fire had. I mean, they had the Sangle roster of the Turkish players back in the day. And in the end, they kind of left Sangle and went over to create Eternal Fire. And it took some time. I mean, there's no denying that. I mean, you look at xFloud, he played on Eternal Fire in 3 different iterations. He was benched, he was brought back, he was benched again, he was brought back, and it's finally taken some time for the Turkish super team to get success. But now, when you see that from an organization point of view of players that you had under your org now being one of the top-end teams in Tier 2, going to basically all of the Tier 1 LAN events, and you can't even scrape into the top 100 on HLTV, it's got to hurt.
Five rounds to the good on Rebels. Sangul at least taking an advanced position. The 2 pistols in at main. The upgrades on Gangino and Sasol. Close with the 5-7. Long range with the Deagle. Hope they can get a decent couple of headshots in and try and weaken the Rebels' side. Again, aiming for damage or a steal here. Sasol's initial prod is forced Kisarek to make a move into Gangino, but Gangino still gets dealt with. No damage being done. Deagle takes the first shot. Too far wide of the left-hand side of his target. Molly sent to the back as well, should drive any real contact positions away from the Sangul camp. The AK does look to engage with Youngster. He is overwhelmed. LNZ will get spotted and sprayed. Olin with a 2K. Maybe even the triple. Yep, tap to the head of Sasol. No chance in this one for Sangul. All 5 remain alive for Rebels. And the CETs have to turn their attention to the rifle round because it will be their last chance to hold anything here on Ancient.
Yeah, Olympus looks really good over the course of this entire map, and I think it's difficult to look at an A anchor and A lurk in a really high regard because you're not going to be looked at every single round of creating impact. Just because, again, you might only get attention for, what, 2, maybe 3 rounds in the first half on a City side. It just depends on how often the opposition's going towards A, and they're going to hit B a lot more. So it's kind of, when you are that A lurk and you are that A anchor, you're not going to get a huge amount of attention, but when you are needed, you have to put the numbers up. You have to put the impact through, and I think we've seen that for Olymp quite consistently.
Yeah, 17-10 is not a stat line you can really argue against. Brilliant game from him, and he's backed up by a handful of very well-rounded players to his flank. Does get caught off by Gangino first and foremost, but Kisarek now looking to try act. He's another one of those stars you mentioned during the pre-match. He does get caught by LNZ back in that corner. Double up's not found. Flay protected. SNX does drop, and Flay will go with him. 1-on-2 now for Casey. Sangul do need this recovery. They do need this round, and that's what they're going to get.
Yeah, that was very chaotic, very quick, very pacey in towards that B side. There's a little bit of an A fake. You can see there for SNX. He's trying to line up a almost insta donut smoke to try and pull those over rotations, maybe think it's going to be a fast A commitment, and it just keeps going back and forth for the trades. Gangino has a very good round, holds that defensive on the backside, a short, able to keep multi-fragging, put those numbers up, finishes off with 3.
And again, an all-important round for Sangul's survival. How far forward X-Cloud's going to get here. Is it going to extend all the way out to Cheetah? Definitely looking for an opening advantage. Trying to take a leaf out of SNX's book, perhaps. Nades on the center of the site will get sent down to that lane entrance at ramp. Another one even following suit onto Flay. 35 HP for him. He peeks in to get a pick and almost lands it. Swing of LNZ. Struggles. And Casey goes through him and X-Cloud. Gangino's completely blinded. Tag to 24. Should not last long. The B defense crumbles like a wet biscuit. The site should be taken. This should be round.
But this should just be an instant save. There's just no way that there's going to be any success. Gangino gets away with 1 kill. I don't think that's going to make a massive difference. You've already got Casey up on the bomb site directly. They can start shifting up ramp with the bomb. Honestly, for Sangul, if they still commit members to this, I think they're getting pushed into a false sense of security.
They need to follow on those kills on Casey and Kisarek if they want any chance. And Casey is far forward, but he's challenging Gangino, who's just as low. Wins that fight. Lightning fast reactions. And Youngster and Sasol 2 versus 4. Trying to prod in, trying to look for an angle of a retake. I guess they think that going to 6 in a row to overtime is damn near impossible. Casey not seen the Molotov sent deep back at Cave. Youngster is not going to get caught damaged up for it. He's going to wait for Sasol to get to position. Neither man has a kit. I don't know if one was dropped on the bomb site. It might not matter though. Sasol's fallen. Youngster making his way in. Well known to the T side. Isolates the AWPer. Gets on to the center of the B play. Sees that bomb. Sees a kit right at his feet. Will go back for it. Tap it once. Hold the whole 5 seconds perhaps. Peek into Cave. They're going to get that kill. They're going to get this round. It's map point for Rebels.
And right there for LNZ, it probably is the correct call. You realize that you've got SMGs. You want to try and catch them off guard. You want to try and take a contact towards ramp. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work. In the moment, you think, okay, we need to make an aggressive maneuver, and then Casey just gets 2. As soon as Casey gets 2, that's just it. Round is just done. And then right there, try and go in for the retake. It's just never going to happen. A very underwhelming performance from Sangal out here on their map pick of map number 1. But to be honest, I'm not surprised. Thought it was a mistake for them to go into it again, and it's pretty much the same result.
Give or take 1 or 2 rounds, you're pretty much bang on the money. 6 map points for the Rebels. Sangal maybe questioning going into this map in the near future. So flat, so lifeless. And theoretically without any other chances left in this series as well. Minute and 10. The T's just take their time because, well, they can.
Well, they're also expecting Sangal just to be very desperate, just to maybe start making info plays, start making individual mistakes. A very quick pop to be able to take out lane, but not coming up to the B side straight away.
Spray through on X-Floud, gets 1.5 or nearly 2. In fact, gets a wreck on 12 points of health. Now they start moving in. These SMGs trying their best to get anything out of this. X-Floud does get a couple frags. In fact, a triple, a quadra in the round itself. Sangal with the right stack in the right place. Keeping themselves alive for now.
And right there, you're running into a B stack. It's just a little bit unfortunate for Rebels. They try and slow it down. They try and force an info play. It doesn't really happen. And then there's just swing after swing after swing. Very difficult to kind of work around that crossfire when you've just got players consistently fighting you. The buy state is going to look quite uncomfortable. So there could be some survival rounds here from the international squad. I don't think for long, but there's probably going to be a few.
One out of 6 map points burned. Rebels. Still playing the careful styles of defaults. Much more spread out this time towards elbow, towards B-doors. LNZ not quite as aggressive this time. Minute marker has ticked and the T's have yet to move.
Yeah, LNZ's going to try and hold on to that incendiary for as long as he can. As soon as he gets contact or maybe even sees some nades coming out from the doors, that's when you can drop it. 3 on B. It's a good read here from Sangal.
Just like it was in the last round. They start to consider mind games that probably even A play might be on the table. I mean, there's no real lurk that can give up information and try and sell them on it. Molly's incendiaries responded to on the CT side. Utility base, this will block any execution for the time being, but the CT start the rotations. 4th player now on the defense. LNZ with his pick on the first, not a second. Saw hiding at the wood corner. No one checks it. He gets his 2 alongside Gangino's HE. And once again, SNX left to clutch it. Will not go too much further. Sangal stay alive.
Well, I think it just shows right there that that incendiary kind of rips any potential of the round. It halters you. You don't have another smoke to smoke off the molly, and you don't really want to be smoking off a molly, especially at top ramp, because then you can't even really commit out of it anyway. So that one piece of utility from LNZ held on, just destroyed the round. It allowed that rotation from the red player that was out there towards CTs. It was basically 4 CTs out on B. The Rebels can try their best to wait out the clock, but not to be in the end, so another round to go the international way.
Maybe another one right here and now, Rebels. Economy ruined, so only upgrade pistols and an otherwise basic eco round. Orp baited in on Gangino's part, second shot misses. SNX will get mowed down by Youngster instead, it makes it a triple. Deagle pulled out against Flay. He does get that 1 pick, but Sasul's there for the closing 2. So no bottom plant bonus, no major damage, nothing of any real worth being brought out of that round by the T's. Guns return for Rebels, and now this should be their chance to close it. Sangal, however, have closed the gap. It hasn't looked like the best of matches still from them, but the scoreline is still that scoreline. Win right here without bomb plant bonus, 12-11, and suddenly the overtime may actually be on the table for them.
Yeah, I still don't believe it just yet. Again, you've got 2 strong rifle rounds to commit. You've got round 22 and round 24. So for Rebels, it still feels as if they've got leverage. An opening kill could be quite impactful, though. And I wonder if there is a little bit of a pace changer. I think these last couple of rounds have been very slow ends. And they've got 3 out towards a beat doors and double on a contact in elbow.
Kill on Casey. Saul dead to rights, just at the edge of that smoky scene. And with a smoke kill, full spray through from Kisarek. Return fire by Xfloud, so both players get off extremely well tagged. Big old backstab coming in from Youngster as well. He might even catch the players coming in at spawn. M4 versus 2. Mo's down only 1. Flay quick switches back to the AK and keeps the man advantage together.
And once these CTs start rotating in from spawn, it's going to be heard from Olymp, who comes a little bit early, and actually Gangino catches him because of it.
Molly deeper Casey. CT's thrown off. The Orb still looking into the bomb site. They're checking for info. The plant should be put down. 3 on 3. Kisarek is extremely low here. Casey and Flay, all the emphasis on them. That flashbang is still sent in. The swing forward of Flay. Casey with that 1 and the second. Headshot for the 3rd, not gained. Okay, down to the wire stuff, but Sangal able to maintain control of this. Rebels maybe acting a little bit too quick in certain capacities. Still unable to close.
Well, right there, I think a pretty good round from Sangal. Good discipline for the AWP for Gangino. He was kind of hanging around CT and Red for quite some time, and for Olymp, if he just tucks for maybe another 5-10 seconds, I think the round is very different. Rebels have done a lot right to get into the bomb side. Even that flash forward out from CT is the right play. I'm not really sure how Xfloud actually connected that shot. That flash to me looked pretty much on. Maybe he was playing anti-flash actually. Maybe he was just turning and waiting for the flash to come. And that pick from Temple towards A main was very tight too, so some good kills on the retake from Sangal.
Tactical by Rebels, their 2nd in the game. Their first one was when they lost their first round to Sangal. And again, economy still not fully bolstered, even with the bomb plant bonus. They're going in with the half buy. They're going to try and see what they can steal out around 23. The guns will be out for round 24. Sangal's still pressured, but they are bringing this scoreline back. And the Rebels might not have much talent to fear. Look at the nades. They certainly have the utility to fear, as those 2 individuals go down immediately in mid.
Yeah, that anti-rush util was very harsh to the CT line. You think about exactly what happens. You come out of elbow, you're just getting peppered. Incendiary, double HE. Very difficult to keep moving forward after that. And for Rebels, I mean, I can't expect a huge amount that's going to follow from this point onwards.
One Beagle for SNX. No more than that, Olymp. Hold out in mid, maybe, to get a kill. That's the right headshot on Youngster at the right moment. I mean, he's also low HP, so body tap would also be just as viable. Been spotted now towards Red, onto that B bomb site. Sides turned away from the M4. Gangino's also baited out here. The 5-7 still knows that he's low HP, so kill can come in. Lost bonus could come into full effect as well for the Rebels side, but we are on the 24th round of regulation. This is the last chance. They're going to have to close it in regulation. El Sangal will take us to overtime. And it doesn't feel like a deserved overtime, but it would be overtime nonetheless here, Dwayne.
Yeah, for the international squad, it would feel as if it's a huge recovery to be able to push it all the way. And when you do get it, if you can, of course, get it into an overtime scenario, you actually feel as if you've got away in the series now. You feel like you've got a chance of winning your map pick and not going into map number 2 of Vertigo being a map down. For the Rebels, though, I mean, AWP out from Flame, might see him get boosted up on the big box, try and look in for a long pick. The youngster's been quite consistent in the second half, especially with these last handful of rounds to get the streak going.
$23 deep. Even superseding the likes of Olymp and Casey, the 2 top fraggers on Rebels. Casey specifically overtaking Olymp from his earlier first half showings. Last round of regulation to the win. Or to the overtime. Orp set first and foremost for Gangino. SNX going to keep himself tucked away.
Get a boost up.
Yep, right call to make. Flay, is he ready for this? Better be. Scope in, seen him. Both players take shots, neither one able to connect. Will the T's charging off this? Not with that fire in play.
Yeah, so that's still a lack of info. They know that 2 players are in towards A main. They don't know that almost the entirety of the team is. And now, it actually might be a little bit of a contact. They're starting to make a maneuver out.
Smoke start coming in, will block off the ult position. One down deep in a donut, and see Youngster trying to get ahead of the game here. Flash sent towards him, kill. Very awkward spray from KC, but SNX recovers the man advantage. 4 on 4.
And late lurk in from mid to try and cut that rotation. Xcloud out towards Shelf, could drop here to Olymp.
Footsteps will be heard. The man's waiting for his chance to strike. Coming in to elbow as well. Olymp's going to bait and wait, but eventually Xcloud changes his mind. Now SNX has got to draw his attention away from the bomb site itself. Smokes in at donut, depressing the mid entrance of it. Kisarek is also there. There's 3 players to focus on this one individual, and now Flay's been cornered away from main. Nades to open up the smoke, revealing exactly where he is. Olymp swings. Now they can turn their full attention to the site defense, because Sangal are making their way forward, but they're hiding. They're playing time. The kill on Kisarek is found. The HG onto Saul gets him, and Gangino's got no more time. Finally, Rebels nip it in the bud and get the fast map at 13-11.
A decent performance there from Sangul. I think an okay recovery right towards the tail end there to almost get it into a threatening position. The issue is the first half just affected them too much. That first half is just not good enough. And I think for Sangul, it hurts again. You pick into Ancient, it looked like a mistake from the veto, and once again, your map pick up against Rebels doesn't go your way.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we were talking about a quite significant scoreline at the end of it. And so, like, I'm not even certain that the 13-11 really indicates how far gone that really was. Like, it was such a difficult affair from the word go. I don't think, qualitatively speaking, that there was much in that match for the Sangul side. Like, they really had their stuff pummeled in until they got control of the economy state. And sometimes it is all you need to really gain back a comeback. But ultimately, it doesn't give me much faith now heading into the rest of this series, because they've just lost their map pick.
Yeah, and I mean, we know that Nuke's been quite shaky. We know that it hasn't been the best right in the last couple of days for Rebels, so you've gone a new direction. You've actually curved the veto for your sake, and I think that just a slight difference of map can actually just close in 2. I think Rebels are in a really good position right now.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they don't choke it, because they almost did that over on that Ancient, but Vertigo is, again, a completely different beast, and we'll find out whether Sangul have a game plan after this short break. Can they stay alive in the group stage? We'll find out when we return.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Maybe a little bit difficult there towards the end of map 1 for the Rebels, but they do get their pick under wraps. Ancient goes their way. Now it's off to Vertigo next up, and now it's the pick of the Rebels camp. So again, logic would dictate that, yes, we should be seeing them take a 2-0. We saw the same thing. We said the same thing last time out, however, against that nuke pick. Of course, the choking map not going to be available to them. However, I do have to say that end of the map, the fact that Sang were able to get back on a bit of a front foot, like, in layman's terms, it would be a bit of an encouraging thing for the international squad. Would you agree with that assessment, Dwight?
Well, I mean, it would be classic Sangle Rebels fashion to still go map 3 and trade map picks, but you are right. I mean, they kept it fairly competitive towards the end, and in all fairness, we actually haven't even seen a lot of Vertigo being played from Rebels recently. They played it in Cato, and they got a result against M80 as a win. They got a loss against Falcons, and for Sangle, the last couple of times they played it against both Nine and Alliance has actually looked fairly successful. I don't know. Like, I think it should be a 2-0, but for Sangle, they probably can push it to a third map because they were able to do it last time around.
I mean, I take a look at the map sort of history between the two teams and the teams that they sort of played. And you mentioned that obviously like Nine and Alliance is like the two of the maps that they've won most recently. They were on a 4-map losing streak prior to that point, though, and they weren't exactly. I mean, some of them were decent enough, like Godsent and Preezy were also in that sort of losing streak. But losing out to the New Spirit Academy, I'm not sure where they stand at the moment. And then you compare that to the fact that basically like Nine Pandas, M80, and Falcons are the rosters that they played over on the Rebel side, and it's like that's actually a very respectable jump in terms of competition.
Sure. Yeah, it is. I think, again, it's just whether Rebels can actually win out games that they should be winning out. I think, again, they showed a very good performance against Aurora on their map pick of Ancient. They kind of go into map number 2 of Mirage, and they don't really hold their weight all that well. They go into Nuke. They should have won it. They didn't. I think for Rebels, it's now about getting to that position where if they're in positions where they should be winning it, they just have to win it. I don't think it would be encouraging if this Polish side once again sort of crumbles and gets pushed to a third map, or maybe gets pushed to the distance against a team that they really shouldn't be.
Yeah, I'm in agreement there. I think that this one should be as clean as it should do, but based on logic alone, and Rebels need to focus on making it as clean of a map pick for themselves. I mean, look, you've got your opponent's sort of home territory in your back pocket already, and I mean, we've seen how well they've been able to do in terms of like bringing the fight back to some of those higher level squads. But now that we're seeing how how Ancient went down on that last map, seeing the fact that they had to they choked out over on that nuke in the last head-to-head, I am starting to get a bit of concern for the Rebels in the grand scale of just their ability to close some of these games, because I mean, look, we had them beat when they were like 10-5. We were like, this would be 13-5 and a decent scoreline, just like a simple affair for the Rebels on that first map, and it just didn't end up working out that way.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, we saw it in the last head-to-head between these two sides, especially map 1 and map 3. Rebels had some really good scorelines. They were certainly at advantages in the half. They were at advantages even later on. So we know that Sangle can get off to some slow starts. I think, again, it's going to come down, especially competing in the first half, can they get their players involved? I think we saw for maybe the first 10 to maybe even 13, 14 rounds of the game, some real low numbers being posted by the star players on Sangle. It was only in that second half, and once there was a bit of a winning streak coming, that we saw more from Youngstar. That first half, we didn't see anything from him.
Yeah, I have to concur, and it's really not helped, obviously, by the likes of LNZ posting 5 frags as one of the key sort of like lower fraggers. And again, he is the IGL, so I understand he's having impact elsewhere in the server, but just the idea you haven't got that backing when those stars come together may have been a small difference maker for Sango at the tail end of that map up. So you're right about seeing Youngster and maybe Gangino getting involved much earlier on in the map up, see whether or not they can get a decent start on this CT side here, because Rebels are up by a map in this series, and if they get off to a good starting foot, if they're able to get a good streak together, then that might be all that she wrote. Pistol round going live, USPs and Glocks are standard, no major upgrades in the pistols department. There's a bit of utility for Youngster and for LNZ. Kits also on the captain of Sangor. Rebels seen down at ramp, they're walking their way up.
Now, this is where Gangino should probably take first contact away from the sandbags individual, just to pull a little bit more distraction away and set up the likes of X-Flown.
Tons of noise, they will check it. He gets that first kill. Second's a bit of a struggle as Flay turns back with a jumping 180 and a 4-on-4 scenario ensues. Plant can be secured. They've utilized some of those nades on the T-side line, tapped once. Both the HEs come in. Good bait from Casey, good read from Casey and co. Plant will eventually be secured. The retake will be on.
And they don't have a flash, just a single smoke to try and break off the back of it. Flay, Casey, all coming up with kills. SNX now getting one, and Casey and Flay work together right at the end. For a moment, it feels like there might be something in that retake, and then very quickly, that just is not the case whatsoever.
Very quick end to that pistol. Rebels held their own. Flay and Casey doing great work. Again, as you mentioned, the casualties that came in so quick. Flay with a triple in that round. Well played on his pistol. Pistol win for the Rebels side, and Sangor don't have the cash basis to go. So this will be a harsher pistol eco. Rebels should get up to 2.
I think it's very difficult to judge both of these teams because Sangor actually haven't been playing a huge amount of officials in the recent history. Rebels certainly aren't playing online like they used to. This USP stack, I mean, it's some decent damage. It would have been really nice to get 3 kills all in all. I mean, it's quite unlucky for SNX to only be down on 1 point of health, but the teams go aggressive up from ramp. There's a USP stack. It's an alright round.
Couple of casualties for Sangor at the least. All that you can ask for when you're on basic USPs, and now they'll go on to their regular weapons and see whether or not the first set of guns can yield early success. Rebels. We're going to Mac 10 in on SNX from the previous round. No need to upgrade it. Olymp had to buy into a Galil here. Casey on his AK. Forward contact over at the B stairs. Youngsters push. The smoke is in the way.
Olymp has already been able to gain some pretty good territory out from mid by himself. Youngster going to back up and reposition. Olymp actually getting TK'd from his teammate coming over Guardian.
Listed by Gangino. Youngster and Sasor get those kills back. Kisarek is struck back towards the ramp control. Flame making his moves. He's hearing footsteps right behind him. The folks going to apply B-bomb site. Turns around to a quick 90-degree flick on Gangino, but losing Kisarek on the stairs meant that he was in the 1-on-3 clutch. And he's not going to hold on forever. So, first round of the ball to Sangor.
Yeah, we try and see a little bit of a pace changer there from Rebels. They go in for the B split, go over Guardian with 2, try and come up the stairs with 3, and unfortunately, when that TK comes into the fold out from Guardian, it kind of limits the success opportunities. It slows it down, damage has been pulled, it allows more rotation room. And just trying to spam down. Youngster actually does pretty well at the bottom of the B stairs, just to try and get one, slow it in, and obviously allow the rest of the players like Sasol to try and set himself up, looking both B stairs and to Guardian. Buyback is going to look limited because of the lack of plant.
Youngster with the first pick onto Casey. SNX able to respond very quickly. Doubles up, in fact, on those B entries. The site has been completely overwhelmed when the CTs were so focused down on ramp. This one lurker has basically won the round for them outright. Bomb just needs to get planted.
But they've still got retaking nades, so they can put an incendiary down out here towards default. SNX trying to see if he can get up towards that M4 too. Late lurk out to the stairs from Olymp. I mean, really, the international squad should at least be prodding themselves around, but they're not even attempting it. And I think it showed there for Rebels, they weren't actually committing to a B play. They were just trying a bit of a B lurk, trying to see maybe if they can pull some over rotations, catch a timing. And then as soon as SNX trades his teammate at Casey and finds 2 kills, he just goes, lads, bring the bomb over. We've got B.
Really was as easy as that. Even getting extra M4s to upgrade out of those Galils that they had in. 4 main staple rifles for the T side. Sangor Get away with 3 on their own save, but it was such a quick call to the save. They initially were looking in from the very, very far back positions in the hopes that someone overextended or they could catch a small gap, but nothing yielded. Third of the board of Rebels, right back on track, and only Casey was the casualty there. Beautiful stuff from SNX.
A good reposition as well. Come up on the stairs, get out to cover towards White, and just pre-aim the left-hand side of Jenny. Sangle will feel as if they just got off to some breathing room with that opening round and have now been suffocated by not being able to follow up. Rebels win round number 5 and get yourself up 5-1. That could be an extremely tough scoreline to play against.
Initial utility suppression on the CT side will block them from making their way up on the ramp control. Rebels happy to play behind said smokes. Mollies are set and X-Floud trying to work a gap in this smoke. Just nothing is showing for the Rebels. They are just happy to sit pretty and wait.
They're very cautious and pack heavy now. Everyone is coming over. No mid lurk, no B stairs lurk. Already been able to bring quite a lot of that counter utility from the CTs down on A. Contact heavy.
Boost up to look over the tops. Casey, I think he's checking for it. He was for a moment. Will he check all the way? Look to do so. The M4 of LNZ's allowed to strike before he can really get any trades back. The lineup for Kisarek, though, does burn heavy, but the advantage stays with Rebels here. CTs back off the back of utility to reposition or to save. It seems to be, well, the former for 2. The latter on the third man's taking a while to get here. They do have their heart set on the site until they decide it's not.
Yeah, Youngster was watching out for that mid-lurk. One thing that we know from Olymp is that he's going to enjoy those mid-lurks. Now, he did get caught off in that round, so they might have thought it was somebody else. But just keeping that attention for that late player to wrap in didn't happen. And I think it's difficult, right? If no fight is presenting itself, a 3v4 on a retake is not easy. And you're not working with incendiaries or maybe even a smoke that can go down to the bomb or even to Crane. Get incendiary to the sandbags or for Gap. With the light util, it's always difficult. Kisarek, very good double entry for him. And I mean, anytime that boost comes up, whether it's on yellow or it's out there to the Gap side, you just know there's going to be 2 players very close range. And every time you're committing to the bomb side, just being able to almost sort of line them up or put immediate pressure onto them is the way to kind of overcome that. That's exactly what Kisarek did.
Yeah, wonderful stuff from him. Rebels 3 to the good as a result of his efforts. Sangle don't have anything to buy around these 3 saved guns. I mean, they've got some cash bonus, but they want to save it into the next gun buy. Nade set on Youngster, seen there by Casey, not opting to continue the fight onto Saul. Happy to just play the man advantage from here.
And the concern now is this going to be yet again another really slow start from Sangle in which that they just can't compete in the first half, that they're offering a strong scoreline differential at the turn. Well, at least the Deagle can strike out towards A, but it's still a lack of information. It's only the lurk that gets caught.
Now, Sangle don't really know what's going on. They saw the lurk over on B, they saw a lurk over on A, so which site are they going to hit? So Saul there for the defensive, he's trying to catch the rotation. The shoulder's not seen, he's allowed a kill on Casey. Damage done to Olymp, he swings out to find that fight as well. 2 fantastic isolations, and he's going to look in for that AK. Might get caught back by Flay, which could well cost him the bomb site. Will it cost him the round?
And this is still very workable. You've got an AK on X-Fan without even any armor. LNZ's already been seen on the drop.
Oh, this is risky. AK sprays very awkward. And SNX is now all alone in the clutch. Bomb drop center of the site. No plant can be secured. He's got to fight his way out of this. And LNZ has other ideas. 2 rounds to his team's board.
Well, it's a good effort there from Sasul. I mean, that's 2 kills out there on the top of the B stairs. Pretty much on your lonesome. No one's there to back you up. No one's there to establish a crossfire. And that FAMAS gets 2 kills and sets up the entire round. Kisarek might feel as if that he was maybe one reason why that round fell apart. That lurk towards A being unsuccessful. A couple of good Deagle kills towards the tail end, but stacked up in a 3v2 always looked promising. Rebels down to a weakened buy because of that last round.
Mac 10s. Limiting factors for the Rebels camp, and no one's lacking helmets over on Sangul, so easy headshots will not come in for these SMG individuals. They will set themselves up and get ready to go. Just utility prob, but that bomb's still down there.
They're going to end B. Kissarak is in a really good position to be this far up towards danger. One good flash, and he's going to get into an immediate entry.
Third player starting to rotate away from A into B. They've got quite a fair amount of ramp presence on the CT side. Ali being covered off all the way down position. Flash is sent. Mac 10 first player in. He's caught blinder. They haven't checked quad though. KC will look to check it and will win out that fight. Mac 10 keeps fighting in the backlines. This is overwhelming by the T's once again.
And that's another one of those scenarios where working a mid-round, all you need is one good player in one good position, and you know that round is yours. That danger angle is so solid. If you can get a T player up there undetected, you're so much ahead of the curve, aren't you? Because if you set up the util and maybe you get the flashes forward, you're adding an extra maybe 2.5 seconds for contact to be made from the stairs. If you're up there at danger, it's instant. And you can see from default, you're trying to turn away from the util, you're trying to get back to safety, and that Mac 10 is just firing so quickly at you.
Olim see next up, they're going to hunt him. Did the Mac 10 go for this AK? Apparently not, actually.
No, they didn't see him.
Thought for a second they did on jump face, but alas. And the real highlight of the round was that Mac 10 that just stormed the bomb site. So well played. Tactical taken by Sangul because they have been beaten in once again. The Rebels very early lead, and well, the economy's still recovering, so you sort of look at that and wonder if there's an angle for Sangul to work with, but the more of these confident rounds that keep coming out for the Rebels side, less likely those resets become possible. They will have the gun by at least for this round.
And this is why it's so important in the local scenes to start developing newer talents and having sort of teams in the lower divisions, because to an international audience, guys like Flay and Kissarak weren't really known before making that turn into Rebels. More so Kissarak. And I think the more games that we see from him, his performance in the first head-to-head against Sangul, the performance that he had on Nuke against Aurora, and what he's doing right here, he's showing more and more impressive performances, and he was one of their strongest players at IM Katowice as well.
Forward face the CT side again, trying to get ahead of these smokes, but coming into block vision. Small gap in a smoke there for Casey to try and use. Youngster is set on top of the danger position. He's just evaded contact. Neither man's seen each other. Rebels will put utility down and drive him back, or at least they'll try to do so.
Double HE's white.
Yep, Sasol just gets ahead of it, though. He stays in position.
Oh, he just moves away, doesn't he? And now it looks like they might even try and target the B stairs.
Oh, two players to deal with. Sasol, he does get one of Casey, and Youngster re-aggresses to catch SNX with utility in hand. Advantage now for the CT side with the bomb being dropped down there. Gangino follows up on Kissarak, and this is falling apart for the Rebels.
That's a very good maneuver there from Youngster. It's not without its risk, though. If he overextends and he falls to SNX, that's probably the round over. Olymp tries to recover it and nearly gets away with a double kill. And it looked as if SNX was just trying to sell the B fake. Go 1-for-1, set up more util. There was already a bit of a walk. I think Kissarak was top gap. You had the likes of Casey working in as well. But just getting caught off by another overextension. The risk pays off for Youngster.
Very nicely done by the two forward players there, even to Saul. Moving into the right place at the right time, away from those HEs, and Rebels thought that angle was clear. That 1-for-1 trade enabled that whole round. Now Flay just backs away with the AWP in hand, saving it into the next. He doesn't have a choice in the matter. They're on the board for Sangul, trying to keep this early game competitive. They're semi-successful so far, but Rebels still lead by 2. AWP staying definitely looks a little bit more confident in terms of the buy that can be afforded for the T side now.
Well, Flay can drop over a Galil at least to Olymp. Everybody else can get AKs out. Who's going to reset one another first, though? Who's going to be able to get a bit of a round streak going? A very good start here from Rebels. They'll be happy with what they've posted already on T side. I think 7 rounds would be a good goal in this position. When you're 5-3 up and know what you got in the second half. I think 7 rounds on the T side would be a nice objective.
The slow approaches will try and reach that objective. Both for and against the Rebels. Sprays through smokes, able to get damage on the X-Floud and Kisarek. No kills yet. Just down a half HP in the worst case scenario.
And so Flay actually buys down pretty much all the util and actually gives over just a Mach 10 to his teammate. Olymp has not been as engaged this time around as he was on map number 1. Hack heavy. Everyone regrouping towards ramp. And I think we've actually seen Sangal never hold ramp in the mid-round. They've always contested early on and spammed down and put some retaking nades on, but they always fall back to the bomb site. They don't jump spot out to the bottom of the ramp sandbag. They're not jiggling from gap. So this is maybe a bit of a tell that Rebels can just keep regrouping. These are the Xantares nades as well from X-Cloud to do quite a bit of damage out to Crane. That does a lot towards Kisarek.
Tagged earlier in the round and receiving even more so, has to back away. Meanwhile, youngsters making moves outstairs. We're going to see that nobody's out here, so harder stack now set and ready to go towards the back of the side. They've actually got a backstab also coming in from LNZ, so these two players will group up and play the long kind of round. Defensive isn't going to hold. The shot of the AWP misses, the smokes get in the way. Bomb will commit towards sight. Blind sprays will only do so much, but LNZ again, the focus is on him.
Yeah, setting up the backstab and waiting for his teammate, not striking straight away. They tap that bomb to draw the fights out in the open.
Oh, Mach 10 seen him. Flay can get the one pick, but is he ready for the second player? He'll check it for the moment, but so focused on the backside now. Youngster can try look to strike. Spray, it's awkward. Kisarek's all alone, though. The main retaking force has done enough. Youngster can clean up 2, and Sangal will have 4.
And right there from Flay, I think it's very understandable that he can't really prioritize checking ramp. You've already gone 1-for-1 with the trade against LNZ. There's pressure building. There's players coming up from headshot. There's players coming in from elevators. You almost need to assist your teammates on the bomb site, and it just means that all of that attention is drawn back over for Flay and does as much as he can to try and check, gets a quick shot, but then instantly Youngster comes up with 2 kills. Very quick to react and very quick to set up that backstab. It was a good info play again. You mentioned it, Jay. Youngster getting aggressive at the B stairs shaped up that round because they knew that they could gamble towards A.
Fast in from the half-bought pistols. Gangino has no idea he's in trouble. X-Cloud does get the trade back quick. They've lost that AWP, though.
And now they're actually pressuring the B stairs on a bit of a lurk. I wonder if there actually is a bit of threat in this round. Now, there's not that many upgrades, and there's not a huge amount of armor. Flay with the AWP's going to get forced away. I mean, look, if he's got an AWP in his hands, I suppose it could be dangerous.
It's a case of how he uses it. Top frag at the board, so I don't doubt the individual. Rolling into that bomb site, trying to look for X-Cloud and LNZ, but just staying hidden, and rotations are starting to get called back for the CT side, and probably not the right bomb site to hit. The bomb's on its way to A.
Now, X-Cloud can actually put an incendiary down towards default, so even though he's tucked out here towards headshot, he'll still be able to put that down, and that will waste some time. That will allow the majority of his teammates to rotate over.
Oh, Deagle to KC, not as accurate. Incendiary will try to block off the bomb plant for now. Backup is going to get called in that time frame. They're going to try to boost up a Tech 9 to go for the picks, though. LNZ detects it, and he drops KC as well. Bomb down and all. Flay's AWP can finally strike the Tech 9 of SNX. Needs to get a pick back. There's such low HP. All Flay's got one more back, and SNX caught a second headshot to, by a margin of 14 points of health, get minimum 6 for the Rebels.
That's a fantastic eco still, and haven't we noticed this before? Haven't we noticed these kind of rounds? We saw it in that 1v3 from Flay out on Ancient. Rebels winning rounds they shouldn't do. You have a look at that position. The smoke goes down to the front side of Crane. The incendiary towards default. There's enough players on rotation that it should be cleaned up. It's a 4v2. There is a lot of overswinging. There is a lot of impact trying to be created on the rotations. And in the end, Rebels steal it away.
Just maintaining themselves on top of the chaos. Look at Olymp swing forward. Saul doesn't even have a clue. He did have a clue for a moment, but looked away as he tried to trade places with his teammate, caught in transition. LNZ moves in next. Is Deagle seen? The AWP of Gangino can strike as LNZ gets the next player forward. SNX to fall to the man advantage of the CT side.
A very good assistance out there from mid. Now Kisarek is starting to work, a bit of a lurk timing himself. Might be able to catch off the AWP out here from Elevators. Gangino missing again. At least X-Flan's there to trade.
Can he get a second? No, Kisarek can. 2v2. Plant can be secured. And LNZ might have to wait for Youngster in his backstab because he's on 37 points of health for this. Casey will tank the Molotov damage. And that might just set up this individual even further still. No one is watching ramp. When do they start turning their attention towards it? Right now, it seems LNZ is going to get caught off by the extension from Casey. Kisarek now holding Ali. Youngster's going to reveal himself. And the headshot comes in for the AK as Rebels will turn up that target 7. And now look to go one more at the turn of the half.
Kisarek is very impressive. That's another sick round from him. Because again, he has to put emphasis up. It's what, a 3v4, and you're scaling up ramp. He catches the AWP of Gangino, and to be honest, I mean, we've now seen Gangino for us too, Jay, in that opening game against Rebels. Now in this best of 3, he's very inconsistent as an AWPer. He's not finding his footing all that often, and right there you could just see one missed shot completely being overwhelmed, and then Kisarek just ending the round with 3.
Beautiful stuff. X-Cloud is getting desperate now. Charging straight into that AWP who takes his head clean off.
And just think, Jay, this could have been, what, 5, maybe 6, even 7 CT rounds if they don't just throw away the 4v2 against the eco round, but there's not really much in it.
Something's got to give, and I think it's about to give out here for Sangul. Three to the grid on the Rebels side, 1 man up, and all waiting for that 3-man CT unit to start moving down the B stairs. KC is ready. Might not need to act though, rejoin his teammates. Rebels have a little less than a minute to go. And I mean, they, in theory, could find something back here. No one's watching them.
Yeah, it's a good timing for this play to come through. Might be able to catch off the AWP, but they need to have trigger discipline here, and yes, Youngster does.
Play in trouble. 3 seen, taps forward on 2 individuals, and Youngster makes it a triple. And that's all it takes sometimes. 1 man undetected, striking with pure force and aggression, and even turning it into an AWP pick for a quad kill on Youngster. What a player, stepping up at the right moment when Sangul needed him most. And Rebels will knock no further. 7-5. On the T side.
Well, it should have been an 8-4 half. That's a fantastic sequence there from Youngster. I think an unfortunate timing once again that the B stairs is being held. As soon as that reposition comes through, they catch a good timing. And then just the 5-7. Right time, right trigger discipline, very quick to the connections. That's a good round. That's a very good sequence.
That's one you sit there and you celebrate with if you're him. Hell of a confidence boost for Sangul going into the next half, but the concern again turns towards that scoreline. You said 7-5 would have been a fantastic T side. That's what Rebels achieved. Now can they carry it onto their CT defensive? USPs of SNX already hearing those footsteps, aware that they're going quickly up towards ramp. Olim's catching off players out towards mid meanwhile, and he does find X-Cloud to start things off. Kisarek just as blind by that flashbang as the CT affected. 2 seen, he spams and 3 kills total for SNX to try and gain here. Taps to the USPs come up good, turning 180, not sure where to look. Casey and Flay have got to clean up the rest, and they just hold the pistol together for the Rebels.
It feels like Rebels have been really consistent in pistol rounds across all the series. When I think back to their game against the Sangul side and even against Aurora, I felt like their pistols were very on point. Very good lurk attempt out there from Olymp. And again, I think he's had a pretty quiet game. I'm sure he'll have an even more quiet game just with the role that he plays. But that first kill in from mid, it was a helping hand for sure.
They are 3 for 4 in pistols so far. Oh, what a nade. Sangul just wrecked on 2 individuals. Olymp is not going to stick around and try and concede or give a chance for them to concede any rifles back to the T-side line. Just hold that lurk with Kisarek striking at the right moment. All 5 alive. Make it a confidence, a 9th round for them. Second conversion in the half now leading to the guns of Sangul. And again, we're in this position where Rebels are miles ahead and Sangul need to turn a rifle to their favor to just maintain a lifeline, let alone presence in this match.
And that's always a scary prospect when you start considering that you're surviving for the game and you're not leading the game. That's when you know you're in for a rough series. That's when you know that you haven't had that many opportunities. Rebels have got to look at this one as the bonus round, say, win this, we go up 11-5, we just close the series. Aggressive approach out here to the B stairs. 3 CTs to meet them head on.
And again, those nades have impact. LNZ down to 64 already. Flay spraying. Continuing to put bullets down range, just blind, can't see anything as of yet. Re-smokes will be there for the T side, but similar story for the CT forces, blocking off that alley entrance. Flashes will allow SNX to start peeking. The youngsters just staying hidden.
Now this round is so pivotal for an opening pick. An early molly out there towards danger, a returning one to the bottom of the stairs. Saul just selling distraction and actually falls off of that completely. This crossfire towards top ramp. You've got SNX out towards gap side and Flay with the M4 on a bit of an off angle now on the front side of the smoke.
Cindy is keeping him away from tops. Sprays actually catching a couple of players now, and a third player is going to join this crossfire. Youngster about to look to strike. His spray goes all over the place, and SNX allowed a triple. Finally traded back by xFlower for 2, but the M4 has got 24 and 23 points of health to deal with. 3 players total on the Rebels side. They're going to make it look easy here. Sasul down, xFlower, no chance.
And I love that back away there from Flay. He knows he could probably stay around. He knows that he could probably get one more kill. But as soon as he retreats, you know that that round is just finished. Now he's making the info play just to see where the last player is. But low HP, this is a done deal. That's an easy 10th. And what a timing that is for SNX to take that first contact. And then it just gets so chaotic. Then it's just people firing everywhere.
$10-5 scoreline. We saw this once before. Sangha did all they could to crush the economy state of their opponents, but still weren't able to bring it back. Can they even get that far this time? Faster plays of the pistols. Nades again landing. That's 3 rounds in a row where Rebels' utility has done early damage. In fact, they might even get the opening kill because of it. Not quite. The M4 is going to get the kill on Sasul. LNZ is able to get the responsive back all the same. Olimp now, heavy pressure on the bomb site. Gets right there to relieve some of that pressure with 1 pick to his name. Olimp with a response. Youngster heard on the site itself. Tech9 of xCloud strikes out for mid. 2 versus 2 is getting a little bit heavy pressured, but they still able to deal with it on the CT side. No bomb plant for Sangle. 11-5 for Rebels. 2 more for the win.
And this is again where we get into a very similar position of what happened in the previous head-to-head. What happened on map number 1 is that, is it just survival rounds for Sangle? Is it just a position where they're adding a couple to make the scoreline look decent, but they're never there to really challenge? I mean, Ancient to an extent, I think, obviously, when it gets to round 24, it is a bit of a threat. But I think the majority of those rounds on the streak back to a potential overtime, Jay, we're both sitting there saying, oh, there's not much in it, right? Rebels are still going to close. And I think it's the exact same conversation here on Vertigo.
Rifles at least get brought in by Sangle for the round 17. But need to come up with a win in said round. AK of Sasul checking left and right, center of the site. Can't see anything as of right now. Lean forward as he tries to continue pressing. Olimp deals with LNZ. M4 of Casey strikes back a quad. Hasn't seen the bomb carrier yet. He might not need to, though. Backup is on the way. They hold their contention. They hold their position. The Galil cut down by Olimp. 2 left standing on the T side. xFlower next to face, next to fall. Youngster, stellar as he's been throughout the course of this map, and certain impactful rounds. This is one that you just can't find enough of. Olimp with a triple. And it's map, match, and group point for the Rebels.
A closing time has been something on my mind for a long time now. The Sangle have not really shown a huge amount here in the second half. Haven't even made the majority of rounds competitive. I feel for Youngster again, had a sick round to close out that first half with the 5-7. Had a very good performance in that second half of Ancient. And it just feels like he's the only one holding weight right now, the only one creating opportunities.
Rebels, well aware of the fact that they are in closing positions. Sangul, well aware of the fact that they've got 7 match points to contend against. This is not going to be an easy affair, to say the least, from this round and for the rest of the comeback, if it even happens. Slow to the approach. Kisarek has seen Sasul. Neither player goes down yet.
SNX has felt very comfortable in this second half, scaling top ramp, working around the counter util, always looking to put pressure on. Flay with the AWP is just waiting for any sort of movement down from bottom ramp, and it doesn't seem like he's going to get much of it. It seems as if a very heavy group is coming through towards B.
"45 seconds. Flay keeps watching and waiting. His AWP at the ready. 2 to line up. Only gets the 1 kill. No collateral there. Not like it matters. Youngsters moving in. SNX is going to get caught off at 51. But the AWP still holds strong to the adjustment. What a flick that is. And now holds on for even more as Kisarek gets involved with his AK, as does Casey with the M4. Sasul, a 1 versus 3. Bomb dropped in the open. No time to play with. No chance of this round. And Sangul, who have fought very hard, may still fight on, but only for a moment's respite. It is going to be 13-5 as Rebels take their rightful spot in the playoffs.
Well played to Rebels. They deserve it today. They came in and they were the much stronger team. There's no denying that whatsoever. I mean, just look at the halves, right? 8-4, 8-4. You'd be very happy with that. A very good performance on Ancient. Struggled to close, but got it in the end. And then out here on Vertigo, didn't feel like they got tested a massive amount.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'd even argue that Ancient was a bit more one-sided than the scoreline initially taken, because it really was down to the fact that the economy wasn't fully stabilized, and they capitalized upon those key rounds to springboard Samikos and just convert off the back of that. That's really the only reason why that map went down to 13-11. I could have easily seen a similar 13-5 on both maps in this series. So, yeah, look, they were the better team coming into this one. Ancient was a bad choice from Sangul. I think they're going to have to reassess whether they pick that map in the future, especially against teams of this kind of caliber, because, well, they haven't lived up to it, unfortunately. I mean, it's not like they came into this group as the expected favourites and a team that was ultimately supposed to make it to the playoffs. But yeah, it's not a great showing in the second rematch against Rebels.
Yeah, I think roster changes are coming, to be honest, from Sangul. Like, I look at some of these players and I feel like there's a lack of identity on the team. I mean, for Sasul, I remember when he was on international projects like Coalesce, and it just disappeared. Like, it just exploded. Nothing really ever came from it. He had a good reputation towards the tail end on Movistar Riders. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, even Gangino mainly played in the CIS scene in Ukrainian teams. I don't think he's cutting it. I think he's struggling a lot with the AWP on this team. And across the board, the results just aren't here. When you're not even being competitive against a team like Rebels, who aren't even playing a massive amount in the recent history, it's concerning. I know there's just added a new coach to the team, but for me, roster changes have to happen for Sangul.
I'd imagine if you are Jumpy, you are looking at this and thinking that might be the way forward. I mean, you mentioned the consistency issues for Gangino. He was like second top of the board for Sangul in the first map and then just pretty much bottomed out in the second. So just as an example of how in one series he can go from being impactful to now absolutely not. So again, rightfully, they will not be in the playoffs. Rebels move forward, taking on Bleed in that bracket. And with that being said, Dwayne, we've got one more match to decide who takes that final spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the playoffs already. I think Bet Boom Ecstatic could be a really clinical game. I actually don't think there's going to be much in that whatsoever. 3D Max and Fnatic, they've actually played each other a couple of times, so there's a little bit of a rivalry building there. And then for Bleed, I mean, they were certainly a surprise to me. I think all eyes are on them to see whether they can still kind of show results and show Ws. And Rebels will probably look at that game and say, mate, that's a good draw for us. Like, that's a team that could very easily push us further into the playoff bracket.
And for a team as well that have been sort of struggling with roster issues, and we don't know what their final 5 lineup is going to look like. We don't know who's going to be playing in server at any one point. It might prove to be unpredictable in terms of reading them, but equally so. Like, you've got a solidity on the Rebels side that they've demonstrated in this kind of a matchup. I don't put it past them to win that one. So a number of equal and epic quarterfinals starting to shape up here in the playoffs. And well, we've still got to decide who one more is, because we've got one more match to play in the group, Dwayne.
Yeah, we've got one that probably might be another clinical 2-0. I mean, at least that's the way that you would normally preference, like, the whole idea. I mean, Big are coming here to show a lot. They've been very impressive online in Tier 2 for the last 6 to 9 months or so. They've now made some recent roster changes, so eyes are going to be on for them to say, can you keep doing it? Can you keep getting that consistency, even now with a new 4th and a new 5th?
Well, they are up against the Young Ninjas side who have also shown up and surprised so far here in Rest. So who's going to take that final spot? We'll find out in a little over an hour. We're going to go to extended break, and when we return, it's our final match of the group stage here in the Rest European Series.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
And welcome back to the Rest European Series. It's time for our last match of the day and our last match of the group stage. We found our winners, we found our losers. We've got 7 teams through to the playoffs and 1 more will look to join them as Big take on Young Ninjas to close out the evening. For the final time tonight, I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual. We can take a look at Group A, the respective group of both these squads, see how they played out. Bleed, of course, already through. Amcal already out. Big and Young Ninjas. Well, this one's going to be hopefully an interesting one, Dwayne. I certainly know that before the break you were saying it could end up being a bit more of a one-sided affair, but Young Ninjas certainly want to try and prove something coming off the back of their surprising upset in the first round.
Yeah, their upset against Amcal really destroyed any hope that Nickelback would have had of having a deep playoff run here. I'm sure the expectations were quite high for Amcal in this tournament. They got upset in their opening game, so you go up against Big. And I think it shows when both teams get upset in their opening game, one of our favorites go out early. And for Big, they're going to look at this draw and say it's really great that you've got Young Ninjas, but at the same time, you can't underestimate them because they actually have competed to probably a higher level than what most people thought in this group.
Yeah, I think no one expected Young Ninjas to even get a victory on the board. When you consider the theoretical possibilities of who they took on, it would have been Big in the elimination match, and they shouldn't have won against Amcal. I think we're all in agreement in that respect. So, yeah, the Germans are kind of walking into this one as favourites. So I kind of want to start over there or on their side of things. Because, look, this is a bit... I think before the show today, you were telling me you were a bit surprised that they went back to the full German team on this team. Can you tell me a bit more details about that?
Probably more surprised that they've gone back to Sirius than going back to the full German team. I'm not surprised that they've gone that direction again. I think it's just classic Big at this point, right? Like, we know that the German complete 5 works, and every time they've got away from that, and they've tried to go English-speaking for a portion of time, it always goes back down. And I mean... in terms of the results in the Tier 2 scene, I actually think that it was really positive for the last maybe 6 to 9 months or so for Big. But obviously their Tier 1 landscape and kind of where they fit on the LAN environment obviously proves that it wasn't successful and that changes were necessary.
Yeah, of course, the 2 tournaments you're referring to is obviously the Spring Groups and Katowice. So they haven't exactly had the best of showings in those 2 tournaments, going out in play-ins and having to play out the showdown as well. That they won't be in attendance at the major. They won't be going to these high-level positions because they haven't been able to succeed on the road there. They actually went out during the closed qualifier for the RMR. So like the idea that these guys aren't doing well when it comes to the higher level of proceeding is certainly a point against them when it comes to Tier 1 competition. But this is not quite the level of Tier 1 competition on the other side of the board here. Big certainly are coming down from this position knowing that they've done so well in the online circuit, and therefore, with their ideas of struggling against some of those higher level squads, Young Ninjas feels like it might be a bit of a layup.
Yeah, this is a tough matchup, of course, for the Young Ninjas side. I think it probably could be one of their toughest games so far. I mean, against Amcal, they actually held their weight quite nicely. They were able to keep that game quite chaotic. They were able to make it really scrappy. But when they went up against Bleed, it just felt like they were out of their depth. It felt like they weren't able to compete to that same sort of level. And I mean, I look at this roster and it's very young. There's not a lot of experienced players. This is a real challenge for them going up against a Tier 1 squad of Big.
Yeah, look, I think that they certainly set the path for themselves pretty high when they beat out the Amcal squad, but what do they follow it up with? Well, you mentioned that Bleed series, and then they got smashed out of the park in Elisa to Z10, like the Zero Tenacity guys. So, like, again, not exactly like the kind of level that you want to see them failing at to try and take on the big squad. If you were failing against Tier 1 competition, then okay, fine, maybe you might still have a chance, but they haven't even had that chance to play it because they haven't made it that far yet. It's still a very new project, and we're still holding out hope that it can come together in some capacity. But just the consistency feels like it's all over the place.
Yeah, it does. And again, the sample size is still very small. We're only just getting a bit of a taste of what they're like on HLTV. So getting more of an idea of where these guys sit. I mean, luckily enough, their last couple of officials is at least featuring the full 5. We had Rez come stand in for a couple of games as well, which isn't ideal, especially when you're not standing in for the same player on both of those series. So I think across the board for Young Ninjas, it's just about getting more experience at playing at this level. And I think Big is definitely one of the toughest teams that they're going to play so far this year.
Yeah, I think on a long enough time scale it can work. To what capacity, that's yet to be decided. But unfortunately, we don't have a long time scale in this group stage. It's got to be completed today. The match is scheduled for in about 10 minutes time. So like the idea that we sit here and like, okay, in the long term it's going to happen. Well, that doesn't mean anything against Big. They're going to win this series. That's at least the way that we're going about this whole thing. And again, the difference in terms of the newness and in terms of the level of competition that Big are playing at by comparison, we could be in for a one-sided affair here.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Big will look at these guys of Young Ninjas and say, we should be beating them quite easily. I know that obviously they've made some player changes. They're bringing Sirius back into the roster. JDC's coming back into the German scene as well. Even though that is the situation that they're in and similar pathway of Monty of only having the core 3, they should still be beating the majority of teams in this tournament. They should be looking at semi-final, grand final kind of position in this tournament.
Yeah, look, I think it was a surprise against the Bleed squad. They even pushed it to overtime. Like, I honestly think that Big probably were in a better position to win that matchup. They should be in that upper bracket, and they should have had that chance at the winner's game. So, again, I think this is a bounce back from them. I think they'll still go deep. I'm sort of like, I know I'm kind of already looking to try and take a prediction before we've even gotten to the veto here, Dwayne, but it really feels like one of those cases where you can rely on Big at the moment. You can really believe in them, even though historically Tier 2 and online events have always been a bit inconsistent from them. Right now, they've hit a real stride in the last 6 months in the online circuit. So for me, I am sort of like just kind of giving an early prediction towards them. But in terms of those map vetoes and discussing that whole pick and ban process, like where do you go if you're the Young Ninja side? How do you win out a map pool against Big?
Well, we know that Big are going to ban Mirage. They don't like their Mirage whatsoever. And we know that Young Ninjas have been quite successful in their overpass recently. I think their overpass against Amcal looked pretty good. Their overpass against Zero Tenacity looked pretty good. FTW, X Anonymo, their overpass looks really good. So I think they'll pick into overpass, and Big, they love their Verdi. They've always been keen on their Vertigo. So I think overpass and Vertigo is definitely going to be the picks.
Yeah, Overpass actually seems like a good sort of map on paper as well, because Big are on a 5-map losing streak. So if Young Ninjas go towards that, then you've got that notion that they have been losing out to the Amcals of the world and to the Bet Booms of the world. So not surprising that those two maps come in. Third map, what do you think?
Probably Anubis. Jeez, actually gets banned out there. That's quite surprising. I actually think Ancient is a lot stronger for Big than Anubis is. They picked that map against Tier 1 teams. They picked it quite consistently in recent history. I mean, they even picked it against Amcal in that elimination game. So literally the last best of 3 that they played as a full 5 with this brand new roster, they picked Ancient against a top 30 team in the world. So yeah, I think Big will be very happy to play Ancient as a decider.
Yeah, I mean, even with that in mind, the idea that the map veto sort of favours the Big squad, you have to look at the level of competition that they're playing on Overpass. And even though it is a 5-map losing streak, they still have been able to go close against the likes of VP and Astralis in the past. So, again, it's that level of high comparison. I know I just made the point about the 5-map losing streak, but that's always going to be an issue, I think, when you face up against a squad like Big, especially if you're Young Ninjas. The experience that these guys have, even with this 5-man lineup, is quite staunch.
Yeah, and to be fair to the Young Ninjas, when they played Amcal in their opening game of Overpass, their T-side looked pretty structured. Looked like they were getting some good timings, some good spacings. Blue Phoenix was obviously very on the money. He was an impact player, and I think him and Maxter are kind of be the two go-to guys to cause a bit of threat out to the Big side. And again, for the Germans, I want to see what JDC is going to be made of. Everyone knows what he's been like on Mao's NXT and Mao's, but to go back into the German scene, it's been a long time for him, going back into his native tongue. This is an opportunity to play with the #1 German team and try and, I suppose, advance them higher up the Tier 1 landscape. Yeah,
I mean, a lot of curiosity around the lineup itself, still trying to feel out exactly where it is. But on the topic of the Young Ninjas in terms of like their success and their structure, one of the things we mentioned against the Amcal side, and one of the reasons why we rated Young Ninjas so highly and gave them a lot of praise, was because they created a lot of chaos against Amcal. Big are a much more structured and much more tactically organized squad. So can that chaotic approach really work against a team like them?
I mean, it can, because Big aren't complete. I mean, they're complete in the idea that they've got 5 players, but they're not complete in the time that they've got. So it's going to be difficult, especially on a map like Overpass. I think on Vertigo, you can certainly mix it up and create a bit of chaos. But, I mean, the utility usage is always going to be very, very on point for Big. The util damage, especially on CT side, is going to be key for them. So I think across the board for Young Ninjas, I think they are going to be out of their depth in this best of 3. They might be able to take their map just only because Big have just only made roster changes and they've played a couple of officials under their belt. But realistically, Big are the much stronger team going into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, look, if it does go down to a 3-map affair, Big are going to win it in my eyes. Map 1 and Map 3 obviously are just very, very strong for them. And listen, maybe Ninjas can show us up here in Vertigo. They did play it against Amcal. They did raise the Chaos, but that experience level, man, it's just too staunch. Big now set in with the chance to make it to the playoffs in our final match of the group stage. Big and Ninjas in the decider of Group A. Pistol round going live, and look, I missed them here.
Yeah, Miston was making a lot of individual plays in his previous couple of best of threes. A lot of info being provided by these two. Maxter getting in on the backstab, and there could be a lot of damage, but it is being watched for a moment.
This is so fast for the Ninjas. Crimbo looks away. They run right past. So many to gain. 1, 2, 3 fall on the big side, and that's exactly what you want to see from NIP. Joe Cab makes his way up the site. JDC is going to go falling. The Julies will get a double, and not a single man falls on the CT squad.
Well, it's a very good timing. I think for a fraction, there was actually a moment in which it was being watched on the backstab, but they created just when the execute is coming through. You've got Tabson signing up the util, trying to get it into the bomb site, and then Joe Cab just working on the edge of those smokes out to the generators, just keeping more fight up there to the top of stairs. So a very good start of the pistol to come through from Young Ninjas. That info play was very important.
Very important start for them in general. Big. Force back to the pistols, not going to force buy in this round. Go towards those guns in round number 3 and really bring the thunder back. Thrown off by the pace in which they set up that backstab. Big were caught so flat-footed. Again, it's all about Ninjas trying to bring that chaos some more here. They will go a bit more careful about this. They know that they're at the weapon advantage.
And at least for Big, both of the matches that they've played so far in this tournament have featured Vertigo. So that's going to get at least guys like Sirison and JDC more familiar with the protocols, more familiar with what they want to try and achieve. A little bit of an info play there from Blue Phoenix. Actually takes quite a bit of damage, and JDC gets an opening kill.
Respectable on these Glocks. Blue Phoenix struggling a little bit. Forced back now to a bit of support from Mistem and his FAMAS. 2 dinks against that man. Eventually gets that kill to a 3-on-3, making it 2 as JDC picks up the M4, applies it to the NIP camp, but Joe Cab comes into that backstab and takes out Tabson. Looks for JDC next up. Crimbo, careful about his approach. Damage being done on the Glock. The dink down. He needs a better weapon though, and from range, he's going to bait silence all the way back out here. Just fall away from position. Cannot recover that rifle. The SMG just going to get drawn out of the bomb site, and Crimbo knows how much time he stalled for here. There is a kit on silence. He will go for the smoke and stick it. Crimbo's got to go for the directive face. The M4 just in his hands. He opts to stick around, hold out, let the defuse go the way of the Ninjas. But for a full eco, that's a fantastic round.
Yeah, that's probably one of the best ecos you're going to see all day. Very light on investment. And when you have, a couple of flashes to try and get you into the bomb site and you get away with just that much impact, Young Ninjas are going to be sweating it, because in all honesty, this opening rifle round can just disrupt so much in the opening game. It can be the double eco reset. It can allow a 3-2 scoreline to go the way of Big. The Germans are in a fantastic position moving into the opening rifle round of the game.
Big with a chance of the reset. M4's trying to aggress forward from Joe Cab. Gets those 2 kills though. Both Searson and Prosus couldn't open things up, couldn't even find a responsive, and Mistem knows to play the man advantage. Take that contact in from mid, fall back, reface on Tabson, caught off alone, isolate JDC, deal with him the same, and NIP look locked on.
A very good start out from bottom ramp. I think it shows there that Joe Cab knows that he has to make a play. You've got double MP9s in the fold. You don't have a huge amount of util, so okay, try and catch them off guard, make an aggressive maneuver, and get 2 very opening kills. Now, for Big, you obviously need to try and respond in quite quickly. Ramp's been entirely taken, so you want to try and get up mid, get into Guardian, put some pressure on that B-split. But this start from Joe Cab basically ended the rounds.
Just left to Mistem to isolate the rest. Very well done from the Ninjas. Just when Big was starting to get going as well. Hero AK setup. And the half invest into round 4. Young Ninjas at least sustain damage to the utility, so that much is a slight positive for the T side, and still a fair amount to go for the execution with. But how do they play around this? They'd like to get an opening kill. Crimbo is hunting for one. Max to scene, but just tagged.
Crimbo needs to try and see if he can follow up against the in-game leader. Maxter with that HE from the backside of Guardian kind of cancels any more leverage that Big had out towards mid, so opening start was quite successful for damage. Not successful for the opening pick. Very defensive up towards top ramp, and even Jokab might go for a fight.
Swings in, doesn't get anything. 3 smokes come down as the first set should look to clear. Try and block them. Counter HEs as well there for Jokab. Timed well enough against JDC, continuing to work his HP down.
Silence out from the sandbag, struggling, but do get away with a couple of kills, and now he can just hide, wait for that further flash to come up. Jokab and Mistem can help into the process. So a 4-0 start. Big were able to do a little bit of damage with that opening exchange out towards mid, but couldn't follow up without any of that position. So 4-0, Big now looking to try and respond, and Sirison gets on the AWP straight away.
Yet to frag in this game, so maybe the Big Green can change that. 2 other players also fragless on Big. Slow start from them. The Ninjas have been all over this streak. Damage was done on the HP bars, you're right about that, but damage in terms of the casualties and the economy game is not coming through for the CT side. They have got reinvestment capital. Big will need to look to change that here. Round win's only going to be part of the task. Nades open, AWP seen, but JDC gets away relatively unscathed.
Jokab has been liking this kind of press-in from Gap, down from the tarps, and making sure that it's fairly uncomfortable for any of the T-side players trying to take ramp. Blue Phoenix look for a little bit of an info play aggressively to the stairs. Incendiary and HG will do some chip damage onto JDC, and actually, Maxter's going to catch off the first.
Looking for the second man as well. Blue Phoenix gets taps in and Process finally responds, but not before Blue Phoenix takes him right back out of the equation. 4-on-2 again for the Ninjas. Big are struggling to deal with these fights, and this team coordination, major thorns on their side. CS2 does get one back out towards the A side. The bomb's been dropped out of either player's favor, though.
Yeah, Young Ninjas are doing a very good job of pressure pointing the map right now. Always looking to be on the front foot, always trying to take map control away, trying to set up Big, being caught off guard when they get the util ready. Even Blue Phoenix and Mistem with a man advantage are retaking the B stairs, which means Crimbo needs to deal with both of them. Blue Phoenix even catches him off and makes it a multi. A lot of multi-frags are coming through from NIP, and obviously that's going to help closing rounds down. We've seen it from Jokab, we've seen it from Blue Phoenix. We also have seen it from Mistem out in mid.
Yeah, those 3 players having impact. Not a lot of impact on the Big side, though, outside of that initial eco. That second round damage state, not really been replicated since that point, though. Ninjas looking rock solid. How do you respond back to this Big? It's been 5 on the trot, overwhelming stuff in certain capacities. There's only an AK to play with, a hero weapon in the buy-up. Bomb plant bonuses aren't really coming through either, so economy is going to be a little bit more on the ropes. At least they can continue by ecoing, but all that means is that there's going to be some free rounds to NIP who are about to hit minimum 6.
Yeah, it's definitely concerning. Young Ninjas are putting on a good performance right now. And I think what hurts the most is these AKs are consistently being saved on that CT line, which only is going to make the rifle rounds more difficult for Big. Can't afford to get off to too slow of a start, otherwise there won't be breathing room. There won't be workability to recover this map. And if you go a map down going into your map pick of Overpass with that winning streak and that losing streak we talked about, things could get very threatening. Big up against the team that, yet again, Jay, was a replacement invite for Guild Eagles. Wasn't even meant to be in this group stage.
And already they sent Amcal indirectly to elimination. Could eliminate Big by their own hands here if this keeps going as well as it is. There's no responsives from the German squad. Rimbo, that AK has got a lot of eyes to turn towards him, including Mistem's about to round that corner. JDC is the first port of call. Crimbo can clap back, but now they know where the core of the T-side players are. Rotations will get called. 1 in from mid has arrived on the scene. 2 more inbound. Second player of Max now in the backside. Smokes come down from the T's, only one of which played out. Second one can be utilized, but they need extra cover. The bomb's trying to commit towards the site. Jokab with this kill would be enough to secure the round itself. Blind spray from Blue Phoenix. Searson's too far out to the right-hand side. 6 seconds, no time to plant. Might even see kills after time here. The Pistols are going to try and fight back and get some of these picks in, at least potentially go down. They do go down just in time. Crimbo stays alive. That's minimum 6 in the first quarter for Ninjas.
I actually think that was a little bit misplayed there at the tail end for Young Ninjas. They could have very easily dropped Tabson after time. When you kind of consider his position out there towards default and that you've got players Sniper's Nest and for Headshot, I would have liked to have seen just a little bit more discipline, because that would have really rocked the economy boat. Coming in late, up against a heavy stack. JoCab just peeking aggressively unnecessarily. 6-0 though, they'll be very happy with this start, and this next rifle round for Big, they are getting proper desperate.
Been very slow, but finally Searson gets a starting advantage for his team. Silence dragged initially out to the upper ramp control. Process is allowed to walk very far up as a result of it. Again, there's going to be a B-lean and an action from the players moving downstairs. The core of the CT force is expecting to make a move. JoCab is the only player on defense. He drops and it's sight taken. It might work up to the favor of Big though. Crimbo always sees the shadow of the first man. Second and third. Second separately caught off. What a triple. What a sequence, and finally something going right for Big here. JoCab will try and fight back, do as best he can, but ultimately will get overwhelmed by the numbers game. And there's your first for Big at last.
Well, that was very well played from Crimbo. Now, something that would have been communicated in probably the last handful of rounds, especially on the gun rounds, is that Young Ninjas have really liked taking B stairs, that they like getting on the front foot. Now, if you get an opening pick towards ramp and you know that your opponents like taking B stairs, in a man disadvantage, what are they going to do? But they're going to look for more. They're going to try and press. They're going to try and backstab out towards ramp. And right there for Crimbo, perfect position, shadow advantage, trigger discipline. He plays that to perfection.
Young Ninjas will get back on the buy to try and see if they can respond towards it, try to get the half itself. One more round's all that's required, and that would put Big on a serious back foot, as if they aren't on one already. Slow approach off the back of the initial utility. JDC will look to lean in towards that B bomb site. No one's directly on the defense here.
JDC is just waiting for that smoke to cancel, and now that he's seen nothing out towards default, nothing out towards danger, lean B, this could actually be a 5-on-5 save. Unless NIP are kind of getting a pick in quickly, they might just have to save off of the back of this.
Plant secured, HEs are at the ready, Crimbo's there to cut those backstabs. Actually, they might just wait for these players to make their way in. JoCab's been seen though, that's the kill being sent, and that might definitely send in the save call. Mistem still pressing though. Crimbo's ready for him, wins that fight. Now they've got no choice.
They have to fall away. Now, something I will tell you, Jay, that looks very familiar to what I'm seeing right now is when Young Ninjas took on Bleed in that Group A winners matchup, the Swedes were 6-0 up on the city side of Mirage and ended up losing the map 9-13. They had a very good start. They were very competitive. It looked like they were comfortable, and then it just stopped. It just felt as if they hit a brick wall and there was nothing that they can get past that. Now ahead, again, I could be getting ahead of myself. It's only 2 rounds in a row from Big. But for Young Ninjas, they need to prove, whether it's taking a tactical early or responding quickly like they've just done here, of making sure Big don't run away with this half. Making sure they don't run around with a round streak.
They can't necessarily get the advantage in this T side, but they can make it even. And when you're 6-0 up, that's the one thing you wouldn't really count on.
And you can't let Big back into a game on any map, whether it's their map pick or not. A team like Big, you let them back into the game, you've lost the series. You've got to keep them on edge, right? You've got to keep the favorites pressured. You've got to make it uncomfortable for them. As soon as you give comfortability to a favorite team, they're just going to pounce on you.
Especially for Big, who play that system style. Once they find the formula, it's over. The Ninjas, though, have a chance to clap back. The 3 saved weapons enable the buys back, so they'll have all 5 rifles. Orpin on silence and M4s across the other 4. Utility is also going to be pretty strong. Lacking in helmets, but that's absolutely fine against these AKs are Big. Silence leans in first to that AWP, trying to spot them. They go all the way around the corner. He just sits and waits.
Silence might look to try and see if he can peer down on a repeat towards Gap in the mid portion of the round. And we've seen previously Tabson try and bring some pace towards mid. This time around, it's both Process and Crimbo to work off one another as 2. use that utility, drive them back. That molly mainly for an AWP player if there's anyone up close.
Minute to play with, and they're again just kind of prodding at them. CS2 will flash Tabson in. Both players will start peeking. A little bit of noise made, as you would expect. Tabson, though, hearing the tag, the silence, be aware of that player at alley. One sent back over towards the sandbags as well. JoeCap and Mr. will burn. They'll use a smoke to indicate that they are sitting there.
There's a lot of util being used right now for Young Ninjas, and for Big, they're quite happy just to pressure ramp with some util and end up regrouping towards a B split. Now you've got Blue Phoenix as the first point of contact, and Maxter, who needs to be watching over Guardian.
Put that incendiary down there. Footsteps heard by Blue Phoenix. Rotations are going to get called in. They've got the right reads with the right information coming in at the right times. And Tabson, the right casualty. Process has closed it down. JoeCap involved for a double. CS2 can strike back. And Max is right in the midst of the smoke. The teaser walked right past him. They have no idea they're in danger. And the adjustment's right there for the double. Inserted right into Big's line of engagement. The Ninjas have won the half.
It almost was a Ninja setup. I mean, you have a look at that entire round. Maxter doesn't fire. Maxter doesn't make noise. He doesn't reposition. He actually sits in the smoke and allows Blue Phoenix to take pretty much full contact from wide. Now, you can see that those two mid players, what was it, Crimbo and I think it was Process as well, they were coming over Guardian, and they kind of had to deal with some of those rotations coming through from elevators. So for the main players on B, once you finally got those trades forward and you know the CTs are coming in quickly, you want to prioritize that plant. You want to get into some good post-plant positions, and you're just never going to expect Maxter to be sitting in that smoke, hard baiting that entire sequence.
Big. 5 behind. Process trying to make a play, trying to get an initial advantage. Nade sent towards missed him. He sees where Process is. He had utility drawn, but missed him. Gets the kill anyway. Tries to transfer back to Tabson, but none of those bullets connect. 4 on 4.
Slightly quicker there from Big with the ramp presence, and now even an incendiary. Orpheon Battle goes the way of silence, and he might be in for a little bit more. JoeCap to peek in the contacts.
Wow, okay. 4 on 2 now. Finally, Crimbo can answer back, get something out of this. A play, but to hit the bomb site, minute left on the clock. They are doing damage again through the wallbang. Silence caught to 66. Crimbo and Tabson need a pick to a 2 versus 2. Right now, they're not finding anything. There's no aggression on the CT side.
Now, Crimbo's going to try and lurk a pick here with the NWP before putting that smoke down, and look at the way they're just pressuring Blue Phoenix aggressively, Maxter aggressively, and something that Young Ninjas did very well against Amcal was always trying to keep it very chaotic. Now, right there for Big, they're probably quite used to the Tier 1 landscape of a 2v3 where your opposition just slow it down. They maybe play retake, they maybe play defensively, a headshot or sniper's nest, or maybe out towards elevators. They don't have the opportunity of slowing that round down. They don't have the time to start working a pick because Young Ninjas just keep fighting, and you can even see it here from JoeCap. He gets mollied, right, and just gets on the front side of it. Now, it does cost him his life, but I think it shows the style of Counter-Strike that Young Ninjas are trying to offer in this game.
Exactly the same style against Amcal, and JDC is the latest victim of it. Searson, flash blinded, does get spotted, not dead. Crimbo's caught, missed them with utility in hand, so that's a 4 versus 4, but look at JoeCap here. 4 on 3 situation for the CT. He's going to make it towards 2 as Process drops. A site is no longer an option, and that bomb might even get spotted by JoeCap if he keeps pressing here.
I mean, this is even crazy. I mean, this is a complete solo mission from JoeCap. Rather than falling back and playing the man advantage, eventually picks up that AK, doesn't see anything, so probably makes the smarter decision of falling off. Don't want to offer up too many easy fights. Don't want to give Big any leverage to get back into this round. You could just see it at the B stairs, how much of an instant collapse it is. And you look at the numbers, they are very low on the kill counts. 3 for Searson, 4 for JDC, 2 for Process, 3 for Tabson. No one's really creating opportunities for Big. No one's opening up bomb sites. No one's winning out opening man advantages to kind of push over rotations. It feels like individually, they haven't been there to the marker against Young Ninjas.
You contrast that against Blue Phoenix, who had impactful rounds, Max, who had impactful plays, missed them with multi-frags, and JoeCap at 14 and 5. Not short of stars right now for the CT side. 30 seconds for Big to try work into round 11, at least get something out of this, but Ninjas should know they're at the advantage and they should be able to maintain this round and maybe even try press a 10-2 half. That's just such an insurmountable difference, even for Big on their own map pick, even on the CT side of it. As Maxter takes Tabson, Crimbo left alone. 1 on 4, not gonna happen. Blue Phoenix there with his double. 7 to the good.
And really, this is embarrassing to come through from Big. I know, obviously, that it's only the core 3 and it's 2 new players, but you consider what they had at Katowice. They played 2 best-of-3s, one against Apex, one against Heroic, and they picked Vertigo in both of those series. You think back to the Blast Spring group, they picked Vertigo against Heroic, they picked it against VP, they picked it against Astralis, the RMR closed qualifier, they picked it against Nexus. This is their most picked map in the pool. This is the 11th time out of 18 best-of-3s in which they go the way of Vertigo, and they're not even showing a competitive nature right now. Silence, another opening kill.
Incendiary is at the CT side. They're driving them away from Ali. Smoker, Joker might suppress as soon as the fire starts to fade. Keep him away from that one entry position. The boost of the AWP actually boosted the AK instead, seeing the head of one individual waiting for it. Flashes turn, process caught. Tabson starts walking, finally gets a pick, but only one pick. Missed them, immediately takes him right back out. Searson being heard. Jokab's got right past him. Will recognize his teammates, nowhere to be seen, but the bomb is in the open. JDC will get caught. Last player known, cornered to a 10-2 for the Young Ninjas. Absolutely dominant. And I don't even know what else to add, Dwayne. Like, you are right. It's an embarrassment for Big.
Yeah, and maybe this is signs of just what happened to Big in the road to the RMR. I think that was probably the biggest disappointment for their sake in the last 3-4 months. I mean, all the preparation in the lead up to this year is to qualify to the RMR, qualify to the Major. They lose to BetBoom in a best-of-1, they lose to Fnatic in a best-of-1, and then they lose 0-2 to Nexus in a best-of-3, where that is the biggest embarrassment of an online performance from Big that you've probably seen in the last 12 months, and that's probably what sparked the roster changes, to be completely frank, is losing to Nexus. I mean, that should just never be happening. But right here, Young Ninjas are all over Big.
They're going to play fast. I want to get this map over and done with real quick. Big's pick, Vertigo, flash blinded against the CT defenders. JDC doesn't know where to look. He's so twitchy, but he finally finds a headshot. Jokab gets one back. JDC with a double. Blue Phoenix can take him to a 3 versus 3, and Maxter can make it a man advantage for the T side. Tabson backs away. Him and Searson on to clutch this, and at this point, Big need a clutch.
And Tabson is just almost praying that someone's going to press aggressively, get up close to that smoke. He's got Searson close by.
Searson goose down to 6. Tabson now has to do the heavy lifting. And the Young Ninjas, they know what's going on. Face against Tabson, aware of the second man of the CT side. Face of Maxter, gets himself a triple. And that should be game for Nip.
And just to give you a bit of an idea as well, Jay, I mean, the CCT Online Finals, in which we saw Big qualifying to the Global Finals, they won every single best-of-3 without dropping a map. Zero Tenacity, Guild Eagles, 9 Pandas, Aurora twice. All 5 BO3s, not a single map drawn. The Yellow Compass Fall event, 2-0'd Sprout, 2-0'd Aurora, 2-0'd 9, qualified to the LAN event as well. And it makes you think, how can you go back-to-back in online events without even dropping a single map and make a couple of roster changes with the same core and then give us this kind of performance on home turf on their best map in the pool?
No, I have to agree. Like, it's just so contrasting. You can make the excuse about the roster moves all you want. The bottom line is that Big should be winning this match regardless. Such a new project they're up against, and the Young Ninjas have created that chaos once again, thrived in it. You said during the pre-match you see it's potentially happening on Overpass, but I don't think either of us saw this happening on Vertigo, let alone to this extent. 9 to the good. Force buy-in from Big here for round 14. Need to steal it because they're running out of chances, and this is about to be an ended map right here. Process does get an opening frag. Can the rest of them follow it up? Can Silence respond? Yes, he can.
And Tabson looks to try and get that retrade off, and now a walk up, a scale with the AK, but Jokab does cancel for a little bit and might actually work around this lurk smoke.
CS2 and teammates seen, but not quite fragged out. The Deagle keeps itself together at only so much HP, though. Silence at range can win it with the Mac-10 fight. Plant will be secured. Round should be taken. JDC and Crimbo going to try their hands at this anyway, because there's no way they're winning 10 in a row.
It just felt there that as soon as that smoke comes down for Searson, it gives such a good opportunity for Jokab to work around it. Play around the util, scale up on the bomb side directly. Maxter, the only player up close and personal, but not even pressing the smoke. Another save here for Big. And for Young Ninjas, I mean, this again is a team that we're just trying to get eyes on to see where they sit. I mean, they've played, what, a handful of best of threes on HLTV. They played Amcal. They played Bleed in this group. We saw them lose to Zero Tenacity only the other day. They beat X Anonymo. They beat For the Win and Alternate Attacks in the A1 Gaming League. That's it. That's all that we've seen on HLTV since this project's come together. It's not as if they're playing every couple of days. It's not as if they're playing in the majority of online events on HLTV. Statement being made.
Well, we made the statement this could be a bit of a one-sided matchup, and it seems like we're definitely right on that respect, but not in the direction that we expected it to be, Dwayne.
I mean, just knowing that no one is on double digits for Big going into round 15 is insane.
This has been complete collapse. They were not ready for this match at all. And the Ninjas will thrive in that. 12-2, 10 map points on Big's map pick. Try to see if they can fight back. The adjustment missed them so good though. Taps even a process. 31 HP, dead to rights on the 2K. 5-on-3 has been gained.
Now, Tabson, desperate to try and find a response. Look over from Crane and down from Ramp and not really see any feet. Seen one. But Mistem's just backing off. And right here for Young Ninjas, you just pack. You just come off, everyone trade, guns up. And this round is just yours. And this is going to be a 13-2 scoreline on Vertigo.
Yeah. Rimbo. Top fragger of his team's board. JDC gets one pick in mids. Now all he has to do is worry about the 4 players coming in from the stairs. He gets only 1 kill for it. Blue Phoenix gets the advantage back for Nick. Facing from JDC. Dealt with by JoeCap. Tabson caught out through the smoke. 13-2 for the Young Ninjas. Dominant on Big's home turf of Vertigo. They take map 1 of the series.
Yeah, just an utter embarrassment. Again, Young Ninjas are a team that are basically on the borderline of outside of the top 100 on HLTV. And for Big, you got tier 1 players here. You've got guys that have played at the highest ceiling. And look, it's obviously realistic to say that it's going to take some time for them to be at their peak and for them to be comfortable. But you don't need to be at your peak to beat a team like Young Ninjas. You just need to be playing to a decent level to beat them. And this was insanely disappointing.
When you've gone down 13-2 on your own map pick, I don't think saying it's going to take time to come together is a valid excuse. Like, it's such a ridiculous difference. I'm not sure where you go from here. Certainly, if I'm in God B's position, I'm sat here going, like, that was unacceptable, lads. We need to get it back together because we could be on to get 2-0'd out of the tournament.
Yeah, and that would really hurt their campaign on bringing the likes of JDC and Sirison into this event. I mean, they showed against Amcal that when they play up against structured teams and they play up against high-end Tier 2 competition, that they can show a little bit more. I think they showed, obviously, a lot more than what they did against Bleed. But right here, I mean, this was the first time out of, what, now the 6th map that JDC and Sirison have played under the Big organization in which they've legitimately been slapped, in which they just have not even been able to hold contest.
In the case of the Young Ninjas, chaos can conquer all, not just in your backyard, but also in the backyard of Big. Vertigo taken by the Swedish camp, and now we head towards their pick of Overpass. Will it be an early night, or will we get dragged out to number 3 again? We'll find out after the break.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Wow, how do you summarize that? I think I can summarize how you take a look at this whole series now with a simple question for you, Dwayne. 2-0?
It should be. I mean, Young Ninjas deserve it. They played really well on map 1, and Big just disappeared. Big just aren't here. I don't know. It would feel very strange if we went into map number 2 and Big just don't give us anything. If they just get eliminated out of groups and just... I feel like they have to show us something. But even still, it should be a 2-0.
Yeah, like the performance was far too good. Like I understand, obviously, you're throwing away all the map analysis and all the veto analysis we did a little bit earlier on, but when you go down by a margin of 11 rounds in a single map on your own map pick, by the way, like there's just not really much you can say outside of this should be a simple affair right here. Overpass is a map that obviously Big do play at the tier 1 level. They have taken on Astralis, Virtus Pro, 9 Pandas, and all these other sort of like squads that are making their way at least up to, if not right up to the major. And as a result, like you can expect that hopefully they have a basis to work from, but they are on a 5-map losing streak, and the Young Ninjas just did what they did. They found a style that really works for them, Dwayne. That chaos they showed against Amcal has worked against Big tenfold.
Yeah, I mean, just look at map number 1. You've got Sirison, Tabson, and Process with a combined 11 kills, which it's just not good enough. I mean, there's no way that you can have just over 10 kills between 3 players. Individually, they just weren't there. And I think for Big, they'll have to look at Overpass with a fresh mindset to kind of offer something, because otherwise, for Young Ninjas, they're going to just speedrun through this series. They're just going to get this series wrapped up pretty quickly in 2-0.
Yeah, what I'd give to be a fly on the wall in the Big offices at the moment, while God B is giving his lecture to the players to try and get them back in server, because like I said, like I would not be happy if I was him after that performance. Like there was just nothing for Big to really come off the back of, and they've got to pick it up now. They've had that chance to mentally reset, and now to try and approach this game with a fresh sort of outlook on the rest of the series. But let's not lie here. There's not many positives going the way of Big right now. They need a strong start. They can't let Young Ninjas get off on a good start and turn that momentum into a dominant scoreline that they did at the first half of Vertigo. Like, if that happens, it's as good as done.
And for Young Ninjas, I think this is where they've got to try and put some of their ego aside after map number 1 and still realize you're playing a tier 1 team. Like, yeah, you might have absolutely pushed Big around the park, but they're still a team that have got good fundamentals. They're still a team that have got a lot of patience. And you kind of need to go into Overpass not expecting it to be a very easy game. I think if you come in with the mindset that you're going to push them around and it's going to be quite easy, then that's probably where it starts getting quite competitive and where it starts getting quite difficult. But for Young Ninjas, I mean, there's a reason why they're on a good winning streak right now. And just knowing the way they played against Amcal on this map, of Vertigo, obviously, and now Overpass, I'm convinced that they're going to close in 2.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, look, certainly in terms of deciding their own mentality, you don't want to be overly confident. In that sense, that is true. But you also look at the fact that ultimately, like, they are just doing as well as they are at the moment. And if they don't end up letting their mental get out of control, if they don't end up letting it get to their heads, then they'll be just as rock solid as they were before. Confidence certainly is going to be a thing that impacts them, because you saw how they started off that match in the pistol round. They got a full-blown backstab, which completely collapsed the Big side. So the idea that you're going to turn that into as many rounds as they did probably might be a mental game thing that they want to focus on. But you are right in terms of locking it down, because Young Ninjas, we came into the day saying they are very inconsistent. They did go well and do good things against Amcal, but then they came back to other tournaments. They lost out to Zero Tenacity. They went up against Bleed, didn't really show us much in that respect. So it's a case of, are they going to maintain that strong level of form from map 1 over to map 2, or is that inconsistency too staunch over a series?
Yeah, we saw against Bleed that they were quite consistent in the first sort of 6-7 rounds of the game. I mean, they were 6-0 up on map 1 and then 4-2 up on map 2. They just kind of petered out as it kind of got more competitive and obviously moving into that second half. So just making sure that they keep pushing ahead. I think using tacticals is going to be crucial at key points in the game. And for Big, I mean, one thing that we didn't even discuss, which maybe we should discuss now, not only have they brought Sirison and JDC into this roster, but they've also brought in Kakafu as an assistant coach. So now, Jay, Godby is the assistant, or is the head coach, I should say. Dude is the assistant coach. Kakafu is the assistant coach. And then Sal is the analyst and assistant coach. So there is 4 pieces here for the big side in background staff, and we're getting 2 rounds on their map pick. I wonder if there's too many cooks in the kitchen right now. I wonder if there's just too many people being involved in processes of this team.
I mean, that's a good point to raise and something to really discuss, I think. I mean, you've made a good point right there. I do hope that God B is at least taking control, saying this is the game plan, this is the vision, and now we should have these guys to sort of support that and bring some ideas to the table. We can trial them or not. But like you do bring up a certain point in the respect of like, yeah, maybe Big weren't quite ready for this match because they were I don't want to say over-prepared, that's probably not the right word for it, but like, hopefully the point does come across, right? Maybe there is a little bit of directionless situations for the Big side. It definitely feels like Young Ninjas are on the same page during that matchup. Definitely felt like they were applying their game plan to fantastic effect, and Big couldn't come up with an answer for it. Maybe one of those analysts did come up with an answer. Maybe they did find a way to exploit Young Ninjas or something in that last map that they can try and apply right here and now, or at least to give it a shot. At this point, Big would take anything.
Yeah, they would do. And again, it's probably going to take a few months until we see Big at least back to the level where they were in Tier 2 online, where they're contesting for tournaments, they're contesting for deep placements. But it does make you, at the same point, question the benching of Sin and the benching of Mantu if this is what we're going to get, right? I mean, very underperforming performance in map number 1. They've got to turn it around. They've got to show us more on map 2 and try and send this to a third map decider.
Well, it's all here on Overpass. Bigger on the CT side start. And the Ninjas, again, would love to have a fantastic start. If they can get a good half into this one, perhaps they will run away with the rest of this best of 3. Duly set in for Process, standard Glocks, and USPs across the rest of the board. It's a slow crawl into mid.
Yeah, contact heavy. And the info play has not come out just yet with this stack out towards B. And no press out towards Monster, nothing out towards Short Pipe. There is a bit of a rotation from Tabson, who does have a flash at the ready.
CS2 takes this fight. Miss Them is drawn out. First blood goes the way of Big, and now Nipper sprung into action. CS2 struggles, but he's got Tabson to back him up. 2 kills for him. Bomb dropped in the open. CS2's headshot lands on Jocab, and Big have locked in the pistol already. Far better to start off this second map.
A decent crossfire being established out on the side directly. Sirison taking first contact. Tabson trying to maneuver up from dumpster and into truck, and between the two of them, they get a lot of impact. Maxter just trying to see if he can keep this round somewhat expensive. Maybe cut 1, 2 more players right towards the tail end. But for Big, this is the start they're looking for.
That it is. Maxter, nothing else that he can really do here. He might try and fight for the sake of it. Let's see the gun barrel of Process. That's 1 P250 shot. JDC not quite isolated and dead. Now, the rest of the CT is going to adjust towards his position. So running out of ammo, running out of time, running out of breathing room, eventually overwhelmed by the CT forces. So good start again for Big. Precisely what they wanted. That's marker 1 achieved.
I mean, another thing to kind of add about the 0-0 Nation team, which is obviously where both Sirison and JDC had come from, is that when we look at that organization, we looked at that team of having a lot of successful players, but not having a lot of successful results. I mean, that's Bird from Sky's project. Another player of Ladden, who's now kind of standing in and helping out the Bleed roster, kind of makes you think, was it just a roster full of talents that just weren't able to make it work together? And now, bringing over that duo of that same roster for 0-0 Nation, was that the correct decision for Big?
Well, still meant to answer those questions as time rolls on. Tamsin and Sirson are able to answer the question of the eco. Anti-eco going the way of the CT side pretty nice and effectively. NIP just wanted to get that over and done with. And now we go to the rifle round here, where the Ts can really answer back. Something that Big struggled to do for a very long time at the start of Vertigo. Maybe Ninjas can do so much earlier here of Overpass.
And we saw both of these teams playing Amcal in the groups out on Overpass. We saw for Big, they struggled in their first half from that City side to kind of keep it competitive. They were down 4-8. For Young Ninjas, they obviously started on their T side and were up 8-4. So the complete role reversal of score lines. Big. Have to use this as a little bit of a bonus. Try and get that SMG involved. Chocab working T-Con in with a couple of his teammates. Heichi actually does a lot of damage towards him.
And at 57 HP for now. Young Ninjas very careful about this T-side approach. They are crawling back into map control once again. Just so slow. And so careful about their prods. Even bigger passive. The line of engagements are just leave a big old set of no man's land right through the center of the map.
And just start getting a dictation of pace, a bit of a feel for the game. Blue Phoenix are going to get smoked off from Monster once more. And it seems as if they want to try and see if they can offer up at least that map presence out to the short pipe in the short area. Big. Doing a pretty good job of holding on to some of this util. Tapson's still got a full belt. JDC just putting that incendiary down. Time is low. They will have to NB off of this.
And there's 3 players to receive him.
Knowing that this contact out from short from Jocab needs an entry, JDC has been to jiggle.
22 seconds, Blue Phoenix leans in, process of JDC with a couple of picks, missed them and Blue Phoenix get right back towards it. Crimbo unaccounted for, back at Toxic, gets one, mid-stem returns fire, but needs to prioritize that plant. Maxter better be watching the short entrance, that's exactly what he's doing. Indeed, the bomb goes down, but Tabson on for the retake. Wants to try his hand at this, the Molotov will force him forward into the double peak of the Ninjas. Well coordinated by the last 2 players as they get the first on the T-board.
And fundamentally, Young Ninjas are actually showing some impressive Counter-Strike. I mean, that one right there, time is low, and you're running into a triple stack on B. That's not easy to break. I think the trades were pretty decent. Obviously, they try and prioritize the plant. They're probably not expecting that last player to be out there to the toxic barrels. Silence just tries to get the bomb down, ends up getting caught, and then right there from Mistem, just kind of slow it down. You get the bomb plant in the end after you deal with the toxic individual. Very good fight from Maxstar towards short, and then right at the end, 3, 2, 1 swing. Both players swing together, right up against Tabson. No chance for the in-game leader.
Shows there's a lot of prowess to this roster, and they've been doing some great work since coming together. Encouraging stuff for the near future and potentially for the rest of this series as well. Jocab lean in towards long into the USPs of the CT forces, opting not to invest in another force or even a hero weapon buy. They will try and see if they can use those USPs with the stacks out to great effect against Jocab to start, but not against Silence. Makes the triple happen. He does fall in the end. 3 players remain alive for the T-side though. So all's well that ends well.
And I think for Young Ninjas, there's obviously a lot of pressure, not only because the roster's so new, but to be ready as quickly as possible, because these guys are going to be helping out the main team. I mean, we know that the NIP lost to a UK mix only yesterday, but it kind of shows that they have to be ready as quickly as possible. Now, it's not going to say that they are going to be ready, but they know that the next handful of months, the next handful of officials, they might be required to help out with the main roster. So try to progress as far as possible in this sort of limited time cycle is going to be important for all of the players on Young Ninjas.
Well, you think the showdown's coming very soon. It's like in only a couple of days or so. So we might end up seeing the Young Ninjas core playing for the main NIP squad. And then you've got events like the Sky Esports event also in a month's time or so. There could be a number of appearances for the core 3 of these players. Max, the Silence, and Blue Phoenix are the 3 we're talking about, of course. So those are the key ones you want to watch out for. And look, the core getting a win over Big in the fashion that they have so far in this series, I mean, that's certainly an encouraging position to be at. It's not top end of Tier 1. It's not World Championship caliber, but, I mean, you don't need to be that in the showdown just yet.
Yeah, Saracen with the AWP playing defensively out towards Divider, looking to try and get that first pick and maneuver back into the bathrooms and play defensive to A. Now, one thing that Big have done pretty well in these last couple of rounds is stack up the bomb sites. 3 towards A on the defense.
40 seconds on the clock. Process has caught Blue Phoenix first and foremost. Searson's about to wrap right around against all of NIP. Footstep was heard. No one's watching. The shot just against Maxter is all he wants to get away with. Jocab focus fire on Tabson, who wins that fight now. 2 left standing for the Ninjas. Silence away from the flashbang. Does get that one pick. Player out towards Dumpster, being faced upon. That flash keeps that man completely blinded. Caught off and sandwiched by the 2 individuals. Silence even gets the trade, but still Searson out here on long. Plant will be secured safe. They've read him. They know where he is, and they'll try and account.
Yeah, re-smoke down towards Dumpstar. AWP misses a shot. Oh my goodness, they're recovering this round. How? How has this happened? Saracen has made such a sick play of that info movement. Aggressively into the bathrooms to set up Tabson at long. And it's all falling apart. Process has been seen out to bank.
1 on 2. And miss them and Silence, no. Just don't face him. Just don't even give him the fights. He's going to have to run away. He's got no kit. He's got no time. We've got a third. Was that a 2v5, Dwayne? Am I just sort of seeing doubles here? That should not have happened at all. Oh, my word. Triple for Silence. I am... It's just more bad signs, Dwayne. Yeah, they got the good start. They got the pistol conversion, but 3 back on the trot for the Ninjas to carry on with their momentum in the first map. Like, oh, dear, oh, dear. That is very discouraging.
Yeah, we know the full Monty in England, but that is the full troll. I mean, that round right there from Big should never be happening. Should absolutely never be happening. A fundamental collapse on the bomb site. I mean, Silence has hit some very good shots. I mean, there's no denying that. But just from a fundamental point of view of a 5v2 advantage with the info that they have to end A. I mean, you can hear the footsteps out in Divider. Saracen knows they're going A. They've been able to lock out the late lurk towards Elbow, or I should say from long. So the only lurk is, or the only couple of players left is basically the bathrooms entrance or Banana. That's the only way they can be. Big throwing away around, and a pretty easy one at that.
The Ninjas now with a chance to stack up more. Make it 4-2 at the first 6 rounds of the game. And just that one M4 to resist the full gambit of rifles available for the T-side line. CTs will start wrapping in towards that A bomb site, suspecting that it might end up being the hit. Max is there to cut rotations, but they're all back from the back of the bank and Dumpster control. Still some time to play with as well.
They're going quite aggressive to try and set up this rifle. Jocab's hearing a lot of these footsteps, though.
The Silence has taken contact. Process is going to catch off that 1 AK. A second rifle for the CT to play with here. Silence will be able to cut him down very quickly, so that AK will not last much longer. Will it get recovered by Process? He's considering it. 4 on 3, however, and the Ninjas continue to play slow.
Well, at least they know that the rifle was out there towards A. A little bit of a timing as they start working into connector. Realistically, Tabson gets, what, 1 at absolute most here on B?
If that. Utility sent, teammates nowhere near him, and decent dink damage onto Mistem. Got close to the kill, but didn't end up happening. Crimbo does grab that AK, and the best bet for him in Process is just to go back and save these guns. First quarter certainly won out by Nip. Can't debate that on the big side. 4-2 against them. And 4v2 by the tail end of this round. I mean, for an eco, I guess it's okay. But I'm just worried that this streak is going to get real going, and then once it gets going, Big won't be able to respond.
It's true. I mean, from an eco point of view, I think it's an alright eco. You'll be quite happy with that. Bringing in 1 hero weapon and coming out with 2 saved, yeah, you'll be happy with that much. But they need to contest, and I think, again, we might have to look back at that 5v2 round and see the ramifications that's actually pulled. I mean, a 4-2 scoreline on T-side overpass is a very good beginning. It's the building work to be able to put up a good performance and a good first half scoreline. Can they keep going, though? And this next rifle round is going to be a test.
I just think there's bigger picture concern for Big. Or will be in for Searson. Crimbo, of course, bolstered on his money state thanks to that saved AK. AWP out for Silence alongside the regular gambit of the AKs. Utility set into position. Cindier is thrown early by the CT forces. Maxter is taking a lot of utility damage and spray damage back from JDC. They do force the back off.
Young Ninjas might have a bit of a prod up here towards short to see if the AWP can find an opener. Process out towards the monster wall's going to burn in the open. Silent had a very good chance to strike there.
Just chipping away at these HP bars, the Ninjas big. Only lost damage onto Process, nobody else, and no casualties, of course, in the first minute of the round. Maybe this boost up might provide something. This Blue Phoenix and Silence are actually ready for it. No, they're not. Killing the first man, not the second. And there's no response from NIP.
Yeah, Tabson alone out towards long and in a bit of a tucked position. Good shot there from Tabson to be able to at least start it off and might actually be able to drop the bomb too.
I missed him completely isolated out here. No backup around him. And Tabson has basically won the round for it. I mean, I say that. They have won on 2v5 already once in this matchup. And Blue Phoenix nearly grouped them up for a spray down. He only finds the damage against the forward contact. So Maxter left alone, not even with bomb control. And Big up to 3.
Yeah, you probably think there for Young Ninjas that you're not expecting someone to be aggressively that far up towards long, especially when you're pressuring B. I mean, you were able to kind of show that you're playing out to the short pipe, that you're at least putting some emphasis down there on B, that the AWP was out to the sandbag. Just to have Tabson that aggressively dealing with quite a lot in the rounds. Obviously dropping that bomb and denying any opportunity. The third round goes the way of the Germans, and they'll be very happy with that. Everyone's staying alive. A chance to sort of get a bit of a round streak going. It's going to take them at least a couple of rounds to really harshly reset their opposition, but it's the way to start.
Still one in the lead here for Nip, and still plenty of cash to buy. Tactical taken early here. Would love to get right back in control, get right back on this streak, and just run big into the ground. They know that they've got their opponents on the ropes here. They know that they could still confidently take this. Two AKs at least held in by the CT forces, so there's extra punch. How do Ninjas negate that?
Well, I think for the Young Ninjas, a little bit more pace in towards short water, try and see if they can challenge like they did in the last round might be something. And they've been quite successful of really slowing these rounds down. Gaining bathrooms out to Banana. Jocab tries to get into the park. He's been HE'd quite consistently to this position. And there's another one.
They landed right on him. More than 50 points of health being done. Thompson with a smoke down at underpass. Of course, Maxter will be aware that now being tested by the CT side. How much further, though? Blue Phoenix flashed in, sees Crimbo, has that information, but doesn't manage to do anything with it. Maybe Process can do something with that info of the CT side. Advantage gained by Big.
Good work there for Young Ninjas, just to try and see if they can prod an opening kill. The unfortunate nature is that they get in there, they realize there's not really a duel that can present towards the monster wall, out there to the pillar angle, and then no one's there to at least hold short water. So that's just a freebie kill up against Blue Phoenix.
Searson's lucky. Couldn't have timed that unscope any worse, but fortunately did get out of the way. Tabson on the boost as well, catching Jocab down in connector. 5-on-3 now for Big. They are starting to work the slow pace of their own right, even catching off Maxter turning away from that flashbang. 12 HP for him, 12 HP for Tabson. It's a wonderful round for Big.
Yeah, indeed it is. You can see that Maxter was anticipating that boost to the right-hand side, the counter boost. But with that flashbang, because you got to turn and look back in, it was just too quick for Big. This was probably just another save as well. So Big are very much contesting these last couple of rifle rounds.
15 seconds and NIP will opt to save once again. This time 3 players holding on to their guns. No money will go into their pockets, so the savings will be all they have to work with in terms of drops. They should be able, well, I mean, Jocab and Phoenix are not really on the best of positions either, but 3 guns held into the neck. Surely you buy around that.
Yeah, you would think so. And Process getting that first kill, and then Tabson with the counter boost twice, doing a lot of damage into connector. The Young Ninjas feel as if they're finally in a position where they're getting pressured in this series, and And Big know to themselves that they're in a good position right now. They've got the economy in an awkward state on the opposition. They're holding on to a couple of AKs in the last couple of rounds, and they've, of course, tied up the scoreline at 4 apiece.
And the CT side beneficiaries to carry this on right to the end of the half. Would love to return an 8-4 scoreline and really show the Ninjas what it's like to be on that back foot. Won't be as extreme as the first half of Vertigo.
I mean, another thing to add is that JoeCab was obviously one of their better performers out on Vertigo in the first half and to be quite consistent. Now, out here on Overpass, every time that he's got aggressive into Park, he's just taken HE damage. So it's making it, for his sake, really difficult to create rounds. And that's why we're seeing him down 1 and 8 right now.
Well, Silence at least picked up the slack somewhat. Orp in mid, 9 kills to his name, top fragger in the server. Ninjas start walking their way into the short position. JDC is protecting from bridge. 2 players out over at Monster. You couldn't time that nade better, but Miss Them still gets ahead of it. JDC sees him spray through, protects his teammates with a double. They dismantle the execution. Dry as you'd like for the Ninjas. JDC does go down to the Orp pit. They need to continue to commit, though. That bomb has been dropped in the open. And now back up in over a Graffiti. JoeCab gets one more pick out of it, but Silence does not carry on past his entry. 5th for Big, they take the lead.
And I think it shows there that off angle from JDC, not really jiggling out from pit, not really fighting towards a short sandbag, but instead drawing them in, means that for Young Ninjas, they're just getting ripped into a contact of a stack. You've got 3 players on a very heavy trap, double monster, single player there at pit, and just that off angle from JDC does so much damage. Very good start there from Silence, but look at that, just about catching info. And then the bomb gets trapped, and as soon as you lose the 2 picks there to JDC, you just can't break that crossfire. You can attempt to try and recover that round, but it's not going to happen. This is 3 rounds back-to-back that are in some impressive showings to Big.
And the Ninjas suffer for it. Tabson already finding Blue Phoenix with a HE. Starting advantage immediate. Tabson will even follow up onto JoeCab for the 2K. Easy pick into these rifles. The pistol's not getting much out of it. This them trying to get a headshot. It's just not coming through for him. Finally, Silence gets 1. But anything more in this round will be a bit of a pipe dream. Deagle back against the AWP up. Searson not baited. Back up, and the automatic weapons are also inbound. And just no shots landing for the Deagle here. Process swings to get the closer, and Big will hit minimum 6 for the CT side. The Young Ninjas back on the rifles.
Well, it's certainly been very streak heavy. You think about the 4 rounds in a row that Young Ninjas are able to get, and now the 4 in a row with the majority of rifle rounds being 2 there for Big. The Young Ninjas need to try and get themselves at least to 5. I think 4-8 is an uncomfortable scoreline. Getting at least 5, it's workable. You want to try and get as much out of these last couple of rounds as possible. Don't just let Big roll you over completely.
Round 11 of high importance. No second chances at the gun basis here. Again, the boost up for JDC. Going to allow the opening kill to go the way of Big. Blue Phoenix knock down another peg.
And we're seeing consistently these boosts just creating so many kills. Whether it's on default or the normal boost position, constantly Big are getting picks off of these boosts on B. And even out towards Connector. This could be a very good chance for Tabson to make it 2 kills.
Neither player spots him. Indeed, double looks easy. Even a triple turn on Maxter at bottom. JoeCab left alone, 1 on 5. Big looking far, far better in this round and in this half in general than they did in the entire last map. 7 on the CT board. They have the CT half. Ninja's got no bomb plants. They're down to the Force Buy to close out the half. They've been playing slow for so long. Big have been allowed to adapt, and maybe something quicker might be a bit of an option just to at least hit them with a bit of pace.
The issue is it's Overpass, right? What pace can you hit? The B-pop, that's about it. It's not a map that's reliant on pace. You just can't do it. And I think it just shows there from Big that these opening man advantages on the boost are really hurting. And we're kind of seeing it again that the T-side individuals aren't creating opportunities. They're not really allowing themselves to win up straight up fights to kind of preserve any advantage possible. Big are looking very comfortable right now.
Only one HE on Maxter, so HE stacks out towards that boost position, won't work. Searson has been caught by Jokab first and foremost, though, so that's an encouraging start. His orb, I believe, at close range in the bathroom's entrance and long. Blue Phoenix lurking outside a monster. Jokab looking down to that meta position. Process about to get caught, and indeed will go down a bit overly aggressive on the CT side as Jokab will take Tabson back in revenge for Silence's casualty. JDC now left alone. Here towards bathrooms. Was he spotted by Maxter? He certainly has been now. Swing for the kill. There he goes. Crimbo very far away. And this was a far better showing in this round from the NIP squad than in the previous handful in this half. And 1-on-4 for the last CT to win. He does get that first of the 4 to retake from here. Probably shouldn't be on the table.
It seems unlikely. And this is where Young Ninjas can just slow down the post plant. Got a couple of flashes from Maxstar. And make sure as soon as contact gets made that you swing together as a unit.
Rimbo. Slow prodding, missed them, trying to hunt him, trying to spot him with the shoulder baits. Maxter seen, not isolated for the casualty though. But aim completely off on that M4. So, Young Ninjas get to 5 to close out the half, still up by 2 on Big. And you said that 7-5 is still a workable scoreline for the Ninjas. Now they're going to turn it over on the CT half. We saw how decimating that defensive could look over on the last map. Will it apply to this?
Yeah, well, I think Big's T side was very weak on Vertigo, obviously. And going onto a map like Overpass, where we haven't really seen a huge amount from them. We saw that one performance against Amcal. Their T side was okay. It was a bit mid. So I think Young Ninjas are still in a position in which they can close in 2. I will say that Big have obviously shown a lot more in this second map than the first. Yeah. But, yeah, I still think the Young Ninjas can close in 2.
So the question is, have what they've shown enough to counteract that? Have they picked up the pace? Have they improved since the Amcal series? Have they done anything even in their Tier 1 endeavors? Maxter, one of 2 players down in Connector. The A-site defense held by 1 individual in the center of the site. These 2 are going to have to rotate up with support, but they have missed the marker. Utility is being pulled. Sound cues will certainly start to reveal what's going on as Misdem spots them. Utility sent back. The CT's hard stacked in the B bomb site. Tabson's going to get Maxter, and now they recognize there's going to have to be that A hit. Misdem needs to get a kill here, but he's unable to finish the job on Searson. The bomb should go down.
This is very difficult on the retake. No one coming through from Connector. A single smoke to get onto the bomb in the late round. This is going to be tough to break. This is a good position from Big.
Allowed them full control of mid, and then they abused it as appropriate. Time will start to tick as that smoke starts to clear. Young Ninjas have fought themselves back from worse deficits as JDC struggles to swing out, get the kill. Blue Phoenix will drop the Process. Jokab and Misdem come up to a 3 versus 3. Process overwhelmed. Crimbo now needs to strike back a truck. He snuck past the entire CT line. Misdem's dead, but Jokab turns on it. And now in the smoke, the defuse will be held with the kit. Searson so focused on Jokab that silence is not being accounted for until it's far too late. Jokab with the quadra. Massive impact on the CT side to start, contrasting to T as the Ninjas get the pistol.
I really felt like Crimbo just baited too hard there towards Truck. Obviously, he's trying to play a late game situation, but right there, with all of that chaos firing from the player towards APC, if Crimbo peaks on the contact, I feel like they win the trades just so much easily there. Watch it from the replay perspective. It's this play out towards APC that takes a little while. Why is Crimbo not peaking?
It's a good point. Possibly starts off a bit of a bad set of times for the big camp. Got that bomb plant, opting not to go with the force buy here. Just the upgrade deagles across the entire board. Save for the guns, get them back in the next definitive buy up that will be available with extras and all.
And this is for where Young Ninjas have got to kind of look at the next round, thinking that normally a team would force buy against us. They got a lot of kills, they got a one plant, but this is Big. We know Big like to keep their money in a very safe position. We know sometimes even when they got enough money for a rifle round, they save again just to get the extra bit out of it. So knowing that you should be up against an eco, you want to keep 5 alive. You want to be making sure that you're not even using all of your utility unless it's absolutely necessary.
Smokes come down ahead of the fire. Jokab trying to close the distance a little bit on these bathrooms individuals. Maybe take a long-range fight against Crimbo. Will he get domed in? Not quite. Advantage for the Ninjas and a man play. 40 seconds on the clock for Big to try and strike. JDC does reveal the bomb, but he does get Jokab back in return. Process, meanwhile, trying to act out a monster. Miss them. Should be able to win that fight. 7 points of health. Surely he shouldn't last much longer. Long-range duel's not going well for Maxter, but now with that pick, that presence being held out towards the B bomb site, Big are going to rotate at the last second. The B site has not been conquered by this individual, so the crossfire still holds. Miss them gets 2. Process on 7 points of health. Needs to go down and get the money bonus. And Miss them makes it a triple for the Ninjas to get to 7 apiece.
It cleaned up nicely there from the Swedes. I think for a moment it feels like there may be a little bit of an over-rotation approaching out from B to try and get mass players to A, but just being on the front foot, dealing with Tabson before that smoke goes down to Divider, and then you've got, what, Mistem and Blue Phoenix out there on B, just a crossfire that FAMAS and the MP9. So 7 apiece going into the opening rifle round. Big. Can they answer back? Now, that first half was very streaky. We saw the 4 and 4, so it makes you wonder, could it be another 2 in a row to make it 4 for NIP?
Oh, guns are in for Big to try and stop that. What utility being used very early by the T-side line. Molly's a set. The AK spray of Crimbo doesn't get away with the SMG kill on Silence's part, but Blue Phoenix can answer back out from short. Meanwhile, damage coming in from Searson, or against Searson. Max the spraying through the wall to get him. Jokab continues to press. The AK does not quite get a frag, but JDC gets 2 on the lineup outside of Monster. 2 players remain. That bomb's still out towards Park, so he could still commit to the A site, and there's no defense there this time.
And Maxter might look to try and make an info play into Monster. Crimbo and JDC is there. JDC towards that right-hand side, does lose the fight. Maxter needs to try and fall off, and instead he has to try and take that contact, so him and Jokab can play together now.
That trade has got it back to a 2 versus 2. Big stuff from Maxter. HP advantage above Crimbo, in fact. Maxter took no damage in that exchange. But they're going to move back into the A site. They did not see the bomb, so they might have got a 2 versus 2, but in misdirection on the info.
I think this is still a good position, though. You've got double incendiaries and a smoke on the retake. So even if they double up to A, it's still a position in which the double incendiaries could mean quite a lot in the late round. Now, they're going to separate for a moment and still play around Heaven, so rotations can still be quick to be.
Maxter playing a passive angle, though. He's not going to see tabs until he makes way to the site. Starts prodding closer. AK has its crosshair trained directly on that Heaven position. The smoke comes in. Now they know. Maxter stands and fight, but Tabson domes him in. Oh, and he taps on the Jokab as well. What a burst and what a round.
Well, that round was all shaped up really for JDC. I think when you look at the back and forth nature of the prod in from short pipe and out there to connector, it was JDC to almost recover this scenario there from Big. A lot of impact from him outside of Monster. Crimbo completely blinded. Silence will be very unfortunate about how that duel went down. But here's that 2 for JDC. And then right at the end, Tabson with 2 very clinical shots.
Get out of here. Young Ninjas. Key opportunity in that round, and not a lot of cash, or at least a lopsided economy state to buy back with. Big. What a victory, and what a player to do it with. Tabson on 19 kills so far in this matchup. Far cry from map 1, and Big now try and mount up their 2-round lead once again. We'll try and extend it from even there, because the Ninjas won't opt to buy. They won't opt to force the issue here. The loss bonus will account for an investment in the next round. USPs, and that's it.
I'll be keen to see more out of Blue Phoenix in the second half as well. He was very impactful in that opening series against Amcal. Held his weight to a decent level against Bleed, but this kind of performance has been more on the poorer side. I mean, only 4 kills and 12 deaths on your map pick. Definitely a player that on City side of Overpass is going to be genuine to their success. It's going to be necessary. So a chance for him getting on the next rifle round to just bring more impact.
Well, JDC struggles out towards longs. There's a rifle for them to play with. Maybe it will go to Blue Phoenix's hands. Player also an underpass that might become a bit of a concern. Plant, of course, will be secure. There's no one on that B defense. It was a hard stack up long. Missed them. Yeah, check for Crimbo. Does win that fight at the spray. 1v1 fights against the AK is not going to yield many great results here for the Ninjas. Samson just waiting behind the door. Blue Phoenix holding a corner. Zeus in this position would be lovely, but round itself certainly going the way of Big. Blue Phoenix knows that. Jokab and Maxter know that. Jokab just backing away to hold on to that AK. Best thing that he can do in this case. Crimbo, will he go hunting here? Will he get caught off? Nah, doesn't want to overextend. I mean, the money's not that great for Big either, so best not to take those fights if you can help it. 9-7 on the T-side board. The Ninjas have their buyback.
And this is where pressure's going to build for Young Ninjas if they're not coming through with this next rifle round. They've got enough money for an AWP, so Miston can drop over and get that into the hands of Silence. They need a return. They need one quickly. Otherwise, you'll be looking at a 7-11 deficit, and at that point, it's probably touch and go that we do go to a third map. They want to try and keep this competitive, and even with the economy state where it is so big, it certainly hasn't been farmed up to a great level as of yet. So get them on the ropes early.
Process seeing the jump face, the 1 CT individual. Max has certainly seen them now. Spray on Crimbo, only doing so much damage. 85 points of health for him. Could be an aggressive takeover towards that short position as Tabson trying to act out long, seeing nothing as of yet. The engagements of Crimbo just continuing to provide support. And they do have short here on Nip.
Now, Jokab is completely alone out to this long position. Now, short pipe has been established with some press here for Blue Phoenix and Mistum. This fight from Jokab's everything to the opening man advantage, and he gets it. And that actually might push Big into a B lane. I mean, they're already outside of Monster, so they should end B for sure.
Slow press from Process and JDC. Blue Phoenix hoping there's a rotation in from Con. Have to turn his attention towards the bomb site as soon as Mistem goes down, assuming he does go down. You might hear those footsteps as well over at Monster. There's an action coming in from mid as well, so all five of these CTs will be able to join the fray. Flash is sent as Process tries to act Mistem behind the sandbags. Right call to make to protect himself, leaves Maxter with the brunt of the defensive. Mistem comes in from the sidelines because they think short is clear. Searson, close range against Mistem, will get that frag to return. And Crimbo's still lurking back here, expecting there to be a backstab from Monster. In the end, Searson's just left alone on the site, overwhelmed by the mass numbers of CT players. And Crimbo just has to save. Ninjas back within 1.
It's a very good round there from the Swedes, and you mentioned it. There was a bit of movement out there to that banana position, and I think right there for Young Ninjas, that was something that we saw a lot on Vertigo, being on the front foot, making info plays, constantly looking to try and take map territory away, and you could just feel that Jokab gets that opening kill out towards long, it freezes for a little bit, and then as soon as Jokab goes again, as soon as he looks out towards banana, they know instantly, and obviously, you can know that they're ending to a bomb site, but you also need those players on the bomb site to be establishing a good crossfire. I think Mistum not peeking on first contact really helps draw that crossfire in, really helps Big commit to the bomb site, and then Max to just waste quite a bit of time after getting that first kill, doesn't really peek again, and then they can just swarm together. So first tactical coming through from Big. They would have been very disappointed at how that last round went down. Young Ninjas, though, they'll be very happy.
Well, Big take their first tactical because once again their position in this series is about to get tested. They will be back on the guns, but lost bonus at 1900, no plant bonus for this round, and if they don't get a bomb plant bonus for the next round, they certainly will be set for a full-on reset. The Young Ninjas would love that at this juncture. Jokab and Silence leading the charge on the frag counts. Mistem's not that far behind him, neither is Maxter, in fact, or those two players have actually caught up to their top men. Only impact man missing is Blue Phoenix, and perhaps he'll have a chance to get some moments under his belt. Whoever does, though, no one's going to be complaining on Nip. Jokab prodding forward initially, was looking out to Park. No one's going to make directive aggression here from the T's. They will just establish map control. The AWP of Silence blocked off by the fire. Did see where Crimbo was. Tag him, leg him to 15 HP. And Maxter can finish the job through the smoke.
Oh, Jokab's got a kill out towards Party, and we're looking at the first 30 seconds of the round already being in a 5v3. Now the adaptation is to go quickly.
What?
It's a monster. It is the in-game leader once again. Probably the right call there from Big. They know that they've already lost too much towards Connector and from Park, and they've got themselves a good timing. Mistum has already shown the info towards Monster, so that's the reaction. Pounce. Make sure we get that trade. Make sure we overwhelm Mistum. But Jay, you and I know what we saw in that Amcal series. Mistum was that man that somehow somehow makes magic happen. And right there towards Monster, he's done well to do this touch damage.
I mean, logically speaking, he should have been caught off. He got panicked, he got fired upon, it was completely blind, he didn't know what to do other than hold his ground and hope for the best, and the best came his way. Unreal. You're right about that. Magic Man of the CT side and Magic found by NIP. Big may be in trouble here. They're down to those pistols, and Jokab has caught tabseN first and foremost.
Keep them AKs alive. Keep as many of those AKs alive for the next few rounds, because they'll be difference maker. Jokab aggressively up against the anti-eco. Maybe too aggressive.
Silence might get overwhelmed here. He needs his backup to get here because the AK is now in the hands of JDC. Not anymore. CS2 also removed from play, but Crimbo, his block can get back to a 3-on-2. There's an AWP now for Process to play with. Naded out here. Should keep him low as Blue Phoenix closes out on Crimbo. And then in amongst the chaos, they do manage to keep control here. The AKs will not get prioritized. I thought Maxter was going to keep it because they had money to buy into that AWP if he wanted to. In the end, they do hang on. 2 AKs do stay in play by comparison to the 4, I believe, they had coming into that round. 10-9 on the Ninjas. They come into round 20. Once again in the lead over the big side. And the tactical is called. Right time to do so.
And this is for Big. A very uncomfortable position. Not saying that map number 1 was uncomfortable for them, it certainly was, but out here on Overpass, this is probably the worst position that they've been in so far. You're down by 1, and you kind of know that if you're not at least getting a bomb plant in round 20, let's just say they lose the round and they don't get a plant, you can't buy next. Working with 2,900 loss bonus, maybe half, maybe a hero rifle for 1, you're potentially looking at a 9-12 deficit, and at that point, with the round streak that's gone the way of Young Ninjas, which would be 5 in a row, you're expecting the young boys to clean up. You're expecting them to close. So this round right here, for me, is last chance. If they don't win out for Big, they are done. This series is over.
And they can take credit for at least giving us a decent show in the second map, but we expected so much more in this series as a whole. Young Ninjas. Look at the aggression from Jokab. Is this going to be a mistake? Will Crimbo get caught off? No, he's going to hold solid. This position that's been generally just a fantastic hold from him. Expecting aggression from the Ninjas. He gets it, gets the kill to start off. And quick run-ups from Big into long. Silence cannot defend this position.
Yeah, Jokab gives away a freebie so early on into the round, and this could really hurt them now. Silence repositioning, trying to get impact with that AWP.
Posted ready. tabseN already crossed. If he strikes to the right, that might cause some problems for the AWP because he's all alone on this A site. Look at the positions of the rest of Ninjas. They are pressed onto short. They're going to have this control. They're getting this map control so they can start rotating players back. But even then, best you're looking at is possibly a 2-2 split.
Yeah, this is where they need more than just the map presence right now. I mean, it's looking like Big are going to end towards A complete regroup, and there is actually a heavy rotation. They are leaving Blue Phoenix alone on B, and everyone else is stacking towards A.
And that bomb may be on its way back on B as well. They're considering it. JDC setting up utility, but he could still make his way in to connect to silence his AWP, especially if he posts up enough resistance. Big could change the game plan. Looks in at long, looks away from mid. Now look back in there. 20 seconds on the clock. The shadow seen. The bomb's dropped. He looks back, and tabseN still unrevealed here. The M4s hold the site as silence does go down. Now flashbang so well time. Maxter revealed back a pizza, but he still makes it a double. tabseN back in. 8 seconds in the 2 versus 2. Missed them unrevealed. Accounted for by Big. Blue Phoenix. He knows where tabseN is. Gets that spray and makes it a 2K for the retake. And for round 11 of NIP.
Oh, Maxter. How's Maxter done that? You think about the utility. You think about the timing. The AWP from Sign gets that first pick towards Banana, looks to transition, sees nothing towards long, doesn't see anything, so thinks long is clear. Try and prioritize that AWP to look back in the bomb site, and it comes down to Maxter. Completely blinded. 2 insanely quick kills. And then right at the end there for Blue Phoenix, knows the bomb's going down towards Truck, looks to see where the other player is first, and then catches both of them. Crimbo with a great work into the bomb site, but Blue Phoenix with his most important round of the best of 3.
And you said it earlier, Dwayne, he's been an underperformer for the Ninjas so far in this map, but when it matters
and trying to prioritize the AWP come that next round. Keep that in a bit of a buffer room. Big was successful with the boost out in the first half. Can they get a boost to success in the second? It could be a bit of a quicker lean. It could actually be the B lane.
JDC seen. Incendiary needs to go back down right now because Blue Phoenix is a dead man, and JDC continues to fight. They're low HP on Maxter. Couple of tagged up individuals of Tabson and Process. It's a 4 versus 4 though. Ninjas hold the line.
And they've got the bomb. JDC was the first player in. They have to keep committing here.
Counter smoke, splashes, scent sprays through. Mistem and Maxter combine to mow through all Tabson, try to recover. He's only got 1 pick, and Crimbo is left to do the rest of it. Was lurking back on shore, was expecting a split play. Now got to go back for the bomb. Now the Ninjas have full advantage. And this seems to be the end of what's been a long road on Overpass. A 2-0 to go the way of the Academy squad. I cannot believe that. If you told me that coming into this series, I would have called you a liar. I would have called you a fool. But that is reality here in Res.
It just shows the coordination of the util. Missed him to drop that incendiary, and once again, out to B, he's been impactful. Anytime they've tried to come out Monster, anytime they've tried to come in quickly, he's been there to multi-frag, he's been there to waste time. Crimbo to save, Young Ninjas to 12, economy ripped completely for the Germans.
Nothing Crimbo can do. Map, match, and group point, and group stage point for the Young Ninjas here. Perhaps the main Ninjas in a couple days' time. It's not over till the fat lady sings, but she is warming up her vocal cords. Three to the good, 3 match points, 3 chances for the Ninjas to close out 3 rounds in a row that Big need. And they're down by a rifle here.
NWP looking for the opening pick out towards Connector, but there's nothing there to present. Instead, it's pretty much the entirety of the team out towards B. Outside of Monster, this looks like another B lane. Jocab aggressively towards long, might not even be necessary in this round.
Silence heard those footsteps, the water of Short. Running away from that open doorway, understanding where they're at. Smoke's coming in, the Molotovs might force them out. Maxter gets that opening kill, but Silence is going to get overwhelmed. This should end up being a B play though, because long is clear, mid is clear. Tons of info for Nip.
Right, that bomb is still out towards T-Com way, and for a moment it actually looked like Jocab was going to make the backstab into T-Spawn. He's going to hold for a moment, and it's going to delay the B play just because they've got to go back and get this bomb. This allows 3 CTs here for Young Ninjas to be on the defense.
If they go for the A rotate, this round's over. Jocab just needs to get the kill on Process, and that's it. Wary of that connector presence from JDC, though. That might provide some issues. Flash sent, man seen. Kill goes the way of the T's. Advantage now for Big. 30 seconds for the hit, and that bomb's still outside of Monster. It's going to be an MB.
Now, Blue Phoenix and Mistem don't have any util to defend up against this B side, but look at the gamble. The rotation there from Maxter, he cancels it. They are all going to stay on B.
I know. Searson, first man forward, missed them watching for him. Headshot gain as he always does at Monster. Process will also get caught in the crossfire. Missed them, cut back, but Blue Phoenix in with the kill. Crimbo with his pick, but Maxter knows he doesn't need to fight. This one's done. It's all sorts of over. And the Young Ninjas have eliminated Big in the group stage. A 13-9 on map 2, a 13-2 on map 1, the 2-0 decimation overall as they make their way in as the 8th and final team to the playoffs.
And for Young Ninjas, this is their 7th best of 3 on HLTV, and they have beaten a top 30 team in the world of Amcal and a top 30 team in the world of Big. There's 2 ways of looking at it. For Young Ninjas, this is a result that probably not even the boys expected. A result of a group stage to make it into the playoffs. But if you are Big, this has got to be a major disappointment. To not even show competitiveness against a brand new Academy roster, that's not good enough.
I'm with you there. I was very, very worried off the back of that Vertigo, and even though they looked a little bit better in that first half, you saw how the returning momentum started going in the way of the Ninjas in the second, and you could just sort of see, oh, this is getting very, very Larry right now. Far better in the second part of the series, but all in all, as you mentioned, this needs to be much, much more improved, I think, from Big going forward in the long term, because they are going to be competing in those Tier 1 events. They are going to be in Showdown. They are going to be at our IEMs and EPLs, and you're losing out here to Young Ninjas. That's just not good enough.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think the Young Ninjas are going to be very hungry. Again, take it from the in-game leader's point of view. Mistem grew up in a scene where you almost need to break out of that scene, otherwise you're trapped there forever. That's what JT was able to do out in Complexity. Make that move to North America. Make that move to further your career. He's gone out to NA, he's come back to EU, and now he's playing on a brand new project where a lot of these guys are going to know the next few months we're going to be playing Tier 1 events. We're going to be standing in with the main roster to help them out until they make the necessary changes. So let's try and fast track. Let's try and work and grind really hard. And their results have shown some real good touch. I mean, the way they played against Amcal and the way they played against Big today, it looks like they've got some very good fundamentals. And I'm excited to see them in the playoffs because they deserve to be there. They have got some fantastic results under their belt.
It doesn't get any easier from here, though. You can see how that bracket lines up. They're up against Aurora first and foremost, which, as you said before, they're probably contesting to go to the championship out and out, right? They could be in with a chance to win the whole damn thing. So the idea that you're facing off against that squad, it means that it's just like out of the frying pan, straight into the fire if you are a Young Ninjas. But look, I think it's good, appropriate positions for them to be in. Again, the core of this team may well and should well be ending up playing for at least one tournament under the main NIP banner against teams that like the caliber of Big and above. So the fact you got this result, the fact you're going to be facing against Aurora, it only seems appropriate. And it's encouraging for this team, like a brand new project in that respect. Yeah, it's inconsistent at times, but the consistency hit the highs when it mattered most.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this is another chance for them to get another official under their belt. I know they're playing in ECA Immediate. They'll be looking to try and see if they can get towards Advanced and see if they can get, further up towards ECO where they can get more officials under their belt. Because that's what you want when you're a fresh lineup. When you're only really retaining one player from the last iteration, you want to start grinding these events. You want to start getting officials under your belt. And I think so far, they'll be very happy with the officials they've posted. They've gone into the playoffs of the A1 Gaming League, and now they've made it into the playoffs of this event.
Indeed, they have, and they will go on to hopefully go even further. Again, it's going to be a tough draw from here on out, but our playoffs have been decided. You saw the bracket a moment ago. I'll read it out for you very quickly as just a double check and make sure everything's confirmed. Bleed versus Rebels, Bet Boom versus Ecstatic, Aurora versus Young Ninjas, and 3D Max, of course, taking on Fnatic, who beat out Preezy earlier on today. That is certainly a set of teams that I think I'll be very interested in seeing sort of battle it out over the course of our single Elim playoffs. Dwight, is there any match you're looking forward to in tomorrow's quarterfinals?
I mean, I want to see what Fnatic are made of. To be honest, I actually thought they were going to lose out to Preezy again. But the way that they performed on that third map of Vertigo and the way that Crims really performed, they could be a bit of a dark horse to kind of surprise people. I think a lot of people have been underestimating Fnatic recently just off of the results. I think for 3D Max, they looked very solid in their group. Aurora, fairly similar. I think Ecstatic absolutely pumped the likes of Monty, so they'll be looking to kind of go deep too. And for Bleed, I mean, they're a bit of a surprise. I think there's a lot of question marks about them. They've obviously made it into the playoffs, which is the deepest run that team has had so far. And going up against Rebels, it's a definite beatable team to try and get yourself into a deep playoff run. So I'm going to be keeping my eye out on Bleed and see as well for Vladen if he can keep putting up some impressive performances to keep giving them Ws.
Yeah, we talked about Bleed in terms of them being like a team that has a lot of potential behind them. It's a case of building upon that, maybe making some moves here and there when required, and then just sort of seeing where the roster goes and developing that. So the fact that they've got a playoff position here after the first couple of months have been very, very rocky for them. I mean, look, it's a very solid result now and a chance to go even further for them. You are right. I do think Rebels are beatable for that respect, but it's still not going to be easy. None of these matches are going to be easy, Dwayne, in my eyes. So lots to look forward to over the playoff bracket.
Yeah, anytime you get into the playoffs, you're not going to get a freebie. They're going to be fighting for you. We're going to see a lot of 3-map deciders. We're going to see a lot of close games. So, yeah, keen for the next couple of days.
I think we all certainly are, and we're going to be there to bring you all that action. Of course, tomorrow we start back up at the same time as per usual with the Bet Boom versus Ecstatic matchup first and foremost. So make sure you're tuning in from that at the same time, at the same place. But for today, that is the group stage concluded. 3 more days worth of action as we go through our bracket and see who will be the first champions of the Rest European Series. But until that point, though, we bid you adieu for today.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. 1xBet.